Hello, everyone. It's a great honor as well as a great pleasure for me to read for you Stands Forward to the book of Albert Hofmann, LSD, My Problem Child. The use of psychedelic substances can be traced back for millennia to the dawn of human history. Since time immemorial, plant materials containing powerful consciousness expanding compounds have been used in many different parts of the world to induce non-ordinary states of consciousness in various ritual and spiritual contexts. They have played an important role in shamanic practice, Aboriginal healings, healing ceremonies, rites of passage, mysteries of death and rebirth, and spiritual traditions. The ancient and native cultures using psychedelic materials held them in great esteem and considered them to be sacraments, flesh of the gods, quote unquote. Human groups which had at their disposal psychedelic plants took advantage of their entheogenic effect. Entheogenic means literally awakening the divine within, and made them the principal vehicle of their ritual and spiritual life. The preparations made from these plants mediated for these people experiential contact with the archetypal dimensions of reality, deities, mythological realms, power animals, numinous forces, and aspects of nature. Another important area where states induced by psychedelics played a crucial role was diagnosing and healing various disorders. Anthropological literature contains many reports indicating that native cultures use psychedelics to cultivate intuition and extraordinary perception for a variety of divinatory as well as practical purposes, such as finding lost persons and objects, obtaining information about people in remote locations, and for following the movement of the game these people were hunting. In addition, psychedelic experiences served as an important source of artistic inspiration, providing ideas for rituals, paintings, sculptures, songs. In the history of Chinese medicine, reports about psychedelic substances can be traced back about 3,000 years. The legendary divine potion referred to as Haoma in the ancient Persian Zendavestas and the Soma in the Indian Vedas was used by the Indo-Iranian tribes millennia ago. The mystical states of consciousness induced by Soma were very likely the principal source of the Vedic and the Hindu religion. Preparations from different varieties of help have been smoked and ingested under various names: hashish, charas, bhang, ganja, kiff, marijuana. In Asia, in Africa, and the Caribbean areas, for recreation, pleasure, during religious ceremonies. They represented an important sacrament for such diverse groups as the Indian Brahmins, certain orders of Sufis, ancient Scythians, Jamaican Rastafarians. The ceremonial use of various psychedelic substances also has long history in Central America. Highly effective mind-altering plants were well known in several pre-Columbian Indian cultures, Aztecs, Mayan, Olmecs, Mazatecs. The most famous of these are the Mexican cactus peyote, Andhalonium levini, the sacred mushroom, Teonanacatl, Psilocybe mexicana, and Ololiuqui, the morning glory seed, Rivera corimbosa. Now, these materials have been used as sacraments until this day by several Mexican tribes, Huichols, Mazatecs, Cora people, and others, and by the Native American Church. The famous South American yahe, or ayahuasca, is a decoction from a jungle liana, Banisteropsis capi, with other plant additives. The Amazonian area is also known for a variety of psychedelic snuffs, Virola calophylla, Liptadenia peregrina. Preparations from the bark of the shrub iboga, Tabernante iboga, have been used by African tribes in lower dosage as a stimulant during lion hunts and long canoe trips, and in higher doses as ritual sacrament. The above list represents only a small fraction of psychedelic compounds that have been used over many centuries in various countries of the world. The impact that the experience encountered in these states had on spiritual and cultural life of pre-industrial societies has been enormous. People from our culture who see the use of psychedelic plants as something that is practiced in exotic and primitive cultures and is alien to our own tradition would be very surprised to find out that psychedelic substances very likely profoundly influenced the ancient Greek culture, generally considered the cradle of European civilization. Many giants of Greek culture, including Plato, Aristotle, Alcibiades, Pinandros, and others, were initiates in the Mediterranean mysteries of death and rebirth, held in the name of Demeter and Persephone, Dionysus, Attis, Adonis, Orpheus, and others. According to the theory proposed by research team that included Albert Hofmann himself, the sacred potion Kikeon administered to thousands of initiates in the Eleusinian mysteries every 5 years for almost 2,000 years contained an ergot alkaloid similar to LSD. Psychedelics were also very likely ingredients in the wines used for the Bacchanalia. The long history of ritual use of psychedelic plants contrasts sharply with a relatively short history of scientific efforts to identify their psychoactive alkaloids and to study their effects. The first psychedelic substance that was synthesized in a chemically pure form and systematically explored under laboratory conditions was mescaline, the active alkaloid from the peyote cactus. Clinical experiments conducted with the substance in the first 3 decades of the 20th century focused on the phenomenology of the mescaline experience and its interesting effects on artistic perception and creative expression. Surprisingly, they did not reveal its therapeutic, heuristic, and entheogenic potential. Kurt Beringer, author of the influential book Da Mescalinrausch, Mescaline Inebriation, published in 1927, concluded that mescaline induced a toxic psychosis. After these pioneering clinical experiments with mescaline, very little research was done in this fascinating problem until Albert Hofmann's 1942 epoch-making serendipitous discovery of the psychedelic properties of LSD-25, or diethylamide of lysergic acid, a substance of extraordinary potency. This new semi-synthetic ergot derivative, active in incredibly minute quantities of micrograms or gamma, millionths of a gram, started a revolutionary era in research in psychopharmacology. psychology, psychiatry, psychotherapy. Because of the incredible promises it held in many different fields of research, this new substance appeared to be Albert Hofmann's prodigious child. The discovery of powerful psychedelic effects of minuscule dosage of LSD started what has been called a, quote, golden era of psychopharmacology, unquote. During a relatively short period of time, the joint efforts of biochemists, pharmacologists, neurophysiologists, psychiatrists, psychologists succeeded in laying the foundation of new scientific discipline that can be referred to as pharmacology of consciousness. The active substances from several remaining psychedelic plants were chemically identified and prepared in chemically pure form. Following the discovery of psychedelic effects of LSD-25, Albert Hofmann identified the active principles of the Mexican magic mushrooms, Psilocybe mexicana, psilocybin, psilocin, and that of ololeuque, or morning glory seeds, Rivea corymbosa, which turned out to be lysergic acid amide, closely related to LSD-25. The armamentarium of psychedelic substances was further enriched by psychoactive derivatives of tryptamine, DMT, DET, DBT, the methyltryptamine, the ethyltryptamine, the propyltryptamine, synthesized and studied by the Budapest group of chemists headed by Stephen Sara. The active principle from the African shrub Tabernanche ibogaine and the pure alkaloid from ayahuasca's main ingredient, Banisteriopsis scapi, known under the names harmaline, yagelin, and telepathine, had already been isolated and chemically identified earlier in the 20th century. In the 1950s, a wide range of psychedelic alkaloids in pure form was available to researchers. It was now possible to study their properties in the laboratory and explore the phenomenology of their clinical effects and their therapeutic potential. The revolution triggered by Albert Hofmann's serendipitous discovery of LSD was underway. After the publication of the first clinical paper on LSD by Walter Stoll in the late 1940s, in which the author described the effects of this extraordinary substance in a group of volunteers and psychiatric patients, and mentioned its possible therapeutic potential, Albert Hofmann Wonder Child became an overnight sensation in the scientific world. Never before in the history of science had a single substance had so much promise in such a wide variety of fields. For neuropharmacologists and neurophysiologists, the discovery of LSD meant the beginning of a golden era of research that could solve many puzzles concerning neuroreceptors, synaptic transmitters, chemical antagonism, the role of serotonin in the brain, and the intricate biochemical interactions underlying cerebral processes. Experimental psychiatrists saw LSD as a unique means for creating a laboratory model for naturally occurring functional or endogenous psychoses. They hoped that the experimental psychosis induced by minuscule dosages of the substance could provide unparalleled insights into the nature of these mysterious disorders and open new avenues for their treatment. It was suddenly conceivable that the brain and other parts of the body could, under certain circumstances, produce small quantities of a substance similar to LSD, with similar effects. This meant that the disorders like schizophrenia would not be mental disorders, but metabolic aberrations that could be counteracted by specific chemical interventions. The promise of this research was nothing less than fulfillment of the dream of biologically oriented psychiatrists, the holy grail of psychiatry, a test tube cure for schizophrenia. LSD was also highly recommended as an extraordinary, unconventional teaching device that would make it possible for clinical psychiatrists, psychologists, medical students, and nurses to spend a few hours in the world of their patients, and as a result of it, to understand them better, be able to communicate with them more effectively, and improve their ability to help them. Thousands of mental health professionals took advantage of this unique opportunity. These experiments brought surprising and astonishing results. They not only provided deep insights into the world of psychiatric patients, but also revolutionized the understanding of the nature and dimensions of human psyche. Many found that the current model, limiting the psyche to postnatal biography and the Freudian individual unconscious, was superficial and inadequate. The new map of psyche that emerged out of this research added two large transbiographical domains: the perinatal level, closely related to memory of biological birth, and the transpersonal level, harboring the historical and archetypal domains of the collective unconscious as envisioned by C.G. Jung. Early experiments with LSD showed that the roots of emotional and psychosomatic disorders were not limited to traumatic memories from childhood and infancy, as traditional psychiatrists had assumed, but reached much deeper into the psyche, into the perinatal and transpersonal regions. Reports from psychedelic psychotherapists revealed LSD's unique potential as a powerful tool offering the possibility of deepening and accelerating the psychotherapeutic process. Using LSD as a catalyst, it became possible to extend the range of applicability of psychotherapy to categories of patients that previously have been difficult to reach: sexual deviants, alcoholics, narcotic drug addicts, criminal recidivists. Particularly valuable and promising were the early efforts to use LSD psychotherapy to work with terminal cancer patients. Research on this population showed that LSD was able to relieve some severe pain, often even in those patients who had not responded to medication with narcotics. In a large percentage of these patients, it was also possible to ease or even eliminate difficult emotional and psychosomatic symptoms, such as depression, general tension, insomnia, alleviate the fear of death, increase the quality of their life during their remaining days, and positively transform the experience of dying. For historians and critics of art, the LSD experiments provided extraordinary new insights into the psychology and psychopathology of art, particularly various modern movements such as abstractionism, cubism, surrealism, fantastic realism, and into painting and sculptures of various native, so-called primitive cultures. For professional painters who participated in LSD research, the psychedelic session often marked a radical change in their artistic expression. Their imagination became much richer, their colors more vivid, their style considerably freer. They could also often reach into deeper recesses of their unconscious psyche and tap archetypal sources of the inspiration. On occasion, people who had never painted were able to produce extraordinary pieces of art. LSD experimentation brought also fascinating observations which were of great interest to spiritual teachers and scholars of comparative religions. The mystical experiences frequently observed in LSD sessions offered a radically new understanding of a wide variety of phenomena, from the world of religion, including shamanism, the rites of passage, the ancient mysteries of death and rebirth, the Eastern spiritual philosophies, and the mystical traditions of the world. The fact that LSD and other psychedelic substances were able to trigger a broad range of spiritual experiences became the subject of a heated scientific discussion. They revolved around the fascinating problem concerning the nature and value of this, quote, instant, end of quote, or, quote, chemical, end of quote, mysticism. LSD research seemed to be well on its way to fulfill all the above promises and expectations when it was suddenly interrupted by the unsupervised mass experimentation of the young generation. In the infamous Harvard affair, Timothy Leary, Richard Alpert, and Ralph Metzner left the university, Leary and Alpert leaving teaching posts, and Metzner leaving a fellowship, after their overeager proselytizing of LSD and psilocybin. The ensuing repressive measures of administrative, legal, and political nature had very little effect on street use of LSD and other psychedelics, but they drastically terminated legitimate clinical research. However, while the problem associated with this development were blown out of proportion by sensation-hunting journalists, this was not the only reason why LSD and other psychedelics were rejected by Euro-American culture. An important contributing factor was also the attitude of technological societies towards non-ordinary states of consciousness. And as I mentioned earlier, all ancient and pre-industrial societies held these states in high esteem, whether they were induced by psychedelic plants or some of the many powerful non-drug technologies of the sacred, fasting, sleep deprivation, social and sensory isolation, dancing, chanting, music, drumming, physical pain. Members of these social groups had the opportunity to repeatedly experience non-ordinary states of consciousness during their lives in a variety of sacred and secular contexts. By comparison, the industrial civilizations have pathologized non-ordinary states, developed effective means of suppressing them when they occurred spontaneously, and have rejected or even outlawed the contexts and tools that can facilitate them. Because of the resulting naivete and ignorance concerning non-ordinary states, Western culture was unprepared to accept and incorporate the extraordinary mind-altering properties and power of LSD and other psychedelics. The sudden invasion of the Dionysian element from the depth of the unconscious and the heights of the superconscious was too threatening for the puritanical values of Euro-American society. In addition, the irrational and transrational nature of psychedelic experience seriously challenged the very foundations of the materialistic worldview of Western science. The existence and nature of these experiences could not be explained in the context of mainstream theories, and seriously undermined the metaphysical assumptions concerning priority of matter over consciousness on which Western culture has built. It also threatened the leading myth of the industrial world by showing that true fulfillment does not come from achievement of material goals, but from a profound mystical experience. It was not just the culture at large that was unprepared for the psychedelic experience. It was also the helping profession. For most psychiatrists and psychologists, psychotherapy meant disciplined face-to-face discussions or free association on the couch. The intense emotions and dramatic physical manifestations in psychedelic sessions appeared to them to be too close to what they were used to associate with psychopathology. It was hard for them to imagine that such states could be healing and transformative. As a result, they did not trust the reports about the extraordinary power of psychedelic psychotherapy coming from those colleagues who had enough courage to take the chances and do psychedelic therapy, or from their clients. To complicate the situation even further, many of the phenomena occurring in psychedelic sessions could not be understood within the context of theories dominating academic thinking. The possibility of reliving birth or episodes from embryonic life, obtaining accurate information about world history and mythology from the collective unconscious, experiencing archetypal realities and karmic memories, or perceiving remote events in out-of-body states were simply too fantastic to be believable for an average professional. Yet those of us who had the chance to work with LSD and were willing to radically change our theoretical understanding of the psyche and practical strategy of therapy were able to see and appreciate the enormous potential of psychedelics, both as therapeutic tools and as substances of extraordinary heuristic value.
In one of my early books, I suggested that the potential significance of LSD and other psychedelics for psychiatry and psychology was comparable to the value the microscope had for biology and medicine, or the telescope has for astronomy. My later experience with psychedelics only confirmed this initial impression. These substances function as unspecific amplifiers that increase the cathexis, the energetic charge associated with the deep unconscious contents of the psyche, and make them available for conscious processing. This unique property of psychedelics makes it possible to study psychological undercurrents that govern our experiences and behaviors to a depth that cannot be matched by any other method or tool available in modern mainstream psychiatry and psychology. In addition, it offers unique opportunities for healing of emotional and psychosomatic disorders, for positive personality transformation and consciousness evolution. Naturally, the tools of this power carry with them greater risks than more conservative and far less effective tools currently accepted and used by mainstream psychiatry, such as verbal psychotherapy or tranquilizing medication. Responsible clinical research has shown that these risks can be minimized by responsible use and careful control of the set and setting. However, legislators responding to unsupervised mass use of psychedelics did not get their information from scientific publications, but from the stories of sensation-hunting journalists. The legal and administrative sanctions against psychedelics did not deter lay experimentation, but they terminated all legitimate scientific research of these substances. By an unfortunate combination of circumstances, Albert Hofmann's wonder child became a problem child. For those of us who had the privilege to explore and experience the extraordinary potential of psychedelics, this was a tragic loss of for psychiatry, psychology, and psychotherapy. We felt that these unfortunate developments wasted what was probably the single most important opportunity in the history of these disciplines. Had it been possible to avoid the unnecessary mass hysteria and continue responsible research of psychedelics, they could have radically transformed the theory and practice of psychiatry. This research would have brought a new understanding of the psyche and of consciousness that could become an integral part of a comprehensive new scientific paradigm of the 21st century. LSD researchers responded in different ways to the legal and political sanctions against psychedelics. Some of them grudgingly accepted them and reluctantly returned to mainstream therapeutic practices, which now seem to them boring and painfully ineffective. A few of us attempted to develop non-drug methods for inducing non-ordinary states of consciousness with the experiential spectrum and healing potential comparable to psychedelics. There were also those who saw the extraordinary benefits of LSD psychotherapy and decided not to sacrifice the well-being of their clients to irrational and scientifically unsubstantiated legislation, and they continued their work in secret. In addition to the therapeutic value of psychedelics, many of these professionals were also aware of the entheogenic potential of these substances. For this reason, they understood their work with LSD to be not only therapeutic practice, but also religious activity in the best sense of the word. From this perspective, the legal sanctions against psychedelics appeared to be not only unfounded and misguided, but represented a serious infringement of religious freedom guaranteed by the American Constitution. At present, when more than 3 decades elapsed since official LSD research was effectively terminated, I can attempt to evaluate the past history of this substance and glimpse into the future. After having personally conducted over the last 50 years more than 4,000 psychedelic sessions, I have developed great awe and respect for these substances and their enormous positive as well as negative potential. They are powerful tools, and like any tool, they can be used skillfully, ineptly, or destructively. The result will be critically dependent on the set and setting. The question whether LSD is a phenomenal medicine or a devil's drug makes as little sense as similar questions asked about the positive or negative potential of a knife. Naturally, we will get very different report from a surgeon who bases his or her judgment on a successful operation, and from the police chief who investigates murders committed with knives in back alleys of New York City. It would also make little sense to judge the usefulness or dangers of a knife by watching children who play with it without adequate maturity and skill. Similarly, the image of LSD will vary whether we focus on the results of responsible clinical or spiritual use, naive and careless mass self-experimentation of the young generation, or the deliberately destructive experiments of the army or of the CIA. Until it is clearly understood that the results of the administration of psychedelics are critically influenced by the factor of set and setting, there is no hope for rational decisions in regard to psychedelic drug policies. I firmly believe that psychedelics can be used in such a way that the benefits far outweigh the risk. This has been amply proven by millennia of safe ritual and spiritual use of psychedelics by generations of shamans. individual healers, and entire Aboriginal cultures. However, the Western industrial civilization has so far abused nearly all its discoveries, and there is not much hope that psychedelics will make an exception unless we rise as a group to a higher level of consciousness and emotional maturity. Whether or not psychedelics will return into psychiatry and will again become part of the therapeutic armamentarium is a complex problem, and its solution will probably be determined not only by the result of scientific research, but also by a variety of political, legal, economic, and mass psychological factors. However, I believe that Western society is at present much better equipped to accept and assimilate psychedelics than it was in the 1950s. At the time when psychiatrists and psychologists started to experiment with LSD, psychotherapy was limited to verbal exchanges between therapists and clients. Intense emotions and active behavior were referred as quote unquote acting out and were seen as violations of basic therapeutic rules. Psychedelic sessions were on the other side of the spectrum, evoking dramatic emotions, psychomotor excitement, and vivid perceptual changes. They thus seemed to be more like states that psychiatrists considered pathological and tried to suppress by all means, than conditions to which one would attribute therapeutic potential. This was reflected in the terms hallucinogens, delirogens, psychotomimetics, and experimental psychosis, used initially for psychedelics and the states induced by them. In any case, psychedelic sessions more resembled scenes from anthropological movies about healing rituals or quote unquote primitive cultures and other ceremonies than those expected in a psychoanalyst's office. In addition, many of the experiences and observations from psychedelic sessions seem to seriously challenge the image of the human psyche and of the universe developed by Newtonian Cartesian science and considered to be accurate and definite descriptions of the quote-unquote objective reality. Psychedelic subjects reported experiential identification with other people, animals, and various aspects of nature, during which they gained access to new information about areas about which they previously had no intellectual knowledge. The same was true about experiential excursions into the lives of their human and animal ancestors, as well as racial, collective, and karmic memories. On occasion, this new information was drawn from experiences involving reliving biological birth and memories of prenatal life, encounters with archetypal beings, and visits of mythological realms of different cultures of the world. In out-of-body experiences, experimental subjects were able to witness and accurately describe remote events occurring in locations that were outside of the range of their senses. None of these happenings were considered possible in the context of traditional materialistic science, and yet in psychedelic sessions, they were observed frequently. This naturally caused deep conceptual turmoil and confusion in the minds of conventionally trained experimenters. Under these circumstances, many professionals choose to stay away from this area to preserve their scientific worldview and to protect their common sense and sanity. The last 3 decades have brought many revolutionary changes that have profoundly influenced the climate in the world of psychotherapy. Humanistic and transpersonal psychologies have developed powerful experiential techniques that emphasize deep regression, direct expression of intense emotion, and body work leading to release of physical energies. Among these new approaches to self-exploration are Gestalt practice, bioenergetics, and other neo-Reichian methods, primal therapy, rebirthing, and holotropic breathwork. The inner experiences and outer manifestations, as well as all therapeutic strategies in these therapies, bear a great similarity to those observed in psychedelic sessions. These non-drug therapeutic strategies involve a similar spectrum of experiences, as well as comparable conceptual challenges. As a result, for therapists practicing along these lines, the introduction of psychedelics would represent the next logical step, rather than a dramatic change in their practice. The culture at large shows encouraging signs as well. Grassroots movements around birth and death, for example, reveal a growing discontent with the sanitization of powerful experiences. Today, midwives can be state certified and home births are increasingly popular, whereas in the 1950s, they were considered backwards or primitive. People can choose to die at home thanks to the hospice movement, instead of in sterile hospital settings. Previously eccentric healing techniques like massage and acupuncture are widely accepted, even by health insurance plans. Eastern spiritual practices have moved to the mainstream of Western culture, with meditation centers and yoga schools to be found in every major city. Increasingly, the authority of traditional medical science, with its firm separation between mind and body, is becoming suspect, and people are seeking more holistic alternatives. These shifts may signal that society is more ready for psychedelics today. Moreover, the Newtonian Cartesian thinking in science, which in the 60s enjoyed great authority and popularity, has been progressively undermined by astonishing developments in a variety of disciplines. This has happened to such an extent that an increasing number of scientists feel an urgent need for an entirely different worldview, a new scientific paradigm. Salient examples of this development are philosophical implications of quantum relativistic physics, David Bohm's theory of holo movement, Carl Bribram's holographic theory of the brain, Ilya Prigozhin's theory of dissipative structures, Rupert Sheldrake's theory of morphogenetic fields, Gregory Bateson's brilliant synthesis of systems and information theory, cybernetics, anthropology, and psychology, and particularly Erwin Laszlo's concept of the Akashic field, his connectivity hypothesis, and his integral theory of everything. It's very encouraging to see all these new developments that are in an inconciliable conflict with traditional science seem to be compatible with the findings of psychedelic research and with transpersonal psychology. Even more encouraging than the changes in the general and scientific climate is the fact that in a few cases, researchers of the younger generations in the United States and abroad have in recent years been able to obtain official permission to start programs of psychedelic therapy involving LSD, psilocybin, DMT, MDMA, and ketamine. I hope that this is the beginning of a renaissance of interest in psychedelic research that will eventually return these extraordinary tools into the hands of responsible therapists. I personally believe that in the future, LSD will be seen as one of the most influential discoveries of the 20th century, and that Albert Hofmann's problem child will again be seen, as it should have been seen all along, as a wonder child that grew up in a dysfunctional society. I would like to end this forward on a personal note. Writing it gives me the opportunity to express my profound gratitude to Albert Hofmann for everything that his discovery brought into my personal and professional life, and the lives of countless others who used his gift responsibly and with respect that this extraordinary tool deserves. I have had the privilege to know Albert personally and met him repeatedly on various occasions. Over the years, I have developed great affection and deep admiration for him, not only as an outstanding scientist, but also as an extraordinary human being. After what will soon be a century of a full, blessed, and productive life, he radiates amazing vitality, curiosity, and love for all creation. I had another opportunity to meet Albert during my recent visit in Switzerland, where I was teaching an advanced training module on holotropic breathwork and entitled Fantastic Art. It was held in the Hans-Rudi Giger Museum in Gruyere, and Albert came as a guest of honor. After we had lunch and enjoyed a guided tour through the museum, during which he braved 3 floors of steep stairs, he sat down with our group for a discussion, which turned into his passionate apotheosis of the beauty and mystery of creation. He spoke about the miraculous chemistry that gives rise to the pigments responsible for the colors of flowers and butterfly wings, about the gratitude he felt for being alive and participating in consciousness, and about the need to embrace creation in its totality, including its shadow side. Because without polarity, the universe we live in could not have been created. When he left, we all felt we just had attended a darshan with a spiritual teacher. It was clear that Albert had joined the group of great scientists, like Albert Einstein and Isaac Newton, for whom rigorous pursuit of their discipline brought the recognition of the miraculous divine order underlying the world of matter and the natural phenomena. I would like to use this opportunity to wish him all the best for his forthcoming auspicious 100th birthday, and hope we will enjoy his presence in the world for many more years. Stanislav Grof, Mill Valley, California, October 2005.
Hello, I'm Amanda Feilding, a friend and an enormous admirer of Albert Hofmann, whose magic elixir changed my life. I've been asked to read a foreword I wrote for a volume I edited at Albert's request of My Problem Child in a new translation by Jonathon. Albert Hofmann was the greatest alchemist of our time. He was a scientist who, through his most famous discovery, crossed the bridge from the world of science into the spiritual realm, transforming social and political culture in his wake. He was both a rationalist and a mystic, a chemist and a visionary, and in this transcendence of traditional dualities we find his true essence. He often spoke of how his mysterious elixir found him, and in that statement we find a clue to his all-encompassing worldview. The discovery of LSD in April 1943 was made by chance, but in Hofmann's mind also by synchronicity. In boyhood, he had experienced inexplicable spontaneous transfigurations of nature while walking in the woods, which spurred him to investigate the nature of matter through chemistry. Whilst researching ergot and its potential impact on blood circulation, he accidentally discovered a chemical key that unlocked a pathway to a profoundly altered state of consciousness, offering the potential for great insights into the workings of the mind and the unity of the cosmos. Exploring its power and its danger at first hand, Hofmann understood that LSD, if used correctly and with care, could be a telescope into the human consciousness. In later research, he realized that the molecule had virtually the same chemical structure as those in plants used as sacraments for thousands of years by many highly evolved cultures around the world. He was also the first chemist to isolate the psychoactive compound psilocybin found in magic mushrooms, and also the psychoactive ergoline derivatives found in morning glory seeds. Following its discovery, LSD was acclaimed as a wonder drug in psychiatry, accelerating the access to psychological trauma and speeding up and deepening the healing process. It also had a profound effect on how science viewed the mind, changing the dominant view of mental illness from the psychoanalytic model to one based on brain chemistry and the role of neurotransmitters. The LSD experience resembled looking through a microscope and becoming aware of a different reality, a manifest mystical totality, normally filtered out and hidden from view in ordinary states of consciousness. LSD catalyzed a new era of consciousness expansion and caused dramatic changes in perception of both the inner and outer worlds. Significantly, the experience could be remembered, and therefore it changed how people thought about themselves and about reality itself. Some viewed its discovery as a spiritual antidote to the atom bomb, which was simultaneously moving towards its appearance on the world stage. The emergence of LSD revived the mystical traditions linking the ancient Greeks of Eleusis to the enlightened East and to other cultures which understood the essential relevance of inner illumination. However, 2 decades after his discovery, Hofmann witnessed with alarm his elixir's escape from the safe confines of artistic and therapeutical cycles to become a hugely popular, massively consumed street drug. His wonder child transformed into his problem child that gave this book its title. The legacy of LSD is as controversial as it is profound, and its effects on science, technology, politics, art, and music can hardly be overestimated. It provided a spark to light the flame of the new, more loosely connected Aquarian age. Many creative pioneers of the era claim to have made their first breakthroughs either under the influence of LSD or as a result of insights gained from it. The technological innovations that grew into Silicon Valley and the IT revolution are prime examples of this. Fundamentally, LSD triggers an altered state of consciousness awareness, allowing people to throw off conceptual shackles and to see beyond the conformity and materialism of their conditioning, thereby facilitating the birth of the counterculture, from which new outlooks evolved, as well as seismic shifts in spirituality, health, music, and popular culture. Harvard professor turned Pied Piper, Timothy Leary, emerged as a messianic guru, and the mass consumption of psychedelics that he advocated led to LSD's prohibition in 1967, to the war on drugs, and to the complete shutdown of all therapeutic use and scientific research involving the substance. These negative developments were not to Albert Hofmann's liking. He was amazed that LSD had been adopted as the drug of choice by the mass counterculture. But once the genie was out of the bottle, the world could never be the same again. LSD had provided a glimpse behind the veil, allowing initiates to perceive the posturing of the ego and the absurdity and pomp of many hierarchical structures. Most importantly, the prohibition and continuing taboo status of LSD prevented the value and true potential of this elixir being fully explored and harnessed. Nearly half a century after its prohibition, research into the psychedelics is cautiously resuming, despite official reluctance, and LSD may, in time, be accorded its rightful preeminence as a therapeutic, cognitive, and spiritual catalyst. Albert Hofmann's deepest wish was that LSD become the modern successor to the potion, itself derived from ergot, used in the Eleusinian mysteries, the most sacred ritual of the Greco-Roman world, which inspired the greatest thinkers of the classical age, and hence, through their ideas, our Western civilization. Perhaps a measure of transcendental awareness may help counterbalance the excesses of our myopic, materialistic, technologically driven worldview, and avert the ideological, ecological, and spiritual nemesis which looms ahead. In the words of Humphrey Osmond, who coined the term psychedelic, meaning mind manifesting, quote, "I believe that psychedelics provide a chance, perhaps only a slender one, for Homo faber, the cunning, ruthless, foolhardy, pleasure-greedy tool-maker, to merge into that other creature whose presence we have so rashly presumed, Homo sapiens, the wise, the understanding, the compassionate, in whose fourfold vision art, politics, science, and religion are one."
At the end of the last introduction, written over 30 years ago, I expressed my hope that the problem child LSD might become a miracle child, if one could learn how to make use of its extraordinary psychic effects. But LSD is still a problem child. After LSD had been used nearly exclusively in medicine and biological research for decades, it entered the drug scene in the 60s. It was for a time the #1 drug in mass consumption, especially in the US, with all the problems associated with this. Following this, the health authorities imposed a draconian prohibition, which also banned the use of LSD and related substances in medical practice, psychiatry, and psychology. This ban is still in place today. Although this is how the medical use of LSD came to a halt, the private use continues with all the dangers and difficulties of a drug forced into illegality. Efforts from psychiatrists petitioning health authorities to again release LSD for medical application have so far been unsuccessful. This is difficult to understand, because the documented experiences show that use in medical settings is safe and that LSD can be beneficial as a supplemental medication in psychiatry. The ban also looks questionable in another light after components similar to LSD were found in sacred Mexican drugs that have been used medicinally for thousands of years. There's a wealth of experience with these substances that should be taken into account. It is no accident that it was LSD which brought these Mexican drugs into my laboratory for chemical analysis. It was the similarity in the psychological effects between these sacred plants and LSD which led the anthropologists and botanists who had explored their use by the Mazatec in the mountains of southern Mexico to hand the chemical analysis to the same laboratory where LSD was discovered. The analysis gave the surprising result that the chemical structure of the components extracted from these plants was related closely to the structure of LSD. This resulted in the important finding that LSD belongs chemically, as well as in its psychological effects, to this group of sacred Mexican drugs. Thus, the adventure of the discovery of LSD found a surprising continuation 15 years later, in the exciting discovery of ancient sacred drugs, the account of which covers a big part of this book.
Translator's Preface. Numerous accounts of the discovery of LSD have been published in English. None, unfortunately, have been completely accurate. Here, at last, the father of LSD details the history of his problem child and his long and fruitful career as a research chemist. In a real sense, this book is the inside story of the birth of the psychedelic age, and it cannot be denied that we have here a highly candid and personal insight into one of the most important scientific discoveries of our time, the significance of which has yet to dawn on humankind. Surpassing its historical value is the immense philosophical import of this work. Never before has a chemist, an expert in the most materialistic of the sciences, advanced a Weltanschauung of such a mystical and transcendental nature. LSD, psilocybin, and the other hallucinogens do indeed, as Albert Hofmann asserts, constitute cracks in the edifice of materialistic rationality, cracks we would do well to explore and perhaps widen. As a writer, it gives me great satisfaction to know that by this book, the American reader interested in hallucinogens will be introduced to the work of Rudolf Gelke, Ernst Jünger, and Walter Vogt, writers who are all but unknown here. With the notable exceptions of Huxley and Wasson, English and American writers on the hallucinogenic experience have been far less distinguished and eloquent than they. This translation has been carefully overseen by Albert Hofmann, which made my task both simpler and more enjoyable. I am beholden to R. Gordon Wasson for checking the chapters on LSD's Mexican relatives and on Ska Maria Pastora for accuracy and style. 2 chapters of this book, How LSD Originated and LSD Experience and Reality, were presented by Albert Hofmann as a paper before the International Conference, Hallucinogens, Shamanism, and Modern Life in San Francisco on the afternoon of Saturday, September 30th, 1978. As a part of the conference proceedings, the first chapter has been published in the Journal of Psychedelic Drugs, Volume 11, 1 through 2, 1979. Jonathon Ott, Vashon Island, Washington.
There are experiences that most of us are hesitant to speak about, because they do not conform to everyday reality and defy rational explanation. These are not particular external occurrences, but rather events of our inner lives, which are generally dismissed as figments of the imagination and barred from our memory. Suddenly, the familiar view of our surroundings is transformed in a strange, delightful, or alarming way. It appears to us in a new light, takes on a special meaning. Such experiences can be as light and fleeting as a breath of air, or it can imprint itself deeply upon our minds. One enchantment of that kind, which I experienced in childhood, has remained remarkably vivid in my memory ever since. It happened on a May morning. I have forgotten the year, but I can still point to the exact spot where it occurred. On a forest path on Martinsberg above Baden, Switzerland. As I strolled through the freshly greened woods, filled with birdsong and lit up by the morning sun, all at once everything appeared in an uncommonly clear light. Was this something I had simply failed to notice before? Was I suddenly discovering the spring forest as it actually looked? It shone with the most beautiful radiance, speaking to the heart as though it wanted to encompass me in its majesty. I was filled with an indescribable sensation of joy, oneness, and blissful security. I have no idea how long I stood there spellbound, but I recall the anxious concern I felt as the radiance slowly dissolved and I hiked on. How could a vision that was so real and convincing, so directly and deeply felt, how could it end so soon? And how could I tell anyone about it, as my overflowing joy compelled me to do, since I knew there were no words to describe what I had seen? It seems strange that I, as a child, had seen something so marvelous, something that adults obviously didn't perceive, for I had never heard them mention it. While still a child, I experienced several more of these deeply euphoric moments on my rambles through forest and meadow. It was these experiences that shaped the main outlines of my worldview and convinced me of the existence of a miraculous, powerful, unfathomable reality that was hidden from everyday sight. I was often troubled in those days, wondering if I would ever, as an adult, be able to communicate these experiences, whether I would have the chance to depict my visions in poetry or paintings. But knowing that I was not cut out to be a poet or artist, I assumed I would have to keep these experiences to myself, important as they were to me. Unexpectedly, though scarcely by chance, much later, in middle age, a link was established between my profession and these visionary experiences from childhood. Because I wanted to gain insight into the structure and essence of matter, I became a research chemist. Intrigued by the plant world since early childhood, I chose to specialize in research on the constituents of medicinal plants. In the course of this career, I was led to the psychoactive, hallucination-causing substances, which under certain conditions can evoke visionary states similar to the spontaneous experiences just described. The most important of these hallucinogenic substances has come to be known as LSD. Hallucinogens, as active compounds of considerable scientific interest, have gained entry into medicinal research, biology, and psychiatry, and later, especially LSD, also obtained wide diffusion in the drug culture. In studying the literature connected with my work, I became aware of the great universal significance of visionary experience. It plays a dominant role not only in mysticism and the history of religion, but also in the creative process in art, literature, and science. More recent investigations have shown that many persons also have visionary experiences in daily life, though most of us fail to recognize their meaning and value. Mystical experiences, like those that marked my childhood, are apparently far from rare. There is today a widespread striving for mystical experience, for visionary breakthroughs to a deeper, more comprehensive reality than that perceived by our rational, everyday consciousness. Efforts to transcend our materialistic worldview are being made in various ways, not only by the adherents of Eastern religious movements, but also by professional psychiatrists who are adopting such profound spiritual experiences as a basic therapeutic principle. I share the belief of many of my contemporaries that the spiritual crisis pervading all spheres of Western industrial society can be remedied only by a change in our worldview. We shall have to shift from the materialistic, dualistic belief that people and their environment are separate toward a new consciousness of an all-encompassing reality which embraces the experiencing ego, a reality in which people feel their oneness with animate nature and all of creation. Everything that can contribute to such a fundamental alteration in our perception of reality must therefore command earnest attention. Foremost among such approaches are the various methods of meditation, either in a religious or in a secular context, which aim to deepen the consciousness of reality by way of a total mystical experience. Another important but still controversial path to the same goal is the use of the consciousness-altering properties of hallucinogenic psychopharmaceuticals. LSD finds such an application in medicine by helping patients in psychoanalysis and psychotherapy to perceive their problems in their true significance. Deliberate provocation of mystical experience, particularly by LSD and related hallucinogens, in contrast to spontaneous visionary experiences, entails dangers that must not be underestimated. Practitioners must take into account the peculiar effects of those substances, namely their ability to influence our consciousness, the innermost essence of our being. The history of LSD to date amply demonstrates the catastrophic consequences that can ensue when its profound effect is misjudged and the substance is mistaken for a pleasure drug. Special internal and external advanced preparations are required. With them, an LSD experience can become a meaningful experience. Wrong and inappropriate use has caused LSD to become my problem child. It is my desire in this book to give a comprehensive picture of LSD, its origin, its effects, and its dangers, in order to guard against increasing abuse of this extraordinary drug. I hope thereby to emphasize possible uses of LSD that are compatible with its characteristic action. I believe that if people would learn to use LSD's vision-inducing capability more wisely, under suitable conditions, in medical practice and in conjunction with meditation, then in the future this problem child could become a wonder child.
In the realm of scientific observation, luck is granted only to those who are prepared. Louis Pasteur. Time and again, I hear or read that LSD was discovered by accident. This is only partly true. LSD came into being within a systematic research program, and the accident, quote unquote, did not occur until much later. When LSD was already 5 years old, I happened to experience its unforeseeable effects in my own body, or rather, in my own mind. Looking back over my professional career to trace the influential events and decisions that eventually steered my work toward the synthesis of LSD, I realized that the most decisive step was my choice of employment upon completion of my chemistry studies. If that decision had been different, then this substance, which has become known the world over, might never have been created. In order to tell the story of the origin of LSD, then, I must also touch briefly on my career as a chemist, since the two developments are inextricably interrelated. In the spring of 1929, on concluding my chemistry studies at the University of Zurich, I joined the Sandoz Company's Pharmaceutical Chemical Research Laboratory in Basel as a co-worker with Professor Arthur Stoll, founder and director of the pharmaceutical department. I chose this position because it afforded me the opportunity to work on natural products, whereas two other job offers from chemical firms in Basel had involved work in the field of synthetic chemistry. First, chemical explorations. My doctoral work at Zurich under Professor Paul Kerrer had already given me one chance to pursue my interest in plant and animal chemistry. Making use of the gastrointestinal juice of the vineyard snail, I accomplished the enzymatic degradation of chitin, the structural material of which the shells, wings, and claws of insects, crustaceans, and other lower animals are composed. I was able to derive the chemical structure of chitin from the cleavage product, a nitrogen-containing sugar obtained by this degradation. Chitin, or maybe it's chitin, I don't know how to say it, turned out to be an analog of cellulose, the structural material of plants. This important result, obtained after only 3 months of research, led to a doctoral thesis rated, quote, with distinction. When I joined the Sandoz firm, the staff of the pharmaceutical chemical department was still rather modest in number. 4 chemists with doctoral degrees worked in research, 3 in production. In Stoll's laboratory, I found employment that completely agreed with me as a research chemist. The objective that Professor Stoll had set for his pharmaceutical chemical research laboratories was to isolate the active principles, i.e. the effective constituents, of known medicinal plants to produce pure specimens of these substances. This is particularly important in the case of medicinal plants whose active principles are unstable or whose potency is subject to great variation, which makes an exact dosage difficult. But if the active principle is available in pure form, it becomes possible to manufacture a stable pharmaceutical preparation exactly quantifiable by weight. With this in mind, Professor Stoll had elected to study plant substances of recognized value, such as the substances from foxglove, digitalis, Mediterranean squill, Scilla maritima, and ergot of rye, Claviceps purpurea, or Scilla succelli cornutum, which, owing to their instability and uncertain dosage, had been little used in medicine. My first years in the Sandoz laboratories were devoted, oh, we're going to get Marty back up there. Ma'am. My first years in the Sandoz laboratories were devoted almost exclusively to studying the active principles of Mediterranean squill. Dr. Walter Kreis, one of Professor Stoll's earliest associates, launched me in this field of research. The most important constituents of Mediterranean squill already existed in pure form. Their active agents, as well as those of woolly foxglove, Digitalis lanata, had been isolated and purified chiefly by Dr. Kreis with extraordinary skill. The active principles of Mediterranean squill belong to the group of cardioactive glycosides. Parenthetically, a glycoside is a sugar-containing substance and serve, as do those of foxglove, in the treatment of cardiac insufficiency. The cardiac glycosides are extremely active substances. Because the therapeutic and toxic doses differ so little, it becomes especially important here to have an exact dosage based on pure compounds. At the beginning of my investigations, the pharmaceutical preparation with Scilla glycosides had already been introduced into therapeutics by Sandoz. However, the chemical structure of these active compounds, with the exception of the sugar portion, remained largely unknown. My main contribution to the Scilla research, in which I participated with enthusiasm, was to elucidate the chemical structure of the common nucleus of Scilla glycosides, showing on the one hand their differences from the digitalis glycosides, and on the other hand their close structural relationship with the toxic principles isolated from skin glands of toads. In 1935, these studies were temporarily concluded. Looking for a new field of research, I asked Professor Stoll to let me continue the investigations on the alkaloids of ergot, which he had begun in 1917 and which had led directly to the isolation of ergotamine in 1918. Ergotamine, discovered by Stoll, was the first ergot alkaloid obtained in pure chemical form. Although ergotamine quickly took a significant place in therapeutics under the trade name Gynergen, as a homeostatic remedy in obstetrics and as a medicament in the treatment of migraine, chemical research on ergot in the Sandoz laboratories was abandoned after the isolation of ergotamine and the determination of its empirical formula. Meanwhile, at the beginning of the 30s, English and American laboratories had begun to determine the chemical structure of ergot alkaloids. They had also discovered a new water-soluble ergot alkaloid, which could likewise be isolated from the mother liquor of ergotamine production. So I thought it was high time that Sandoz resumed chemical research on ergot alkaloids unless we wanted to risk losing our leading role in a field of medicinal research that was already becoming so important. Professor Stoll granted my request with some misgivings. Quote, he said, "I must warn you of the difficulties you face in working with ergot alkaloids. These are exceedingly sensitive, easily decomposed substances, less stable than any of the compounds you have investigated in the cardiac glycoside field, but you're welcome to try." And so the switches were thrown, and I found myself engaged in a field of study that would become the main theme of my professional career. I've never forgotten the creative joy, the eager anticipation I felt in embarking on the study of ergot alkaloids, at that time a relatively uncharted field of research. Ergot. It may be helpful here to give some background information about ergot itself. For further information on ergot, readers should refer to the monographs of G. Barger, Ergot and Ergotism, and Albert Hofmann's Die Mutterkornalkaloid in German. The former is a classical presentation of the history of the drug, while the latter emphasizes the chemical aspects. It is produced by a lower fungus, Claviceps purpurea, that grows parasitically on rye, and to a lesser extent on other species of grain and on wild grasses. Kernels infested with this fungus develop into light brown to violet brown curved pegs, sclerotia, that push forth from the husk in place of normal grains. Ergot is described botanically as a sclerotium, the form that the ergot fungus takes in winter. Ergot of rye, Seal, so Cecily cornutum, is the variety used medicinally. Ergot, more than any other drug, has a fascinating history, in the course of which its role and meaning have been reversed. Once dreaded as a poison, in the course of time it has become a rich storehouse of valuable remedies. Ergot first appeared on the stage of history in the early Middle Ages as the cause of outbreaks of mass poisonings affecting thousands of people at a time. The illness, whose connection with ergot was for a long time obscure, appeared in two characteristic forms. One gangrenous, caused by ergotismus gangrenosus, and the other convulsive, ergotismus convulsivus. Popular names for ergotism, such as mal des ardents, ignis sacer, haliges feuer, or St. Anthony's fire, refer to the gangrenous form of the disease. The patron saint of ergotism victims. The patron saint of ergotism victims was St. Anthony, and it was primarily the Order of St. Anthony that treated these patients. Until recent times, epidemic-like outbreaks of ergot poisoning have been recorded in most European countries, including certain areas of Russia. With progress in agriculture, and since the realization in the 17th century that ergot-containing bread was the cause, the frequency and extent of ergotism epidemics diminished considerably. The last great epidemic occurred in certain areas of southern Russia in the years 1926 to 27. The mass poisoning in the southern French city of Pointe-Saint-Esprit in the year 1951, which many writers have attributed to ergot-containing bread, actually had nothing to do with ergotism. They rather involved poisoning by an organic mercury compound that was utilized for disinfecting seed.
The first mention of the medicinal use of ergot, namely as an ecbolic, a medicament to precipitate childbirth, is found in the herbal of the Frankfurt city physician Adam Launitzer in the year 1582. Although ergot, as Launitzer stated, had been used since olden times by midwives, it was not until 1808 that this drug gained entry into academic medicine, on the strength of a work by the American physician John Stearns entitled Account of the Putvis Parturiens, a Remedy for Quickening Childbirth. The use of ergot as an ecbolic did not, however, endure. Practitioners became aware quite early of the great danger to the child, owing primarily to the uncertainty of dosage, which when too high led to uterine spasms. From then on, the use of ergot in obstetrics was confined to stopping postpartum hemorrhage, bleeding after childbirth. It was not until ergot's recognition in various pharmacopoeias during the first half of the 19th century that the first steps were taken toward isolating the active principles of the drug. However, of all the researchers who essayed this problem during the first 100 years, not one succeeded in identifying the actual substances responsible for the therapeutic activity. In 1907, the Englishmen G. Barger and F. H. Carr were the first to isolate an active alkaloidal preparation, which they named ergotoxin, because it produced more of the toxic than therapeutic properties of ergot. This preparation was not homogeneous, but rather a mixture of several alkaloids, as I was able to show 35 years later. Nevertheless, the pharmacologist H. H. Dale discovered that ergotoxin, besides the uteronic effect, had also an antagonistic activity on adrenaline in the autonomic nervous system that could lead to the therapeutic use of ergot alkaloids. Only with the isolation of ergotamine by A. Stoll, as mentioned previously, did an ergot alkaloid find entry and widespread use in therapeutics. The early 1930s brought a new era in ergot research, beginning with the determination of the chemical structure of ergot alkaloids, as mentioned, in English and American laboratories. By chemical cleavage, W. A. Jacobs and L. C. Craig of the Rockefeller Institute of New York succeeded in isolating and characterizing the nucleus common to all ergot alkaloids. They named it lysergic acid. Then came a major development for both chemistry and for medicine, the isolation of the specifically uteronic hemostatic principle of ergot, which was published simultaneously and quite independently by 4 institutions, including the Sandoz laboratories. The substance, an alkaloid of comparatively simple structure, was named ergobasine, synonymous ergometrine, ergonovine, by A. Stoll and E. Buckert. By the chemical degradation of ergobasine, W. A. Jacobs and L. C. Craig obtained lysergic acid and the amino alcohol propenylamine as cleavage products. I set as my first goal the problem of preparing this alkaloid synthetically. Through chemical linking of the 2 components of ergobasine, lysergic acid, and propenylamine, see structural formulas in the appendix. The lysergic acid necessary for these studies had to be obtained by chemical cleavage of some other ergot alkaloid. Since only ergotamine was available as a pure alkaloid and was already being produced in kilogram quantities in the pharmaceutical production department, I chose this alkaloid as the starting material for my work. I set about obtaining 0.5 grams of ergotamine from the ergot production people. When I sent the internal requisition form to Professor Stoll for his countersignature, he appeared in my laboratory and reproved me. If you want to work with ergot alkaloids, you will have to familiarize yourself with the techniques of microchemistry. I can't have you consuming such a large amount of my expensive ergotamine for your experiments. The ergot production department, besides using ergot of Swiss origin to obtain ergotamine, also dealt with Portuguese ergot, which yielded an amorphous alkaloidal preparation that corresponded to the aforementioned ergotoxin first produced by Barger and Carr. I decided to use this less expensive material for the preparation of lysergic acid. The alkaloid obtained from the production department had to be purified further before it would be suitable for cleavage to lysergic acid. Observations made during the purification process led me to think that ergotoxin could be a mixture of several alkaloids, rather than one homogeneous alkaloid. I will speak later of the far-reaching sequelae of these observations. Here, I must digress briefly to describe the working conditions and techniques that prevailed in those days. These remarks may be of interest to the present generation of research chemists in industry, who are accustomed to far better conditions. We were very frugal. Individual laboratories were considered a rare extravagance. During the first years of my employment with Sandoz, I shared a laboratory with 2 colleagues. We 3 chemists, plus an assistant each, worked in the same room on 3 different fields. Dr. Kreis on cardiac glycosides, Dr. Weidemann, who joined Sandoz around the same time as I, on the leaf pigment chlorophyll, and I ultimately on ergot alkaloids. The laboratory was equipped with 2 fume hoods, compartments supplied with outlets, providing less than effective ventilation by gas flames. When we requested that these hoods be equipped with ventilators, our chief refused on the ground that ventilation by gas flame had sufficed in Wilstadter's laboratory. During the last years of World War I, Professor Stoll had been an assistant in Berlin and Munich to the world-famous chemist and Nobel laureate professor Richard Wilstadter, and with him had conducted the fundamental investigations on chlorophyll and the assimilation of carbon dioxide. There was scarcely a scientific discussion with Professor Stoll in which he did not mention his revered teacher, Professor Willstatter, and his work in Willstatter's laboratory. The working techniques available to chemists in the field of organic chemistry at that time, the beginning of the 30s, were essentially the same as those employed by Justus von Liebig 100 years earlier. The most important development achieved since then was the introduction of microanalysis by B. Pregel, which made it possible to ascertain the elemental composition of a compound with only a few milligrams of specimen, whereas earlier a few centigrams were needed. Of the other physical chemical techniques at the disposal of the chemist today, techniques which have changed his way of working, making it faster and more effective, and created entirely new possibilities, above all for the elucidation of structure. None yet existed in those days. For the investigations of Scylla glycosides and the first studies in the ergot field, I still use the old separation and purification techniques from Liebig's day. Fractional extraction, fractional precipitation, fractional crystallization, and the like. The introduction of column chromatography, the first important step in modern laboratory technique, was of great value to me in later investigations. For structure determination, which today can be conducted rapidly and elegantly with the help of spectroscopic methods, UV, IR, NMR, and X-ray crystallography, we had to rely, in the first fundamental ergot studies, entirely on the old laborious methods of chemical degradation and derivativization.
Lysergic acid and its derivatives. Lysergic acid proved to be rather unstable substance, and its rebonding with basic radicals posed difficulties. In the tech known as Curtis's synthesis, I ultimately found a process that proved useful for combining lysergic acid with amines. With this method, I produced a great number of lysergic acid compounds. By combining lysergic acid with amino alcohol propanolamine, I obtained a compound that was identical to the natural ergot alkaloid ergobasine. With that, the first synthesis, that is, artificial production of an ergot alkaloid, was accomplished. This was not only of scientific interest as confirmation of the chemical structure of ergobasine, but also of practical significance, because ergobasine, the specifically uterotonic and hemostatic principle, is present in ergot only in very trifling quantities. With this synthesis, and other alkaloids existing abundantly in ergot could now be converted into ergobasine, which is valuable in obstetrics. After this first success in the ergot field, my investigations went forward on two fronts. First, I attempted to improve the pharmacological properties of ergobasine by variations of its amino alcohol radical. My colleague, Dr. J. Pear, and I developed a process for the economic production of propanolamine and other amino alcohols. Indeed, by substitution of the propanolamine contained in ergobasine with the amino alcohol butanolamine, an active principle was observed that even surpassed the natural alkaloid in its therapeutic properties. This improved ergobasine as found worldwide application as a dependable utero-hemostatic remedy under the trade name Methergine, and is today the leading medicament in obstetrics. I further employed my synthetic procedure to produce new lysergic acid compounds, for which uterotonic activity was not prominent, but from which, on the basis of their chemical structure, other types of interesting pharmacological properties could be expected. In 1938, I produced the 25th substance in this series of lysergic acid derivatives, lysergic acid diethylamide, abbreviated LSD 25, lyser sour diethylamide, for laboratory usage. I had planned the synthesis of this compound with the intention of obtaining a circulatory and respiratory stimulant and analeptic. Such stimulating properties could be expected from lysergic acid diethylamide because it shows similarities in chemical structures to the analeptic already known by that name, namely nicotinic acid diethylamide choramine. During the testing of LSD in the pharmacological department at Sandoz, whose director at that time was Professor Ernst Rothlin, a strong effect on the uterus was established. It amounted to some 70% of the activity of ergobasine. The research report also noted, in passing, that the experimental animals became restless during the narcosis. The new substance, however, aroused no special interest in our pharmacologists and physicians. Testing was therefore discontinued. For the next 5 years, nothing more was heard of the substance LSD-25. Meanwhile, in my work in the ergot field advanced further in other areas. Through the purification of ergozine, the starting material for lysergic acid, I obtained and already mentioned the impression that this alkaloidal preparation was not homogeneous, but rather a mixture of different substances. This doubt as to the homogeneity of ergotazine was reinforced when its hydrogenated, two distinctly different hydrogenated products were obtained, whereas the homogeneous alkaloid, ergotamine, under the same condition, yielded only a single hydrogenated product. Hydrogenation is introduction of hydrogen. Extended systematic and analytical investigations of the supposed ergotazine mixture led ultimately to the preparation of this alkoidal preparation into 3 homogeneous components. One of the 3 chemically homogeneous ergotazine alkaloid proved to be identical with an alkaloid isolated shortly before in the production department, which A. Stoll and E. Burkhardt had named ergocystine. The other 2 alkaloids were both new. The first one I named ergocornine, and the second, the last to be isolated, which had long remained hidden in the mother liquor, I chose ergocryptine. Cryptos means hidden. Later, it was found that ergocryptine occurs in 2 isomeric forms, which are differentiated as alpha and beta ergocryptine. The solution of the ergozine problem was not merely scientifically interesting, but also had great practical significance. A valuable remedy arose from it. The 3 hydrogenated ergozine alkaloids that I produced in the course of these investigations, dihydroergocystine, dihydroergocryptine, and dihydroergocornine, displayed medicinally useful properties during testing by Professor Rothlin in the pharmaceutical department. From these 3 substances, the pharmaceutical preparation hydrogene was developed, a medicament for improvement of peripheral circulation and cerebral function in the control of geriatric disorders. Hydrogene has proved to be effective remedy in geriatrics in these indicators. Today, it is Sandoz's most important pharmaceutical product. Dihydroergotamine, which I likewise produced in the course of these investigations, has also found application in therapeutics as a circulation and blood pressure stabilizing medicament under the trade name Hydrogot. While today research on important projects is almost exclusively carried out as teamwork, the investigations of ergot alkaloids described above were conducted by myself alone. Even the further chemical steps in the evolution of the commercial preparations remained in my hands. That is, the preparation of larger specimens for clinical trials, and finally the perfection of the first procedures for mass production of methergine, hydrogene, and hydrogot. This even included the analytical controls for the development of the first gallican forms of these preparations, the ampules, liquid solutions, and tablets. My aides at that time included a second laboratory assistant and a laboratory technician. Discovery of the psychedelic effects of LSD. The solution of the ergotazine problem had led to fruitful results described here only briefly, and opened up further avenues of research. And yet, I could not forget the relatively uninteresting LSD-25. A peculiar presentiment, the feeling that this substance could possess properties other than those established in the first investigation, induced me, 5 years after the first synthesis, to produce LSD once again, so that a sample could be given to the pharmaceutical department for further tests. This was quite unusual. Experimental substances, as a rule, were definitely stricken from the research program if once found to be lacking in pharmacological interest. Nevertheless, in the spring of 1943, I repeated the synthesis of LSD. As in the first synthesis, this involved the production of only a few centigrams of the compound. In the final step of the synthesis, during purification and crystallization of lysergic acid diethylamide in the form of tartric, that is tartric acid salt, I was interrupted in my work by unusual sensations. The following description of this incident comes from the report that I sent at this time to Professor Stoll. Last Friday, April 16, 1943, I was forced to interrupt my work in the laboratory in the middle of the afternoon and proceed home, being afflicted by a remarkable restlessness, combined with slight dizziness. At home, I lay down and sank into a not unpleasant intoxicated condition, characterized by extremely stimulated imagination. In a dreamlike state, with eyes closed, I found the daylight to be unpleasantly glaring. I perceived an uninterrupted stream of fantastic pictures, extraordinary shapes with intense kaleidoscopic play of colors. After some 2 hours, this composition faded away. This was altogether a remarkable experience, both in its sudden onset and its extraordinary course. It seemed to have resulted from some external toxic influence. I surmised a connection with the substance I had been working on with at the time, lysergic acid diethylamide tartrate. But this led to another question. How had I managed to absorb this material? Because of the known toxicity of ergot substances, I always maintained meticulous, neat work habits. Possibly a bit of LSD solution that contacted my fingertips during crystallization, and a trace of the substance was absorbed in the skin. If LSD had indeed been the cause of this bizarre experience, then it must be a substance of extraordinary potency. There seemed only one way to get rid of the problem of this. I decided to self-experiment. Exercising extreme caution, I began the planned series of experiments with the smallest quantity that could be expected to produce some effect, considering the activity of the ergot alkaloids known at the time, namely 0.5 milligrams. That equals a milligram 1,000th of a gram of lysergic acid diethylamide tartrate. Quoted below is the entry from this experiment in my laboratory journal on April 19th, 1943. Self-experiments. April 19th, 1943, 16 hours, 20 minutes, 0.5 cubic centimeters of 1/2 promil aqueous solution of dimethyl tartrate orally equals 0.25 milligrams tartrate, taken diluted with about 10 centimeters of water. Tasteless. Time, 1700 hours. Beginning dizziness. Feeling of anxiety. Visual distortions. Symptoms of paralysis. Desire to laugh. Supplemental of 421. Home by bicycle from around 1800 hours to 20 hours with severe crisis. See special report. Here are the notes in my laboratory journal. 6. I was able to write the last words only with the greatest difficulty. By now, it was already clear to me that LSD had been the cause of the remarkable experiences of the previous Friday, for the altered perceptions were of the same type as before, only much more intense. I had to struggle to speak intelligibly. I asked my library assistant, who was informed of the self-experiment, to escort me home. We went by bicycle, no automobile being available of wartime restrictions on their use. On the way home, my condition began to assume threatening proportions. Everything in my field of vision wavered and was distorted, as if seen in a curved mirror. I also had the sensation of being unable to move from the spot. Nevertheless, my assistant later told me we had traveled very rapidly. Finally, we arrived at home, safe and sound. I was just as barely capable of asking my companion to summon our family doctor and request milk for the neighbors. In spite of my delirious, bewildered condition, I had brief periods of clear and effective thinking and chose milk as a non-specific antidote for poisoning. The dizziness and sensation of fainting became so strong at times, I could no longer hold myself erect and had to lie down on the sofa. My surroundings had now transformed themselves into more terrifying ways. Everything in the room spun around, and the familiar objects and pieces of furniture assumed grotesque, threatening forms. They were in continuous motion, animated, as if driven by an inner restlessness. The lady next door, whom I scarcely recognized, brought me milk. In the course of the evening, I drank more than 2 liters. She was no longer Mrs. R, but rather a malevolent, insidious witch with a colored mask. Even worse than these demonic transformations of the outer world were the alterations I perceived in myself, in my ever inner being. Every exertion of my will, every attempt to put an end to the disintegration of the outer world and the dissolution of my ego seemed to be wasted effort. A demon had invaded me and taken possession of my body, mind, and soul. I jumped up and screamed, trying to free myself from him, but then sank down again and lay helpless on the sofa. The substance which I had wanted to experiment had vanquished me. It was the demon that scornfully triumphs over my will. I was seized by the dreadful fear of going insane. I was taken to another world, another place, another time. My body seemed to be without sensation, lifeless, strange. Was I dying? Was this the transition? At times, I believed myself to be outside of my body, and then perceived clearly, as an outside observer, the complete tragedy of my situation. I had not even taken leave of my family. My wife, with our 3 children, had traveled that day to visit her grandparents in Lucerne. Would they ever understand that I had not experimented thoughtlessly, irresponsibly, but rather with the utmost caution, and that as a result was in no way foreseeable? My fear and despair intensified, not only because a young family would lose its father, but also because I dreaded leaving my chemical research work, which meant so much to me, unfinished in the midst of a fruitful, promising development. Another reflection took place, an ideal full of bitter irony. If I was now forced to leave this world prematurely, it was because of this lysergic acid diethylamide that had myself brought it forth into the world. By the time the doctor arrived, the climax of my deposit condition had already passed. My laboratory assistant informed him my self-experiment, as I was not yet able to formulate a coherent sentence. He shook his head in perplexity. After my attempts to describe the moral danger that threatened my body, he could detect no abnormal symptoms other than extremely dilated pupils. Pulse, blood pressure, breathing, all were normal. He saw no reason to prescribe any medication. Instead, he conveyed me to my bed and stood watch over me. Slowly, I came back from weird, unfamiliar world to reassuring everyday reality. The horror softened and gave way to a feeling of good fortune and gratitude. The normal perceptions and thoughts returned, and I became more confident that the danger of insanity was conclusively past. Now, little by little, I could begin to enjoy the unprecedented colors and plays of shapes that persisted behind my closed eyes. Kaleidoscopic, fantastic images surged on me, alternating, variegated, opening and then closing themselves in circles and spirals, exploding in colored fountains, rearranged and hybridizing themselves in a constant flux. It was particularly remarkable how every acoustic perception, such as the sound of a door handle or the passing of an automobile, became transformed into optical perceptions. Every sound generated a vivid, changing image with its own consistent form and color. Late in the evening, my wife returned from Lucerne. Someone had informed her by telephone that I was suffering a mysterious breakdown. She had returned home at once, leaving the children behind with their parents. By now, I had recovered myself sufficiently to tell her what had happened. Exhausted, then I slept, to awaken the next morning refreshed, with clear head, though still somewhat tired physically. A sensation of well-being and renewed life flowed through me. Breakfast tasted delicious and gave me extraordinary pleasure. When I later walked into the garden, in which the sun shone down after a spring rain, everything glistened and sparkled in a fresh light. The world was as if newly created. All my senses vibrated in the condition of highest sensitivity, which persisted for the day. This self-experiment showed that LSD behaved as a psychoactive substance with extraordinary potency and properties. There was, to my knowledge, no other known substance that evoked such profound psychic effects in such extremely low doses that caused dramatic changes in human consciousness and our experience of the inner and outer world. What seemed even more significant was that I could remember the experience of LSD inebriation in every detail. This could only mean that the conscious recording function was not interrupted, even in the climax of the LSD experience, despite the profound breakdown in the normal worldview. For the entire duration of the experiment, I had been aware of participating in an experiment, but despite this recognition of my condition, I could not, with every exertion of my will, shake off the LSD world. Everything was experienced as completely real, alarmingly reality. Alarming because the picture of the other familiar everyday reality was still preserved in the memory of the comparison. Another surprising aspect of LSD was the ability to produce such far-reaching, powerful state of inebriation without giving a hangover. Quite the contrary. On the day after the LSD experience, I felt myself to be, as already described, in excellent physical and mental condition. I was aware that LSD, a new active compound with such properties would have use in pharmacology, in neurology, and especially psychiatry, and that it would attract the interest of concerned specialists. But at that time, I had no inkling that the new substance would also come to be used beyond medical science, as an inebriant in the drug sense. Since my self-experiment had revealed LSD in its terrifying demonic aspect, the last thing I could have expected was that this substance would ever find application as anything approaching a pleasure drug. I failed, moreover, to recognize the meaningful connection between LSD inebriation and spontaneous visionary experience until much later, after further experiments, which were carried out with far lower doses and under different conditions. The next day, I wrote Professor Stoll the above-mentioned report about my extraordinary experience with LSD-25 and sent a copy to the director of the pharmacological department, Professor Rothman. As expected, the first reaction was incredulous astonishment. Instantly, a telephone call came from the management. Professor Stoll asked, "Are you certain you made no mistake in weighing? Is the stated dose really correct?" Professor Rothman also called, asking the same question. I was certain at this point, for I had executed the weighing and the dosage with my own hands. Yet their doubts were justified to some extent. Until then, no known substance had displayed even the slightest psychic effect in fractions of a milligram dose. An active compound of such potency seemed almost unbelievable. Professor Rothman himself and his two colleagues were the first to repeat my experiment with only 1/3 the dose I had utilized. But even at that level, the effects were still extremely impressive and quite fantastic. All doubts about the statement in my report were eliminated.
Chapter 2, LSD and Animal Experiments and Biological Research. After the discovery of the extraordinary psychic effects, the substance LSD-25, which 5 years earlier had been excluded from further investigations after the first trials on animals, was again admitted into the series of experimental preparations. Most of the fundamental studies on animals were carried out by Dr. Aurelio Cerletti in the Sandoz Pharmacological Department, headed by Professor Rothman. Before a new active substance can be investigated in systematic clinical trials with human subjects, extensive data on its effects and side effects must be determined in pharmacological tests on animals. These experiments must assay the assimilation and elimination of the particular substance in organisms, and above all, its tolerance and relative toxicity. Only the most important reports on animal experiments with LSD, and those intelligible to the layperson, will be reviewed here. It would greatly exceed the scope of this book if I attempted to mention all the results of several hundred pharmacological investigations which have been conducted all over the world in connection with the fundamental work on LSD in the Sandoz laboratories. Animal experiments reveal little about the mental alterations caused by LSD because psychic effects are scarcely determinable in lower animals, and even in the more highly developed, they can be established only to a limited extent. LSD produces its effects above all in the sphere of the higher and highest psychic and intellectual functions. It is therefore understandable that specific reactions to LSD can be expected only in higher animals. Several psychic changes cannot be established in animals because even if they should be occurring, the animal could not give them expression. Thus, only relatively heavy psychic disturbances expressing themselves in the altered behavior of research animals become discernible. Quantities that are substantially higher than the effective dose of LSD in human beings are therefore necessary, even in higher animals like cats, dogs, and apes. While the mouse under LSD shows only motor disturbances and alterations in licking behavior, in the cat we see, besides vegetative symptoms like bristling of the hair, piloerection, and salivation, indications that point to the existence of hallucinations. The animals stare anxiously in the air, and instead of attacking the mouse, the cat leaves it alone or will even stand in fear before the mouse. One could also conclude that the behavior of dogs that are under the influence of LSD involves hallucinations. A caged community of chimpanzees reacts very sensitively if a member of the tribe has received LSD. Even though no changes appear in this single animal, the whole cage gets in an uproar because the LSD chimpanzee no longer observes the laws of its finely coordinated hierarchic tribal order. Of the remaining animal species on which LSD was tested, only aquarium fish and spiders need be mentioned here. In the fish, unusual swimming postures were observed, and in the spiders, alterations in web building were apparently produced by LSD. At very low optimum doses, the webs were even better proportioned and more exactly built than normally. However, with higher doses, the webs were badly and rudimentarily made. How toxic is LSD? The toxicity of LSD has been determined in various animal species. A standard for the toxicity of substance is the LD50, or the median lethal dose, that is, the dose with which 50% of the treated animals die. In general, it fluctuates broadly according to the animal species, and so it is with LSD. The LD50 for the mouse amounts to 50 to 60 milligrams per kilogram intravenously, that is 50 to 60 thousandths of a gram of LSD per kilogram of animal weight upon injection of an LSD solution into the veins. In the rat, the LD50 drops to 16.5 milligrams per kilogram, and in rabbits to 0.3 milligrams per kilogram. One elephant given 0.297 grams of LSD died after a few minutes. The weight of this animal was determined to be 5,000 kilograms, which corresponds to a lethal dose of 0.06 milligrams per kilogram, or 0.06 thousandths of a gram per kilogram of body weight. Because this involves only a single case, this value cannot be generalized, but we can at least deduce from it that the largest land animal reacts proportionally very sensitively to LSD, since the lethal dose in elephants must be some 1,000 times lower than in the mouse. Most animals die from a lethal dose of LSD by respiratory arrest. The minute doses that cause death in animal experiments may give the impression that LSD is a very toxic substance. However, if one compares the lethal dose in animals with the effective dose in human beings, which is 0.0003 to 0.001 milligrams per kilogram, or 0.003 to 0.001 thousandths of a gram per kilogram of body weight, this shows an extraordinarily low toxicity for LSD. Only a 300 to 600-fold overdose of LSD compared to the lethal dose in rabbits, or fully a 50,000 to 100,000-fold overdose in comparison to the toxicity in the mouse, would have fatal results in human beings. These comparisons of relative toxicity are, to be sure, only understandable as estimates of orders of magnitude. For the determination of the therapeutic index, that is, the ratio between the effective and the lethal dose, is only meaningful within a given species. Such a procedure is not possible in this case because the lethal dose of LSD for humans is not known. To my knowledge, there have not as yet occurred any casualties that are a direct consequence of LSD poisoning. Numerous episodes of fatal consequences attributed to LSD ingestion have indeed been recorded, but these were accidents, even suicides, that may be attributed to the mentally disoriented condition of LSD intoxication. The danger of LSD lies not in its toxicity, but rather in its unpredictability of its psychic effects. Some years ago, reports appeared in the scientific literature and also in the lay press alleging that damage to chromosomes or the genetic material had been caused by LSD. These effects, however, have been observed in only a few individual cases. Subsequent comprehensive investigations of a large, statistically significant number of cases, however, showed that there was no connection between the chromosomal anomalies and LSD medication. The same applies to reports about fetal deformities that had allegedly been produced by LSD. In animal experiments, it is indeed possible to induce fetal deformities through extremely high doses of LSD, which lie well above the doses used in human beings. But under these conditions, even harmless substances produce such damage. Examination of reported individual cases of human fetal deformities reveals, again, no connection between LSD use and such injury. If there had been any such connection, it would long since have attracted attention, for several million people by now have taken LSD. Pharmacological properties of LSD. LSD is absorbed easily and completely through the gastrointestinal tract. It is therefore unnecessary to inject LSD except for special purposes. Experiments on mice with radioactively labeled LSD have established that intravenously injected LSD disappeared down to a small vestige very rapidly from the bloodstream and was distributed throughout the organism. Unexpectedly, the lowest concentration is found in the brain. It's concentrated here in certain centers of the midbrain that play a role in the regulation of emotion. Such findings give indications as to the localization of certain psychic functions in the brain. The concentration of LSD in the various organs attains maximum values 10 to 15 minutes after injection, then falls off again swiftly. The small intestine, in which the concentration attains the maximum within 2 hours, constitutes an exception. The elimination of LSD is conducted for the most part up to some 80% through the intestine via liver and bile. Only 1 to 10% of the elimination product exists as unaltered LSD. The remainder is made up of various transformation products. As the psychic effects of LSD persist even after it can no longer be detected in the organism, we must assume that LSD is not active as such, but that it rather triggers certain biochemical, neurophysiological, and psychic mechanisms that provoke the inebriated condition and continue in the absence of the active principle. LSD stimulates centers of the sympathetic nervous system in the midbrain, which leads to pupillary dilatation, increase in body temperature, and rise in the blood sugar level. The uterine constricting activity of LSD has already been mentioned. An especially interesting pharmacological property of LSD, discovered by J.H. Gadam in England, is its serotonin blocking effect. Serotonin is a hormone-like substance occurring naturally in various organs of warm-blooded animals. Concentrated in the midbrain, it plays an important role in the propagation of impulses in certain nerves, and therefore in the biochemistry of psychic functions. The distribution of natural functioning of serotonin by LSD was for some time regarded as an explanation of its psychic effects. However, it was soon shown that even certain derivatives of LSD, compounds in which the chemical structure of LSD is slightly modified, that exhibit no hallucinogenic properties, inhibit the effects of serotonin just as strongly or yet more strongly than unaltered LSD. The serotonin blocking effect of LSD thus does not suffice to explain its hallucinogenic properties. LSD also influences neurophysiological functions that are connected with dopamine, which is, like serotonin, a naturally occurring hormone-like substance. Most of the brain centers receptive to dopamine become activated by LSD, while the others are yet depressed. As yet, we do not know the biochemical mechanisms through which LSD exerts its psychic effects. Investigations of the interactions of LSD with brain factors like serotonin and dopamine, however, are examples of how LSD can serve as a tool in brain research in the study of the biochemical processes that underlie psychic function. Chapter 3, Chemical Modifications of LSD. When a new type of active compound is discovered in pharmaceutical chemical research, whether by isolation from a plant drug or from animal organs or through synthetic production, as in the case of LSD, then the chemist attempts, through alterations in its molecular structure, to produce new compounds with similar, perhaps improved activity or with other valuable active properties. We call this process a chemical modification of this type of active substance. Of the approximately 20,000 new substances that are produced annually in the pharmaceutical chemical research laboratories of the world, the overwhelming majority are modification products of proportionally few types of active compounds. The discovery of a really new type of active substance, new with regard to chemical structure and pharmacological effect, is a rare stroke of luck. Soon after the discovery of the psychic effects of LSD, 2 workers were assigned to join me in carrying out the chemical modification of LSD on a broader basis and in further investigations in the field of ergot-alkaloids. The work on the chemical structure of ergot-alkaloids of the peptide type, to which ergotamine and the alkaloids of the ergotoxine group belong, continued with Dr. Theodor Petrozilka. Working with Dr. Franz Troxler, I produced a great number of chemical modifications of LSD. And we attempted to gain further insights into the structure of lysergic acid, for which the American researchers had already proposed a structural formula. In 1949, we succeeded in correcting this formula and specifying the valid structure of this common nucleus of all ergot-alkaloids, including, of course, LSD. The investigations of the peptide alkaloids of ergot led to the complete structural formulas of these substances, which we published in 1951. Their correctness was confirmed through the total synthesis of ergotamine, which was realized 10 years later in collaboration with 2 younger workers, Dr. Albert J. Frey and Dr. Hans Ott. Another co-worker, Dr. Paul A. Stadler, was largely responsible for the development of this synthesis into a process practicable on an industrial scale. The synthetic production of peptide ergot alkaloids using lysergic acid obtained from special cultures of the ergot fungus in tanks has great economic importance. This procedure was used to produce the starting material for the medicaments hydrogene and dihydroergot. Now we return to the chemical modifications of LSD. Many LSD derivatives were produced since 1945 in collaboration with Dr. Troxler, but none proved hallucinogenically more active than LSD. Indeed, the very closest relatives proved themselves essentially less active in this respect. There are 4 different possibilities of spatial arrangement of atoms in the LSD molecule. They are differentiated in technical language by the prefix iso and the letters D and L. Besides LSD, which is more precisely designated as D-lysergic acid diethylamide, I've also produced and likewise tested in self-experiments the 3 other spatially different forms, namely D-isolysergic acid diethylamide, or iso-LSD, L-lysergic acid diethylamide, L-LSD, and L-isolysergic acid diethylamide, L-iso-LSD. The last 3 forms of LSD showed no psychic effects up to a dose of 0.5 milligrams, which corresponds to a 20-fold quantity of a still distinctly active dose of LSD. A substance very closely related to LSD, the monoethylamide of lysergic acid, or LAE23, in which an ethyl group is replaced by a hydrogen atom on the diethylamide residue of LSD, proved to be some 10 times less psychoactive than LSD. The hallucinogenic effect of this substance is also qualitatively different. It is characterized by a narcotic component. This narcotic effect is yet more pronounced than lysergic acid amide, LA111, in which both ethyl groups of LSD are displaced by hydrogen atoms. These effects, which I established in comparative self-experiments with LA111 and LAE32, were corroborated by subsequent clinical investigations. 15 years later, we encountered lysergic acid amide, which had been produced synthetically for these investigations, as a naturally occurring active principle of the Mexican magic drug Oluluki. In a later chapter, I shall deal more fully with this unexpected discovery. Certain results of the chemical modification of LSD proved valuable to medicinal research. LSD derivatives were found that were only weakly or not at all hallucinogenic, but instead exhibited other effects of LSD to an increased extent. Such an effect of LSD and its blocking effect on the neurotransmitter serotonin, referred to previously in this discussion of the pharmacological properties of LSD. As serotonin plays a role in allergic inflammatory responses and also in the generation of migraine, a specific serotonin blocking substance was of great significance to medicinal research. We therefore searched systematically for LSD derivatives without hallucinogenic effects, but with the highest possible activity as serotonin blockers. The first such active substance was found in bromo-LSD, which has become known in medicinal biological research under the designation BOL-148. In the course of our investigations on serotonin antagonist, Dr. Troxler produced in the sequel yet stronger and more specifically active compounds. The most active entered the medicinal market as a medicament for the treatment of migraine under the trademark Desiril, or in English-speaking countries as Sansert.
Werner A. Stoll, a son of Professor Arthur Stoll, who led this research, published his results in 1947 in the Schweizer Archiv für Neurologie und Psychiatrie under the title Lysergsäure Diethylamide, ein Fantastikum aus der Mutterkorngruppe, Lysergic Acid Diethylamide, a Fantasticum from the ergot group. The tests involved healthy research subjects as well as schizophrenic patients. The dosages, substantially lower than in my first self-experiment with 0.25 milligrams LSD tartrate, amounted to only 0.02 to 0.13 milligrams. The emotional state during the LSD inebriation was here predominantly euphoric, whereas in my experiment, the mood was marked by grave side effects resulting from overdosage and, of course, fear of the uncertain outcome. This fundamental publication, which gave a scientific description for all the basic features of LSD inebriation, classified in the new active principle as a fantasticum. However, the question of therapeutic application of LSD remained unanswered. On the other hand, the report emphasized the extraordinarily high activity of LSD, which corresponds to the activity of trace substances occurring in the organism that are considered to be responsible for certain mental disorders. Another subject discussed in this first publication was the possible application of LSD as a research tool in psychiatry, which follows from its tremendous psychic activity. First, self-experiment by a psychiatrist. In his paper, W.A. Stoll also gave a detailed description of his own personal experiment with LSD. Since he was the first self-experimented published by a psychiatrist, and since it describes many characteristic features of LSD inebriation, it is interesting to quote extensively from the report. I warmly thank the author for kind permission to republish this extract. At 8 o'clock, I took 60 micrograms of LSD. Some 20 minutes later, the first symptoms appeared. Heaviness in the limbs, slight atactic, that means confused, uncoordinated symptoms. A subjectively very unpleasant phase of general malaise followed in a parallel with the drop in blood pressure registered by the examiners. A certain euphoria then set in, though it seemed weaker to me than experiences in an earlier experiment. The ataxia increased and I went sailing around the room with large strides. I felt somewhat better, but was glad to lie down. Afterward, the room was darkened. There followed an unprecedented experience of unimaginable intensity that kept increasing in strength. It was characterized by an unbelievable profusion of optical hallucinations that appeared and vanished with great speed to make way for countless new images. I saw profusion of circles, vortices, sparks, showers, crosses, and spirals in constant racing flux. The images appeared to stream in on me predominantly from the center of the visual field or out of the lower left edge. When a picture appeared in the middle, the remaining field of vision was simultaneously filled up with a vast number of similar visions. All were colored, bright, luminous, red, yellow, and green predominated. I never managed to linger on any picture. When the supervisor of the experiment emphasized my great fantasies, the richness of my statements, I could only react with a sympathetic smile. I knew, in fact, that I could not retain, much less describe, more than a fraction of the pictures. I had to force myself to give a description. Terms such as fireworks or kaleidoscopic were poor and inadequate. I felt that I had to immerse myself more and more deeply into this strange and fascinating world in order to allow the exuberance, the unimaginable wealth to work on me. At first, the hallucinations were elementary: rays, bundle of rays, rain, rings, vortices, loops, sprays, clouds, etc. Then more highly organized visions also appeared: arches, rows of arches, a sea of roofs, desert landscapes, terraces, flickering fire, starry skies of unbelievable splendor. The original, more simple images continued in the midst of these more highly organized hallucinations. I remember the following images in particular: a succession of towering Gothic walls, an endless choir of which I could not see lower portions, a landscape of skyscrapers reminiscent of pictures of the entrance to New York Harbor, house towers staggered behind and beside one another with innumerable rows of windows. Again, the foundation was missing. a system of masts and ropes which reminded me of a reproduction of painting seen the previous day, the inside of a circus tent, an evening sky of an imaginable pale blue over the dark roofs of a Spanish city. I had a peculiar feeling of anticipation, was full of joy, and decidedly ready for the adventure. All at once, the stars flared up, amassed, and turned to a dense rain of stars and sparks that streamed toward me. City and sky had disappeared. I was in a garden, saw brilliant red, yellow, and green lights falling through a dark trelliswork, an indescribably joyous experience. It was significant that all the images consisted of countless repetitions of the same elements, many sparks, many circles, many arches, many windows, many fires, etc. I never saw isolated images, but always duplications of the same image, endlessly repeated. I felt myself one with all romanticists and dreamers, thought of E.T.A. Hofmann, saw the maelstrom of Poe. Even though at the time I had read Poe, his description seemed exaggerated. Often I seemed to stand at the pinnacle of artistic experience. I luxuriated in the colors of the altar of Isenheim and knew the euphoria and exaltation of an artistic vision. I must also have spoken again and again of modern art. I thought of abstract pictures, with all at once I seemed to understand. Then again, there were impressions of an extreme trashiness, both in their shapes and their color combinations. The most garish, cheap, modern lamp ornaments and sofa pillows came into my mind. The train of thought was quickened, but I had the feeling the supervisor of the experiment could still keep up with me. Of course, I knew intellectually that I was rushing him. At first, I have descriptions rapidly at hand. With the increasingly frenzied piece, it became impossible to think a thought through to the end. I must have only started many sentences. When I tried to restrict myself to specific subjects, the experiment proved most unsuccessful. My mind would even focus, in a certain sense, on contrary images of a mountain. I assumed that I had accurately estimated the elapsed time, but did not take the matter very seriously. Such questions did not interest me in the slightest. My state of mind was consciously euphoric. I enjoyed the condition, was serene, and took a most active interest in the experience. From time to time, I opened my eyes. The weak red light seemed mysterious, much more than before. The busily writing research supervisor appeared to me to be very far away. Often I had peculiar bodily sensations. I believed my hands to be attached to some distant body, but was not certain whether it was my own. After termination of the first dark experiment, I strolled away about in the room a bit, was unsure on my legs, and again felt less well. I became cold and was thankful that the research supervisor covered me with a blanket. I felt unkempt, unshaven, and unwashed. The room seemed strange and broad. Later, I squatted on a high stool, thinking all at the while that I sat there like a bird on the roost. The supervisor emphasized my own wretched appearance. He seemed remarkably graceful. I myself had small, finely formed hands. As I washed them, it was happening a long way from me, somewhere down below on the right. It was questionable, but utterly unimportant, whether there were my own hands. In the landscape outside, well known to me, many things appeared to have changed. Besides the hallucinations, I could now see the real as well. Later, this was no longer possible, although it remained aware that reality was otherwise. A barracks and the garage standing before it to the left suddenly changed to a landscape of ruins shattered to pieces. I saw wall wreckage and projection beams inspired undoubtedly by the memory of the war events in this region. In a uniform, extensive field, I kept seeing figures which I tried to draw, but could get no farther than the crudest beginnings. I saw an extremely opulent sculptural ornamentation in constant metamorphosis, in continuous flux. I was reminded of every possible foreign culture, saw Mexican, Indian motifs. Between a grating of small beams and tendrils appeared like caricatures, idols, masks, strangely mixed, all of a sudden with childish drawings of people. The tempo was slackened compared to the dark experiment. The euphoria had now vanished. I became depressed, especially during the second dark experiment which followed. Whereas during the first dark experiment, the hallucinations had alternated with great rapidity in bright and luminous colors, now blue, violet, and dark green prevailed. The movement of larger images was slower, milder, quieter, although even these were composed of finely raining elemental dots which streamed and whirled about quickly. During the first dark experiment, the commotion had frequently intruded upon me. Now it often led distinctly away from me into the center of the picture, where a sucking mouth appeared. I saw grottos with fantastic erosions and stalactites, reminding me of the child's book Im Wunderreiche des Bergkönigs, in the wondrous realm of the Mountain King. Serene systems of arches rose up. On the right-hand side, a row of shed roofs suddenly appeared. I thought of an evening ride homeward during military service. Significantly, it involved a homeward ride. There was no longer anything like departure or love adventure. I felt protected and well enveloped by motherliness, was in peace. The hallucinations were no longer exciting, but instead mild and attenuated. Somewhat later, I had the feeling of possessing the same motherly strength. I perceived an inclination, a desire to help, and behaved then in an exaggeratedly sentimental and trashy manner where medical ethics are concerned. I realized this and was able to stop. But the depressed state of mind remained. I tried again and again to see bright and joyful images, but to no avail. Only dark blue and green patterns emerged. I longed to imagine bright fire as in the first dark experiment, and I did see fires. However, they were sacrificial fires on the gloomy battlement of a citadel on a remote autumnal heath. Once I managed to behold a bright ascending multitude of sparks, but a half altitude, it transformed myself into a group of silently moving spots from a peacock's tail. During the experiment, I was very impressed that my state of mind and the type of hallucinations harmonized so constantly and uninterruptedly. During the second dark experiment, I observed that random noises and also noises intentionally produced by the supervisor of the experiment provoked simultaneous changes in the optical impressions, synesthesia. In the same manner, pressure on the eyeball produced alterations of visual perceptions. Toward the end of the second dark experiment, I began to watch for sexual fantasies, which were, however, totally absent. In no way could I experience sexual desire. I wanted to imagine a picture of a woman, only a crude, modern, primitive sculpture appeared. It seemed completely unerotic, and its forms were immediately replaced by agitated circles and loops. After the second dark experiment, I felt benumbed and physically unwell. I perspired, was exhausted. I was thankful to not to have to go to the cafeteria for lunch. The laboratory assistant who brought us the food appeared to me small and distant, of the same remarkable daintiness as the supervisor of the experiment. Sometime around 3 p.m., I felt better so that the supervisor could pursue his work. With some effort, I managed to take notes myself. I sat at the table, wanted to read, but could not concentrate. Once I seemed to myself like a shape from a surrealistic picture whose limbs were not connected with the body, but were rather painted somewhere close by. I was depressed and thought with interest of the possibility of suicide. With some terror, I apprehended that such thoughts were remarkably familiar to me. It seemed singularly self-evident that a depressed person commits suicide. On the way home and in the evening, I was again euphoric, brimming with the experience of the morning. I had experienced unexpected, impressive things. It seemed to me that a great epoch of my life had been crowded into a few hours. I was tempted to repeat the experiment. The next time I was careless in my thinking and conduct, had great trouble concentrating, was apathetic. The casual, slightly dreamlike condition persisted into the afternoon. I had great trouble reporting in any organized way on a simple problem. I felt a growing general weariness and increasing awareness that I had now returned to everyday reality. The second day after the experiment brought an irresolute state. Mild but distinct depression was experienced during the following week, a feeling which of course could be related only indirectly to LSD.
Hi, this is Paul Summergrad, and I'm pleased to join this reading of Albert Hofmann's book on the 77th anniversary of his serendipitous discovery of the effects of LSD. As Pasteur said, chance favors the prepared mind, and clearly Hofmann's mind was prepared. The psychic effects of LSD. The picture of the activity of LSD obtained from these first investigations was not new to science. It largely matched the commonly held view of mescaline, an alkaloid that had been investigated as early as the turn of the century. Mescaline is the active, psychoactive constituent of a Mexican cactus, Lophophora williamsi, synonym Anhelonium lewini. The cactus has been eaten by American Indians ever since pre-Columbian times and is still used today as a sacred drug in religious ceremonies. In his monograph, Fantasica, it's been amply described the history of this drug called peyote by the Aztecs. The alkaloid mescaline was isolated from the cactus by A. Hefter in 1896, and in 1919 its chemical structure was elucidated and was produced synthetically by E. Spath. It was the first hallucinogen, or fantasticum, as this type of active compound was described by Lewin, to become available as a pure substance, permitting the study of chemically induced changes of sensory perceptions, mental illusions, hallucinations, and alterations of consciousness. In the 1920s, extended experiments with mescaline were carried out on animal and human subjects and described comprehensively by K. Berenger in his book, Der Mescalrausch, from Berlin in 1927. Because these investigations failed to indicate any applications of mescaline in medicine, interest in this active substance waned. With the discovery of LSD, hallucinogen research received a new impetus. The novelty of LSD, as opposed to mescaline, was its high activity, lying in a different order of magnitude. The active dose of mescaline is 0.2 to 0.5 grams, and that's comparable to 0.00002 to 0.0001 grams of LSD. In other words, LSD is some 5 to 10,000 times more active than mescaline. LSD's unique position among the psychopharmaceuticals is not only due to its high activity in a quantitative sense. The substance also has a qualitative significance. It manifests a high specificity, that is, an activity aimed specifically at the human psyche. It can be assumed, therefore, that LSD affects the highest control centers of the psychic and intellectual functions. The psychic effects of LSD, which are produced by such minimal quantities of material, are too meaningful and too multiform to be explained by toxic alterations of brain function. If LSD acted only through a toxic effect on the brain, then LSD experiences would be entirely psychopathological in meaning without any psychological or psychiatric interest. On the contrary, it's likely that the activity of nerve connections, it's likely that the alterations of nerve conductivity and influence on the activity of nerve connection synapses, which have been experimentally demonstrated, play an important role. This could mean that an influence is being exerted on the extremely complex system of cross connections and synapses between the many billions of brain cells, the system on which the higher psychic and intellectual functions depend. This would be a promising area to explore in the search for an explanation of LSD's radical efficacy. The nature of LSD's activity could lead to numerous possibilities of medicinal psychiatric uses, as W.A. Stoll's groundbreaking studies had already shown. Sandoz therefore made the new substance available to research institutes and physicians as an experimental drug, giving it the trade name Dilicid, diethylamide, which I had proposed. The printed prospectus below describes possible applications of this kind and voices the necessary precautions. Dilicid, LSD 25. D-lysergic acid diethylamide tartrate, sugar-coated tablets containing 0.025 milligrams, 25 micrograms, ampules of 1 ml containing 0.1 milligram, 100 micrograms for oral administration. The solution may also be injected subcutaneously or intravenously. The effect is identical with that of oral administration, but sets in more rapidly. Properties: the administration of very small doses of Dilicid, 1/2 to 2 micrograms per kilogram of body weight, results in transitory disturbances of affect, hallucinations, depersonalization, reliving of repressed memories, and mild neurovegetative symptoms. The effect sets in after 30 to 90 minutes and generally lasts 5 to 12 hours. However, intermittent disturbances of affect may occasionally persist for several days. Method of administration. For oral administration, the contents of 1 ampule of Dilicid are diluted with distilled water, a 1% solution of tartaric acid, or halogen-free tap water. The absorption of the solution is somewhat more rapid and more constant than that of the tablets. Ampules which have not been opened, which have been protected against light and stored in a cool place, are stable for an unlimited period. Ampules which have been opened or diluted solutions retain their effectiveness for 1 to 2 days if stored in a refrigerator. Indications and dosage. A, analytical psychotherapy, to elicit release of repressed material and provide mental relaxation, particularly in anxiety states and obsessional neuroses. The initial dose is 25 micrograms, 1/4 of an ampule or 1 tablet. The dose is increased at each treatment by 25 micrograms until the optimum dose, usually between 50 and 200 micrograms, is found. The individual treatments are best given at intervals of 1 week. Experimental studies on the nature of psychosis. By taking Dilicid himself, the psychiatrist is able to gain an insight into the world of ideas and sensations of mental patients. Dilicid can also be used to induce model psychoses of short duration in normal subjects, thus facilitating studies in the pathogenesis of mental disease. In normal subjects, doses of 25 to 75 micrograms are generally sufficient to produce a hallucinatory psychosis on an average 1 microgram per kilogram of body weight. In certain forms of psychosis and in chronic alcoholism, higher doses are necessary, 2 to 4 micrograms per kilogram of body weight. Precautions. Pathological mental conditions may be intensified by Dilicid. Particular caution is necessary in subjects with a suicidal tendency and in those cases where a psychotic development appears imminent. The psychoactive liability and the tendency to commit impulsive acts may occasionally last for some days. Dilicid should only be administered under strict medical supervision. The supervision should not be discontinued until the effects of the drug have completely worn off. Antidote. The mental effects of Dilicid can be rapidly reversed by the IM administration of 50 milligrams of chlorpromazine. Literature available on request. Sandoz Limited, Basel, Switzerland. The use of LSD in analytical psychotherapy is based mainly on the following psychic effects. In LSD inebriation, the accustomed worldview undergoes a deep-seated transformation and disintegration. Connected with this is a loosening or even suspension of the I-U barrier. Patients who are bogged down in an egocentric problem cycle can thereby be helped to release themselves from their fixation and isolation. The result can be an improved rapport with the doctor and a greater susceptibility to psychotherapeutic influence. The enhanced susceptibility under the influence of LSD works towards the same goal. Another significant psychotherapeutically valuable characteristic of LSD inebriation is the tendency of long forgotten or suppressed contents of experience to appear again in consciousness. Traumatic events which are sought in psychoanalysis may then become accessible to psychotherapeutic treatment. Numerous case histories tell of experiences from even the earliest childhood that were vividly recalled during psychoanalysis under the influence of LSD. This does not involve an ordinary recollection, but rather a true reliving, not a reminiscence, but rather a reviviscence, as the French psychiatrist Jean Delay has formulated it. LSD does not act as a true medicament, rather it plays the role of a drug aid in the context of psychoanalytic and psychotherapeutic treatment, and it serves to channel the treatment more effectively and to shorten its duration. It can fulfill this function in two particular ways. In one procedure, which was developed in European clinics and given the name psycholytic therapy, moderately strong doses of LSD are administered in several successive sessions at regular intervals. Subsequently, the LSD experiences are worked out in group discussions and in expression therapy by drawing and painting. The term psycholytic therapy was coined by Ronald A. Sanderson, an English therapist of Jungian orientation and a pioneer of clinical LSD research. The root lysis or lytic signifies the dissolution of tension or conflicts in the human psyche. In the second procedure, which is the favored treatment in the United States, a single very high LSD dose, 0.3 to 0.6 milligrams, is administered after correspondingly intensive psychological preparation of the patients. This method, described as psychedelic therapy, attempts to induce a mystical religious experience through the shock effects of LSD. This experience can then serve as a starting point for restructuring and curing of the patient's personality in the accompanying psychotherapeutic treatment. The term psychedelic, which can be translated as mind manifesting or mind expanding, was introduced by Humphrey Osmond, a pioneer of LSD research in the United States. LSD's apparent benefits as a drug auxiliary in psychoanalysis and psychotherapy are derived from properties diametrically opposed to the effect of tranquilizer-type psychopharmaceuticals. Whereas tranquilizers tend to cover up the patient's problems and conflicts, reducing their apparent gravity and importance, LSD makes them more exposed and more intensely experienced. This clear recognition of problems and conflicts makes them, in turn, more susceptible to psychotherapeutic treatment. The suitability and success of LSD in psychoanalysis and psychotherapy are still a subject of controversy in professional circles. The same could be said, however, of other procedures employed in psychiatry, such as electroshock, insulin therapy, or psychosurgery, procedures that entail, moreover, a far greater risk than the use of LSD, which under suitable conditions can be considered practically safe. Because forgotten or repressed experiences under the influence of LSD may become conscious with considerable speed, the treatment can be correspondingly shortened. To some psychiatrists, however, this reduction of the therapy's duration is a disadvantage. They are of the opinion that this precipitation leaves the patient insufficient time for psychotherapeutic working through. The therapeutic effect, they believe, persists for a shorter time than when there is a gradual treatment, including a slow process of becoming conscious of the traumatic experiences. Psycholytic and especially psychedelic therapy require thorough preparation of the patient for the LSD experience to avoid his or her being frightened by the unusual and unfamiliar. Only then is a positive interpretation of the experience possible. The selection of patients is also important, since not all types of psychic disturbance respond equally well to these methods of treatment. Successful use of LSD-assisted psychoanalysis and psychotherapy presupposes specific knowledge and experience. In this respect, self-examination by psychiatrists, as W.A. Stoll has pointed out, can be most useful. They provide the doctors with direct insight based on firsthand experience into the strange world of LSD inebriation and make it possible for them to truly understand these phenomena in their patients, to interpret them properly, and to take full advantage of them. The following pioneers in the use of LSD as a drug aid to psychoanalysis and psychotherapy deserve to be named in the front rank: A.K. Bush and W.C. Johnson, S. Cohn and A.H. Abramson, H. Osmond and A. Hoffer in the United States, R.A. Sanderson in England, W. Frederking and H. Lerner in Germany, and G. Rubicek and S. Grof in Czechoslovakia. The second indication for LSD cited in the Sandoz perspective on Delicid concerns its use in experimental investigations on the nature of psychosis. This arises from the fact that extraordinary psychic states are experimentally produced by LSD in healthy research subjects and are similar to many manifestations of certain mental disturbances. In the early days of LSD research, it was often claimed that LSD inebriation had something to do with a type of model psychosis. This idea was dismissed, however, because extended comparative investigations showed that there were essential differences between the manifestations of psychosis and the LSD experience. With the LSD model, nevertheless, it is possible to study deviations from the normal psychic and mental condition and to observe the biochemical and electrophysiological alterations associated with them. Perhaps we shall thereby gain new insights into the nature of psychosis. According to certain theories, various mental disturbances could be produced by psychotoxic metabolites that have power, even in minimal quantities, to alter the function of brain cells. LSD represents a substance that certainly does not occur in the human organism, but whose existence and activity let it seem possible that abnormal metabolic products could exist that even in trace amounts could produce mental disturbances. As a result, the conception of a biochemical origin of certain mental disturbances has received broader support, and research in this direction has been stimulated. One medicinal use of LSD that touches on fundamental ethical questions is its administration to the dying. This practice arose from observation in American clinics that especially severe painful conditions of cancer patients, which no longer respond to conventional pain-relieving medication, could be alleviated or completely abolished by LSD. Of course, this does not involve an analgesic effect in the true sense. The diminution of pain sensitivity may rather occur because patients under the influence of LSD are psychologically so dissociated from their bodies that physical pain no longer penetrates their consciousness. In order for LSD to be effective in such cases, it is crucial that patients be prepared and instructed about the kinds of experiences and transformations that await them. In many cases, it is proved beneficial for either a member of the clergy or a psychotherapist to guide the patient's thoughts in a religious direction. Numerous case histories tell of patients who have gained meaningful insights about life and death on their deathbeds as freed from pain and LSD ecstasy and reconciled to their fate. They face their earthly demise fearlessly and in peace. The hitherto existing knowledge about the administration of LSD to the terminally ill has been summarized and published by S. Grof and J. Halifax in their book, The Human Encounter with Death, E.P. Dutton, New York, 1977. The authors, together with E. Cast, S. Cohn, and W. A. Ponke, are among the pioneers of this application of LSD. The most recent comprehensive publication on the use of LSD in psychiatry, Realms of the Human Unconscious, Observations from LSD Research, the Viking Press, New York, 1975, likewise comes from the Czech psychiatrist who has emigrated to the United States. This book offers a critical evaluation of the LSD experience from the viewpoint of Freud and Jung, as well as of existential analysis, and that would be Stanislav Grof. Thank you very much for the opportunity to join you on this anniversary and at this time of such great suffering and challenge for the entire world.
Chapter 5, From Remedy to Inebriant. During the first years after its discovery, LSD brought me the same happiness and gratification that any pharmaceutical chemist would feel on learning that a substance he or she produced might possibly develop into a valuable medication. For the creation of new remedies is the goal of a pharmaceutical chemist's research activity. Therefore, and therein lies the meaning of his or her work. non-medical use of LSD. The joy of having fathered LSD was tarnished after more than 10 years of uninterrupted scientific research and medicinal use, when LSD was swept up in the huge wave of an inebriant mania that began to spread over the Western world, above all the United States, at the end of the 1950s. It was strange how rapidly LSD adopted its new role as inebriant and for a time became the #1 inebriating drug, at least as far as publicity was concerned. The more its use as an inebriant was disseminated, bringing an upsurge in the number of untoward incidents caused by careless, medically unsupervised use, the more LSD became a problem child for me and for the Sandoz firm. It was obvious that a substance with such fantastic effects on mental perception and on the experience of the outer and inner world would also arouse interest outside medical science. But I'd not expected that LSD, with its unfathomably uncanny, profound effects, so unlike the character of a recreational drug, would ever find worldwide use as an inebriant. I'd expected curiosity and interest on the part of artists outside of medicine, performers, painters, and writers, but not among people in general. After the scientific publications around the turn of the century on mescaline, which, as has already been mentioned, evokes psychic effects quite like those of LSD, use of the compound remained confined to medicine and to experiments within artistic and literary circles. I'd expected the same fate for LSD. And indeed, the first non-medical self-experiments with LSD were carried out by writers, painters, musicians, and other intellectuals. LSD sessions had reportedly provoked extraordinary aesthetic experiences and granted new insights into the essence of the creative process. Artists were influenced in their creative work in unconventional ways. A particular type of art developed that has become known as psychedelic art. It comprises creations produced under the influence of LSD and other psychedelic drugs. Whereas the drugs acted as stimulus and source of inspiration. The standard publication in the field is the book by Robert E. Masters and Gene Houston, Psychedelic Art. Works of psychedelic art are not created while the drug is in effect, but only afterwards, the artist being inspired by these experiences. As long as the inebriated condition lasts, creative activity is impeded, if not completely halted. The influx of images is too great and is increasing too rapidly to be portrayed and fashioned. An overwhelming vision paralysis activity. Artistic productions arising directly from LSD inebriation, therefore, are mostly rudimentary in character and deserve consideration, not because of their artistic merit, but because they're a type of psychoprogram, which offers insight into the deepest mental structures of the artist, activated and made conscious by LSD. This was demonstrated later in a large-scale experiment by the Munich psychiatrist Richard P. Hofmann, in which 30 famous painters took part. He published the results in his book, Painting from Spheres of the Unconscious, Artists' Experiments with LSD. LSD experiments gave new impetus to exploration into the essence of religious and mystical experience. Religious scholars and philosophers discussed the question of whether the religious and mystical experiences, often discovered in LSD sessions, were genuine, that is, comparable to spontaneous mystico-religious enlightenment. This non-medical yet earnest phase of LSD research, at times in parallel with the medical research, at times following it, was increasingly overshadowed at the beginning of the 1960s as LSD use spread with epidemic-like speed through all social classes as a sensational, inebriating drug in the course of the inebriate mania in the United States. The rapid rise of drug use, which had its beginnings in this country about 20 years ago, was not, however, a consequence of the discovery of LSD, as superficial observers often declared. Rather, it had deep-seated sociological causes: materialism, alienation from nature through industrialization and increasing urbanization, lack of satisfaction in professional employment in a mechanized, lifeless working world, ennui and purposelessness in a wealthy, saturated society, and lack of a religious, nurturing, and meaningful philosophical foundation of life. The essence of LSD was even regarded by the drug enthusiasts as a predestined coincidence. It had to be discovered precisely at this time in order to bring help to people suffering under the modern conditions. It's not surprising that LSD first came into circulation as an inebriating drug in the United States, the country in which industrialization, urbanization, and mechanization, even of agriculture, was most broadly advanced. These are the same factors that led to the origin and growth of the hippie movement that developed simultaneously with the LSD wave. Two cannot be disassociated. It would be worth investigating to what extent the consumption of psychedelics furthered the hippie movement, and conversely. The spread of LSD from medicine and psychiatry into the drug scene was introduced and expedited by publications on sensational LSD experiments that, although they were carried out in psychiatric clinics and universities, were not then reported in scientific journals, but rather in magazines and daily papers, greatly elaborated. Reporters made themselves available as guinea pigs. Sidney Katz, for example, participated in an LSD experiment in the Saskatchewan Hospital in Canada under the supervision of noted psychiatrists. His experiences, however, were not published in a medical journal. Instead, he described them in an article entitled "My 12 Hours as a Madman" in the magazine Maclean's, Canada's national magazine, colorfully illustrated in fanciful fullness of detail. The widely distributed German magazine Quick, in its issue 12 of the 21st of March of 1954, reported a sensational eyewitness account on a daring scientific experiment by the painter Wilfrid Zeller, who took, quote, a few drops of lysergic acid, unquote, in his university psychiatric clinic. Of the numerous publications of this type that have made effective lay propaganda for LSD, it is sufficient to cite just one more example: a large-scale illustrated article in Look magazine of September 1959, entitled, quote, "The Curious Story Behind the New Cary Grant," unquote. It must have contributed enormously to the diffusion of LSD consumption. The famous movie star had received LSD in a respected clinic in California in the course of a psychotherapeutic treatment. He informed the Look reporter that he'd sought inner peace his whole life, but yoga, hypnosis, and mysticism had not helped him. Only the treatment with LSD had made him a new, self-strengthened man, so that after 3 frustrating marriages, he now believed himself really able to love and to make a woman happy. The evolution of LSD from remedy to inebriating drug was, however, primarily promoted by the activities of Dr. Timothy Leary and Dr. Richard Alpert of Harvard University. In a later section, I'll come to speak in more detail about Dr. Leary and my meetings with this personage who has become known worldwide as an apostle of LSD. Books also appeared on the US market in which the fantastic effects of LSD were reported more fully. Here, only two of the most important will be mentioned: Exploring Inner Space by Jane Dunlap and Myself and by Constance Newland. Although in both cases, LSD was used within the scope of a psychiatric treatment, the authors addressed their books, which became bestsellers, to the broad public. In her book subtitled The Intimate and Completely Frank Record of One Woman's Courageous Experiment with Psychiatry's Newest Drug, LSD-25, Constance A. Newland described in intimate detail how she'd been cured of frigidity. After such avowals, one can easily imagine that many people would want to try the wondrous medicine for themselves. The mistaken opinion created by such reports that it would be sufficient simply to take LSD in order to accomplish such miraculous effects and transformations in oneself soon led to broad diffusion of self-experimentation with the new drug. Objective, informative books about LSD and its problems also appeared, such as the excellent work by the psychiatrist Dr. Sidney Cohen, The Beyond Within, in which the dangers of careless use are clearly exposed. This, however, had no power to stop the LSD epidemic. As LSD experiments were often carried out in ignorance of the uncanny, unforeseeable, profound effects, and without medical supervision, they frequently came to a bad end. With increasing LSD consumption in the drug scene, there came an increase in horror trips, LSD experiments that led to disoriented conditions and panic, often resulting in accidents and even crime. The rapid rise of non-medicinal LSD consumption at the beginning of the 60s was also partly attributable to the fact that the drug laws then current in most countries did not include LSD. For this reason, drug users changed from the legally prescribed narcotics to the still legal substance LSD. Moreover, the last of the Sandoz patents for the production of LSD expired in 1963, removing a further hindrance to the illegal manufacture of the drug. The rise of LSD in the drug scene caused our firm a non-productive, laborious burden. National control laboratories and health authorities requested statements from us about chemical and pharmacological properties, stability, toxicity of LSD, and analytical models for its detection in confiscated drug samples, as well as in the human body in blood and urine. This brought a voluminous correspondence which expanded in connection with inquiries from all over the world about accidents, poisonings, criminal acts, and so forth, resulting from misuse of LSD. All of this meant enormous unprofitable difficulties, which the business management of Sandoz regarded with disapproval. Thus, it happened one day that Professor Stoll, managing director of the firm at the time, said to me reproachfully, "I would rather you had not discovered LSD." At the time, I was now and then again assailed by doubts whether this valuable pharmacological and psychic effects of LSD might be outweighed by its dangers and possible injuries due to misuse. Would LSD become a blessing for humanity or a curse? This I often asked myself when I thought about my problem child. My other preparations, methergine, dihydroergotamine, and hydrogene, caused me no such problems and difficulties. They were not problem children, lacking extravagant properties leading to misuse. They have developed in a satisfying manner to therapeutically valuable medicines. The publicity about LSD attained its high points in the years 1964 to 1966, not only with regard to enthusiastic claims about the wondrous effects of LSD by drug fanatics and hippies, but also to reports of accidents, mental breakdowns, criminal acts, murders, and suicides under the influence of LSD. A veritable LSD hysteria reigned. Heading: Sandoz stops LSD distribution. In view of this situation, the management of Sandoz was forced to make a public statement on the LSD problem and to publish accounts of the corresponding measures that had been taken. The pertinent letter, dated August 23rd, 1965, by Dr. A. Cerletti, at the time director of the pharmaceutical department of Sandoz, is reproduced below. Decision regarding LSD 25 and other hallucinogenic substances. More than 20 years have lapsed since the discovery by Albert Hofmann of LSD 25 in the Sandoz laboratories. Whereas the fundamental importance of this discovery may be assessed by its impact on the development of modern psychiatric research, it must be recognized that it placed a heavy burden of responsibility on Sandoz, the owner of this product. The finding of a new chemical with outstanding biological properties, apart from the scientific success implied by its synthesis, is usually the first decisive step towards profitable development of a new drug. In the case of LSD, however, it soon became clear, despite the outstanding properties of this compound, or rather, because of the very nature of these qualities, even though LSD was fully protected by Sandoz's own patents since the time of its first synthesis in 1938, the usual means of practical exploitation could not be envisaged. On the other hand, all the evidence obtained following the initial studies in animals and humans carried out in the Sandoz research laboratories pointed to the important role that this substance could play as an investigational tool in neurological research and in psychiatry. It was therefore decided to make LSD available free of charge to qualified experimental and clinical investigators all over the world. This broad research approach was assisted by the provision of any necessary technical aid, and in many instances, also by financial support. An enormous amount of scientific documents, published mainly in the international biochemical and medical literature, and systematically listed in the Sandoz bibliography on LSD, as well as in the catalog of literature on diethylamide, periodically edited by Sandoz, gives vivid proof of what had been achieved by following this line of policy over nearly 2 decades. By exercising this kind of nobile officium in accordance with the highest standards of medical ethics, with all kinds of self-imposed precautions and restrictions, it was possible for many years to avoid the danger of abuse, i.e., use by people neither competent nor qualified, which is always inherent in a compound with exceptional CNS activity. In spite of all our precautions, cases of LSD abuse have occurred from time to time in varying circumstances, completely beyond the control of Sandoz. Very recently, this danger has increased considerably, and in some parts of the world has reached the scale of a serious threat to public health. This state of affairs has now reached a critical point for the following reasons. 1, a worldwide spread of misconceptions of LSD has been caused by an amount of publicity aimed at provoking an active interest in lay people by means of sensational stories and statements. Number 2, in most countries, no adequate legislation exists to control and regulate the production and distribution of substances like LSD. Number 3, the problem of availability of LSD, once limited on technical grounds, has fundamentally changed with the advent of mass production of lysergic acid by fermentation procedures. Since the last patent on LSD expired in 1963, it is not surprising to find that an increasing number of dealers in fine chemicals are offering LSD from unknown sources at the high price known to be paid by LSD fanatics. Taking into consideration all of the above-mentioned circumstances and the flood of requests for LSD, which has now become uncontrollable, the pharmaceutical management of Sandoz has decided to stop immediately all further production and distribution of LSD. The same policy will apply to all derivatives or analogs of LSD with hallucinogenic properties, as well as to psilocybin, psilocine, and their hallucinogenic congeners. For a while, the distribution of LSD and psilocybin was stopped completely by Sandoz. Most countries had subsequently proclaimed strict regulations, including possession, distribution, and use of hallucinogens, so that physicians, psychiatric clinics, and research institutes, if they could produce a special permit to work with these substances from their respective national health authorities, could again be supplied with LSD and psilocybin. In the United States, the National Institutes of Mental Health, NIMH, undertook the distribution of these agents to licensed research institutes. All these legislative and official precautions, however, made little influence on LSD consumption in the drug scene, yet on the other hand, hindered and continue to hinder medical, psychiatric use and LSD research in biology and neurology, because many researchers dread the red tape that's connected with the procurement of a license for the use of LSD. The bad reputation of LSD, its depiction as, quote, insanity drug, unquote, and, quote, a satanic invention, unquote, constitutes a further reason why many doctors shunned use of LSD in their psychiatric practice. In the course of recent years, the uproar of publicity about LSD has quieted, and the consumption of LSD as an inebriate has also diminished, as far as can be concluded from the rare reports about accidents and other regrettable occurrences following LSD ingestion. It may be that the decrease of LSD accidents, however, is not simply due to a decline in LSD consumption. Possibly the recreational users, with time, have become more aware of the particular effects and dangers of LSD and more cautious in their use of the drug. Certainly, LSD, which was for a time considered in the Western world, above all in the United States, number one inebriant, has relinquished this leading role to other inebriants such as hashish and the habituating, even physically destructive drugs like heroin and amphetamine. The last mentioned drugs represent an alarming sociological and public health problem today.
Psychotic reactions. Like the other hallucinogens, however, LSD is dangerous in an entirely different sense. While the psychic and physical dangers of the addicting narcotics, the opiates, the amphetamines, and so forth, appear only with chronic use, the possible danger of LSD exists in every single experiment. This is because severe disoriented states can appear during any LSD inebriation. It is true that though careful preparation of the experiment and the experimenter, such episodes can be largely avoided, but they cannot be excluded with certainty. LSD crisis resembles psychotic attacks with a manic or depressive character. In the manic, hyperactive condition, feeling of omnipotence or invulnerability can lead to serious casualties. Such accidents have occurred when the inebriated person is confused in this way, believing themselves to be invulnerable, walked in front of a moving automobile, or jumped out of a window in the belief that they were able to fly. This type of LSD casualty, however, is not so common as one might be led to think on the basis of reports that were sensationally exaggerated by the mass media. Nevertheless, such reports must serve as serious warnings. On the other hand, a report that made the rounds worldwide in 1966 about an alleged murder committed under the influence of LSD cannot be true. The suspect, a young man in New York accused of having killed his mother-in-law, explained at his arrest immediately after the fact that he knew nothing of the crime and that he had been on an LSD trip for 3 days. But an LSD inebriation, even with the highest dose, lasts no longer than 12 hours, and repeated ingestion leads to tolerance, which means the extra doses are ineffective. Besides, LSD inebriation is characterized by the fact that the person remembers exactly what he or she was experiencing. Presumably, the defendant in this case expected leniency for extenuating circumstances, owing to unsoundness of mind. The danger of a psychotic reaction is especially great if LSD is given to someone without his or her knowledge. This was demonstrated in an episode that took place soon after the discovery of LSD, during the first investigation with the new substance in Zurich University Psychiatric Clinic, when people were not yet aware of the dangers of such jokes. A young doctor whose colleagues had slipped LSD into his coffee as a lark wanted to swim across Lake Zurich during the winter at 20 below 0 Celsius and 4 below 0 Fahrenheit, when he had to be prevented by force. There's a different danger when the LSD-induced disorientation exhibits a depressive rather than manic character. In the course of such an LSD experiment, frightening visions, death, agony, or the fear of becoming insane can lead to a threatening psychic breakdown or even to suicide. Here, the LSD trip becomes a horror trip. The demise of Dr. Olson, who had been given LSD without his knowledge in the course of U.S. Army drug experiments, and who then committed suicide by jumping from a window, caused a particular sensation. His family could not understand how a quiet, well-adjusted man could have been driven to this deed. Not until 15 years later, when the secret documents about the experiments were published, did they learn the true circumstances, whereupon the President of the United States publicly apologized to the defendants. Publisher's note: years later, Dr. Frank Olson was revealed to be a CIA officer, and the circumstances around his death are still mysterious. For an excellent history of the CIA's involvement with LSD, see Acid Dreams by Martin Lee and Bruce Shalin, Grover Press, 1985. The conditions for the positive outcome of an LSD experiment with little possibility of psychotic derailment reside on the one hand in the individual, and the other hand in the external milieu of the experiment. The internal personal factors are called set, and the external conditions setting. The beauty of a living room or an outdoor location is perceived with particular force because the highly stimulated sense organs during LSD inebriation, and such an amenity has a substantial influence on the course of the experiment. The persons present, their appearance, their traits, they're also part of the setting that determines the experience. The acoustic milieu is equally significant. Even harmless noise can turn to torment, and conversely, lovely music can develop into an euphoric experience. With LSD experiments in ugly or noisy surroundings, however, there is a greater danger of a negative outcome, including psychotic crisis. The machine and appliance world of today offers much scenery, and all types of noise that could very well trigger a panic during enhanced sensibility. Just as meaningful as the external milieu of the LSD experience, if not more important, is the mental condition of the experimenters, their state of mind, their attitude with the drug experience, and their expectations associated with it. Even unconscious feelings of happiness or fear can have an effect. LSD tends to intensify the actual psychic state. A feeling of happiness can be heightened to bliss. A depression can deepen to despair. LSD is thus the most inappropriate means imaginable for curing a depressive state. It is dangerous to take LSD in a disturbed, unhappy frame of mind or in a state of fear. The probability that the experiment will end in a psychic breakdown is quite high. Among persons with unstable personality structures tending to psychotic reactions, LSD experimentations ought to be completely avoided. Here, an LSD shock by releasing a latent psychosis can produce a lasting mental injury. The psyche of a very young person should also be considered as unstable, in the sense of not having yet matured. In any case, the shock of such a powerful stream of new and strange perceptions and feelings, such as engendered by LSD, endangers the sensitive, still developing psychoorganism. Even the medical use of LSD in youths under 18 years of age in the scope of psychoanalytic or psychotherapeutic treatment is discouraged in professional circles, correctly so, in my opinion. Juveniles, for the most part, still lack a secure, solid relationship to reality. Such a relationship is needed before the dramatic experience of a new dimensions of reality can be meaningfully integrated into the worldview. Instead of leading to a broadening and deepening of reality consciousness, such an experience in adolescence will lead to an insecurity and a feeling of being lost. Because the freshness of sensory perception in youth and the still unlimited capacity for experience, spontaneous visionary experiences occur much more frequently than later in life. For this reason as well, psychostimulating agents should not be used by juveniles. Even in healthy adult persons, even with adherence to all of the preparatory and protective measures discussed, an LSD experiment can fail, causing psychotic reactions. Medical supervision is therefore earnestly to be recommended, even for non-medical LSD experiments. This should include an experimentation of the state of health before the experiment. The doctor need not be present at the session. However, medical help should at all times be readily available. Acute LSD psychosis can be cut short and brought under quick control and reliably by injection of chloromazepine or another sedative of this type. The presence of a familiar person who can request medical help in the event of an emergency is also an indispensable psychological assurance. Although the LSD inebriation is characterized mostly by an immersion in the individual inner world, a deep need for human contact sometimes arises, especially in depressive phases.
LSD from the black market. Non-medicinal LSD consumption can bring dangers of an entirely different type than hitherto discussed, for most of the LSD offered in the drug scene is of unknown origin. LSD preparations from the black market are unreliable when it comes to both quality and dosage. They rarely contain the declared quantity, but mostly have less LSD, or often none at all, and sometimes even too much. In many cases, other drugs or even poisonous substances are sold as LSD. These observations were made in our laboratory upon analysis of a great number of LSD samples from the black market. They coincide with the experiences of national drug control departments. The unreliability and the strength of LSD preparations on the illicit drug market can lead to dangerous overdoses. Okay, next. Well, how do I get the next page here? This is often proved to be the cause of failed LSD experiments that led to severe psychic and physical breakdowns. God, I hope I'm still on the same page. Does that sound right? Alleged fatal LSD poisoning, however, have yet to be confirmed. Close scrutiny of such cases invariably established other causative factors. The following case, which took place in 1970, is cited as an example of the possible dangers of black market LSD. We received for investigation from the police a drug powder distributed as LSD. It came from a young man who was admitted to the hospital in critical condition and whose friend had also ingested this preparation and died as a result. Analysis showed that the powder contained no LSD, but rather the very poisonous alkaloid strychnine. If most black market LSD preparations contain less than the stated quantity, and often no LSD at all, the reason is either deliberate falsification or the great instability of the substance. LSD is very sensitive to air and light. It is oxidatively destroyed by the oxygen in the air and transformed into an inactive substance under the influence of light. This must be taken into account during the synthesis and especially during the production of stable, storable forms of LSD. Claims that LSD may easily be prepared or that every chemistry student in a half-decent laboratory is capable of producing it, that's untrue. Procedures for synthesis of LSD have indeed been published and are accessible to everyone. With these detailed procedures in hand, chemists, chemists would be able to carry out the synthesis provided they had pure lysergic acid at their disposal. In its possession today, however, is subject to the same strict regulations as LSD. In order to isolate LSD in pure crystalline form from the reaction solution, and in order to produce stable preparations, however, special equipment and not easily acquired specific experiences are required, owing, as was stated previously, to the great instability of this substance. Only in completely oxygen-free ampules protected from light is LSD absolutely stable. Such ampules containing 100 micrograms, which is 0.1 milligram, LSD tartrate or tartaric acid salt of LSD in 1 cc of aqueous solution were produced for biological research and medicinal use by Sandoz firm. LSD in tablets prepared with additives that inhibit oxidation, while not absolutely stable, at least keeps for a longer time. But LSD preparations often found on the black market. LSD has been applied in solution onto sugar cubes or blotting paper, will decompose in the course of weeks or a few months. With such a highly potent substance as LSD, the correct dosage is of paramount importance. Here, the tenet of Paracelsus holds good. The dose determines whether a substance acts as a remedy or as a poison. A controlled dosage, however, is not possible with preparations from the black market, whose active strength is in no way guaranteed. One of the greatest dangers of non-medicinal LSD experiments lies, therefore, in the use of such preparations of unknown provenance. The case of Dr. Leary. Dr. Timothy Leary, who has become known worldwide in his role of drug apostle, had an extraordinarily strong influence on the diffusion of illegal LSD consumption in the United States. On the occasion of a vacation in Mexico in the year 1960, Leary had eaten the legendary sacred mushrooms, which he had purchased from a shaman. During the mushroom inebriation, he entered into a state of mystico-religious ecstasy, which he described as the deepest religious experience of his life. From then on, Dr. Leary, who at the time was a lecturer in psychology at Harvard University in Cambridge, Massachusetts, dedicated himself totally to research on the effects and possibilities of the use of psychedelic drugs. Therefore, together with his colleague, Dr. Richard Alpert, he started various research projects at the university in which LSD and psilocybin, isolated by us in the meantime, were employed. The reintegration of convicts into society, the production of mystico-religious experiences in theologians and members of the clergy, and the furtherance of creativity in artists and writers with the help of LSD and psilocybin were tested with scientific methodologists. Even persons like Aldous Huxley, Arthur Koestler, and Allen Ginsberg participated in these investigations. Particular consideration was given to the question, to what degree mental preparation and expectation of the subjects, along with external milieu of the experiment itself, are able to influence the course and character of the states of psychedelic inebriation. In January of 1963, Dr. Leary sent me a detailed report of these studies, in which he enthusiastically imparted the positive results obtained and gave expression abilities of such use of these states and of these active compounds. At the same time, Sandoz received an inquiry about the supply of 100-gram LSD and 25-kilogram psilocybin, signed by Dr. Timothy Leary from the Harvard University Department of Social Relations. The requirement for such an enormous quantity of the stated amount that actually corresponds to 1 million doses of LSD and 2.5 million doses of psilocybin, and investigations to tissue, organ, and animal studies. We made the supply of these substances contingent upon the production of an import license on behalf of the US health authorities. Immediately, we received the order for the stated quantities of LSD and psilocybin, but without the required import license. Dr. Leary signed for this order, but no longer as lecturer at Harvard University, founded the International Federation for Internal Freedom, or IFIF, because in addition, our inquiry to the appropriate dean of Harvard University had shown that the university authorities did not approve of the continuation of the research project by Leary and Alpert, and we canceled our offer upon return of the deposit. Shortly thereafter, Dr. Leary and Alpert were discharged from the teaching staff at Harvard University because of these investigations, at first conducted in an act. The experiments had turned into LSD parties. The LSD trip. LSD is a ticket to an adventurous journey into new worlds of mental and physical experience among academic youth, spreading rapidly from Harvard to other universities. Leary's doctrine that LSD not only served to find the divine and to discover the self, but indeed was the most potent aphrodisiac ever discovered, surely contributed quite decisively to the rapid propagation of LSD consumption among the younger generation. Playboy, Leary said that the intensification of sexual experience and the potential of sexual ecstasy by LSD was one of the chief reasons for the LSD boom. After his expulsion from Harvard University, Leary was completely transformed from a psychology lecturer pursuing his research into the messiah of the psychedelic movement. He and his friends of the IFIF founded a psychedelic research center in lovely scenic. I received a personal invitation from Dr. Leary to participate in a top-level planning session in psychedelic drugs, scheduled to take place in August of 1963 there. I would gladly have accepted this grand invitation, in which I was offered reimbursement for travel expenses and free lodging in order to learn from personal observation the methods, operation, and the entire atmosphere of such a psychedelic research center, about which contradictory to somewhat extent, very remarkable reports were then circulating. Unfortunately, professional obligations kept me at that moment from flying to Mexico to get a picture at first hand of the controversial enterprise. The Zihuatanejo Research Center did not last long. Leary and his adherents were expelled from the country by the Mexican government. Leary, however, who had now become not only the Messiah, but also the martyr of the mystico-religious experiences in theologians and members of the clergy. Oh, did I go to the wrong page? Wait a second. Martyr. Leary was the martyr of the psychedelic movement, and he soon received help from the young New York millionaire William Hitchcock, who made a manorial house on his large estate in Millbrook, New York, available to Leary as a new home and his headquarters. Millbrook was also the home of another foundation for the psychedelic transcendental way of life, the Castalia Foundation. On a trip to India in 1965, Leary was converted to Hinduism. In the following year, he founded a religious community, the League for Spiritual Discovery, whose initials give the abbreviation LSD. Leary's proclamation to youth, condensed in his famous slogan, "Turn on, tune in, drop out," became a central dogma of the hippie movement. Leary is one of the founding fathers of the hippie cult. The last of these three precepts, drop out, was the challenge to escape from the bourgeois life, to turn one's back on society, to give up school, studies, and employment, and to dedicate oneself wholly to the true inner universe, the study of one's own nervous system after one is tall, went beyond the psychological and religious domain to assume social and political significance. It is therefore understandable that Leary not only became one of the founding fathers of the hippie cult, he became the enfant terrible of the university, and among his academic colleagues of psychology and psychiatry, and he also earned the wrath of the political authorities. He was therefore placed under surveillance, followed, and ultimately locked in prison. The high sentences, 10 years imprisonment for each for convictions in Texas and California. Boy, that's a lot. And convictions in California concerning possession of LSD and marijuana, and conviction later overturned with a sentence of 30 years imprisonment for marijuana smuggling, show that the punishment of these offenses was only a pretext. The real aim was to put under lock and key the seducer and instigator of youth, who could not otherwise be prosecuted. On the night of 13th and 14th of September 1970, Leary met Luis Obispo on a detour from Algeria, where he made contact with none other than Eldridge Cleaver, the leader of the Black Panther movement living there in exile, Leary came to Switzerland and there petitioned for political asylum. And then meeting with Timothy Leary. Dr. Leary lived with his wife, Rosemary, in the resort town Villars-sur-Olon in Western Switzerland. Through the intercession of Dr. Mastronardi, Dr. Leary's lawyer, contact was established between us. On September 3rd, 1971, I met Dr. Leary in the railroad station snack bar in Lausanne. The greeting was cordial, a symbol of our fateful relationship through LSD. Leary was medium-sized, slender, resiliently active, his brown face surrounded with slightly curly hair mixed with gray, and youthful with bright, laughing eyes. This gave Leary somewhat the mark of a tennis champion rather than that of a former Harvard lecturer. We traveled by automobile to Bouchillon, where in the arbor of the restaurant, à la grande forêt, over a meal of fish and a glass of white wine, the dialogue between the father and the apostle of LSD finally began. I voiced my regrets that the investigation with LSD and psilocybin at Harvard University, which had become promising, had degenerated to such an extent that their continuance in an academic milieu became impossible. My most serious remonstrance to Leary, however, concerned the propagation of LSD, the use among juveniles. Leary did not attempt to refute my opinions about the particular dangers of LSD for youth. He maintained, however, that I was unjustified in reproaching him for the seduction of immature persons to drug consumption, because teenagers in the United States, with regard to information and life experience, were comparable to adult Europeans. Maturity with satiation and intellectual stagnation would be reached very early in the United States. For that reason, he deemed the LSD experience significant, useful, and enriching, even for people still very young in years. By this conversation, I further objected to the great publicity that Leary sought for his LSD and psilocybin investigations, since he had invited reporters from daily papers and magazines to his experiment and had mobilized radio and television. Emphasis was thereby placed on publicity rather than on objective information. Leary defended this publicity program because he felt it had been his fateful historic role to make LSD known worldwide. The overwhelmingly positive effects of such dissemination, above all among America's younger generation, would make any trifling injuries, any regrettable accidents as a result of improper use of LSD, unimportant in comparison and a small price to pay. During this conversation, Sir ascertained that one did Leary and him as a drug apostle. He made a sharp distinction between psychedelic drugs, LSD, psilocybin, mescaline, hashish, of whose salutary effects he was persuaded, and the addicting narcotic morphine, heroin, against whose use he repeatedly cautioned. Personal meaning was that of a charming personage, convinced of his mission, who defended his opinions with humor, yet uncompromisingly, a man who truly soared high in the clouds, pervaded by beliefs in the wondrous effects of psychedelic drugs and the optimism resulting therefrom, and thus a man who tended to unpleasant facts and dangers. Leary also showed carelessness regarding the changes and dangers that concerned his own person, as his further path in life emphatically showed. During his Swiss sojourn, I met Leary by chance once more in February of 1972 in Basel, on the occasion of a visit by Michael Horowitz, curator of the Fitzhugh Ludlow Memorial Library in San Francisco, a library specializing in drug literature. We traveled together to my house in the country near Berg, where we resumed our conversation of the previous September. Leary appeared fidgety and detached, probably owing to a momentary indisposition, so that our discussions were less productive this time. This was my last meeting with Dr. Leary. He left Switzerland at the end of the year, having separated from his wife, Rosemary, now accompanied by his new friend, Joanna Harcourt Smith. After a short stay in Austria, where he assisted in a documentary film about heroin, Dr. Leary and his friend traveled to Afghanistan. In the airport in Kabul, he was apprehended by agents of the American Secret Service and brought back to San Luis Obispo prison in California. After nothing had been heard from Leary for a long time, his name once again appeared in the daily papers in the summer of 1975 with the announcement of a parole and early release from prison, but he was not set free until early 1976. I learned from his friends that he was now occupied with psychedelic and psychological problems. This problems of space travel and with exploration of cosmic relationships between the human nervous system and interstellar space, that is, with problems whose study would bring him no further difficulties on the part of governmental authorities.
Travels in the universe of the soul. Thus, the Islamic scholar Dr. Rudolf Glepke entitled his accounts of self-experiments with LSD and psilocybin, which appeared in the publication Antios for January 1962. And this title could also be used for the following descriptions of LSD experiments, LSD trips, and the space flights of the astronauts are comparable in many respects. But enterprises require very careful preparations as far as measures for safety as well as objectives are concerned in order to minimize danger and to derive the most valuable results possible. The astronauts cannot remain in space, nor the LSD experimenters in transcendental spheres. They have to return to Earth and everybody's reality, where the newly acquired experiences must be evaluated. The following reports were selected in order to demonstrate how varied the experience of LSD inebriation can be. The particular motivation for undertaking the experiments was also decisive in their selection. Without exception, the selection involves only reports by persons who have tried LSD not simply out of curiosity or as a sophisticated pleasure drug, but who rather experimented with it in the quest for expanded possibilities of experience of the inner and outer world, who attempted, with the help of this drug, key to unlock the new doors of perception, William Blake, or to continue with the comparison chosen by Dr. Rudolf Klepke, who employed LSD to surmount the force of gravity of space and time in the accustomed worldview in order to arrive thereby at new outlooks and understanding in the universe of the soul. The first two of the following research records are taken from the previously cited report by Rudolf Klepke in Antios. Dance of the Spirits in the Wind. 0.75 milligrams LSD on 23rd June 1961, 1300 hours. After I injected this dose, which could be considered average, I had conversed very animaically with a professional colleague, and approximately 1400 hours following this, I proceeded alone to Windmiller Bookstore, where the drug now began to act most unmistakably. I discerned above all that the subject of the books in which I rummaged peacefully in the back of the shop were indifferent to me, whereas random details of my surroundings suddenly stood out strongly and somehow appeared to be meaningful. Then, after some 10 minutes, I was discovered by a married couple known to me and had to let myself become involved in a conversation with them that I admit was by no means pleasant for me, though not really painful either. I listened to the conversation, even to myself, as from far away. The things that were discussed, the conversation dealt with the Persian stories that I had untranslated, belonging to another world, a world about which I could indeed express myself. I had, after all, recently still inhabited it myself and remembered the rules of the game, but to which I no longer persist any emotional connection. My interest in it was obliterated, only I did not dare to let myself observe that. I managed to dismiss myself. I strolled farther through the city into the marketplace. I had no visions, saw and heard everything as usual, and yet everything was also altered in an indescribable way. Imperceptibly glassy walls everywhere. And with every step that I took, I became more and more like an automaton. It especially struck me that I seemed to lose control over my facial musculature. I was convinced that my face was growing stiff, completely expressionless, empty, slack, and mask-like. The only reason I could still walk and put myself in motion was because I remembered that and how I had earlier gone and moved myself. But the farther back the recollections went, the more uncertain I became. I remembered that my own hands somehow were in the way. I put them in my pockets, let them dangle, entwined them behind my back. At some burdensome objects which must be dragged around with us and which no one knows quite how to stow away. I had the same reaction concerning my whole body. I no longer knew why it was there and where I should go with it. All sense for decisions of that kind had been lost. They could only be reconstructed laboriously, taking a detour through memories from the past. It took a struggle of this kind to enable me to cover the short distance from the marketplace to my home, which I reached at around 15:10. In no way had I had the feeling of being inebriated. What I experienced was rather a gradual mental extinction. It was not at all frightening, but I can imagine that in the transition to certain mental disturbances naturally dispersed over a greater interval, a very similar process happens as long as the recollection of the former individual existence in the human world is still present. The patient who has become unconnected can still, to some extent, find his way about in the world. Later, however, when the memories fade and ultimately die out, he completely uses his ability. Shortly after I had entered my room, the glassy stupor gave way. I sat down with a view out of a window and was at once enraptured. The window was open wide, a diaphanous gossamer curtain, on the other hand, was drawn, and now a mild wind from the outside played with the veils and with the silhouettes of potted plants and leafy tendrils on the sill beyond, which the sunlight delineated on a curtain breathing in the breeze. Moment. This spectacle captivated me completely. I sank into it, saw only the gentle and incessant waving and rocking of the plant shadows in the sun and the wind. I knew what it was, but I sought after the name for it, after the formula, after the magic word that I knew, and already I had it. Totemance, the dance of the dead. This was what the wind and the light were showing me on the screen of gossamer. Was it frightening? Was I afraid? Oh, perhaps at first. But then a great cheerfulness infiltrated me, and I heard the music of silence, and even my soul danced with the redeemed shadows to the whistle of the wind. Yes, I understood this is the curtain, and that this curtain itself is the secret, the ultimate that it concealed. Why, therefore, tear it up? He who does not, that only tears himself, because there behind the curtain is nothing. Polyp from the deep, 150 milligrams of LSD, April 13th, 15th, 1961, 9:15 hours. Beginning of the effect already after about 30 minutes, with strong inner agitation, trembling hands, skin chills, taste of metal on the palate. 10 o'clock, the environment of the room transforms itself into phosphorescent waves, running hither from the feet, even through the body, the skin, and above all the toes, as electrically charged, the still constantly growing excitement hinders all clear thoughts. 10:20. I lack the words to describe my current condition. It is if an other complete stranger were seizing possession of me bit by bit. Have the greatest trouble writing, inhibited or uninhibited, I don't know. The sinister process of an advancing self-estrangement aroused in me the feeling of powerlessness, of being helplessly delivered up around 10:30. Though closed eyes, I saw innumerable self-entwining threads on a red background. A sky as heavy as lead appeared to press down on everything. I felt my age compressed in itself, and I felt like a withered dwarf. Shortly before 1300, I escaped the more and more oppressing atmosphere of the company in the studio, of which we only hindered one another reciprocally from unfolding completely into the inebriation. I sat down in a small empty room on the floor with my back to the wall and saw through the only window on the narrow frontage opposite me a bit of gray, white, cloudy sky. This, like the whole environment in general, appeared to hopelessly normal at the moment. I was dejected, and myself seemed so repulsive and hateful to me that I had not dared, and on this day even had actually repeatedly, desperately avoided to look in a mirror or in the face of another person. I very much wished the inebriation were finally finished, but it still had my body totally in possession. I imagined that I perceived deep within the stubborn, oppressive weight, how it held my limbs surrounded by 100 polyp arms. Yes. I actually experienced this in a mysterious rhythm, electrified contacts as of a real, indeed, irrepressible, but sinister, omniscient being, which I addressed with a loud voice, reviled, bid, and challenged to open combat. It is only the projection of evil in yourself, another voice assured me. It is your soul monster. The perception was like a flashing sword. It passed through me with redeeming sharpness. The polyp arms fell away from me, as if cut through, and simultaneously the hitherto dull and glossy gray white of the sky behind the open window suddenly scintillated like sunlit water. And I stared at it so enchanted, it changed for me for real water. A subterranean spring overran me, which raptured there all at once, and now boiled up toward me, wanting to become a swarm, a lake, an ocean with millions and millions of drops. And on all of these drops, on every single one of them, the light danced as the room, windows, and the sky came back into my consciousness. It was 1325 hours. The inebriation was certainly not at an end, not yet. But it rear-guarded, which passed by me during the evening 2 hours, very much resembled the rainbow that follows the storm. Both the estrangement from the environment and the estrangement from the individual body experienced in both of the preceding experiments described by Gelpi, as well as the feeling of an alien being, a demon seizing possession of oneself, are features of LSD inebriation that, in spite of all of the other diversity and pliability of the experience, are cited in research reports. I have already described the possession by the LSD demon as an uncanny experience in my first planned self-experiment. Anxiety and terror then affected me especially strongly because at that time I had no way of knowing that the demon would again release his victim. The adventures described in the following report by a painter belong to a completely different type of LSD experience. This artist visited me in order to obtain my opinion about how the experience under LSD should be understood and interpreted. He feared that the profound transformation of his personal life, which had resulted from his experiment with LSD, could rest on a mere delusion. My explanation that LSD is a biochemical agent only triggered his vision, but had not created them, and that these visions rather originated from his own soul and gave him confidence in the meaning of the transformation. LSD experience of a painter. Here we go. Therefore, I traveled with Eva to a solitary mountain valley. Up there in nature, I thought it would be particularly beautiful with Eva. Eva was young and attractive, 20 years old. I was already in the middle of life. Despite the sorrowful consequences that I experienced previously as a result of erotic escapades, despite the pain and the disappointments that I had inflicted on those who loved me and had believed in me, I was drawn again with irresistible power to this adventure, to Eva, to her youth. I was under the spell of the girl. Our affair indeed was only beginning, but I felt the seductive power more strongly than ever before. I knew that I could no longer resist. But the second time in my life, I was again ready to desert my family, to give up my possessions, to break all bridges. I wanted to hurl myself uninhibitedly into the lustful inebriation with Eva. She was life, youth, over again. It sighted in me again and again to drain the cup of lust and life until the last drop, until death and perdition. Let the devil fetch me later on. I had indeed long ago done away with God and the devil. They were for me only human inventions, which came to be utilized by a skeptical, unscrupulous minority in order to suppress and exploit a believing, naive majority. I wanted to have nothing to do with the mendacious social moral, to enjoy at all costs. I wish to enjoy et après le déluge. Whoopee. Moment. What is wife to me? What is child to me? Let them go, begging if they are hungry. I had perceived the institution of marriage as a social lie, the marriage of my parents and marriages of my acquaintances seemed to confirm that sufficiently for me. Couples remained together because it was mere convenience. They were accustomed to it. And yes, if it weren't for the children, under the presence of a good marriage, each tormented the other emotionally to the point of rushes and stomach ulcers. Of each went his own way. Everything in me rebelled against the thought of having to love only one and the same woman a lifelong. I frankly perceived that as repugnant and unnatural. Thus stood my inner deposition on that pretentious summer evening at the mountain lake. At 7 o'clock in the evening, both of us took a moderately strong dose of LSD, some 0.1 milligrams. Then we strolled along the lake and then sat on the bank. We threw stones in the water and watched the forming wave circles. We felt a slight inner restlessness. Around 8 o'clock, we entered the hotel lounge and ordered tea and sandwiches. Some guests still sat there, telling jokes and laughing loudly. They winked at us. Their eyes sparkled strangely. We felt strange and distant and had the feeling they would notice something in us. Outside, it slowly became dark. We decided only reluctantly to go to our hotel rooms. A street without lights led along the black lake to the distant guest house. As I switched on the lights, The granite staircase leading from Shore Road to the house appeared to flame up from step to step. Eva quivered all at once, frightened. Hellish went through my mind, and all of a sudden horror passed through my limbs, and I knew now it's going to turn out badly. From afar, from a village, a clock struck 9. Scarcely were we in our rooms when Eva threw herself on the bed and looked at me with wide eyes. It was not in the least possible to think of love. I sat down on the edge of the bed and held both of Eva's hands. Then came the terror. We sank into deep, indescribable horror, which neither of us understood. Look in my eyes, look at me, I implored Eva. Yet again and again her gaze was averted from me, and then she cried out loud in terror and trembled all over her body. There was no way out. Outside was only gloomy night and the deep black lake. In the public house, all the lights were extinguished. The people had probably gone to sleep. What would they have said if they could have seen us now? Possibly they would summon the police, and then everything would become much worse. A drug scandal, intolerable, agonizing thoughts. We could no longer move from the spot. We sat there surrounded by 4 wooden walls whose board joints shone infernally. It became more unbearable all the time. Suddenly the door was opened and something dreadful entered. Eva cried out wildly and hid herself under the bed covers. Once again a cry to horror under the covers was worse. Look straight in my eye, I called to her. But she rolled her eyes back and forth as though out of her mind. She is becoming insane, I realized. In desperation, I stood up by her so that she could no longer turn away from me. I saw dreadful fear in her eyes. Everything around us was hostile and threatening, as if everything wanted to attack us in the next moment. You must protect Eva. You must bring her through until morning, and then the effects will discontinue, I said to myself. Then again, however, I plunged into mindless horror. It was no more than a time of reason. It seemed as if the condition would never end. The objects in the room were animated to characters, everything on all sides sneered scornfully. I saw Eva's yellow-black striped shoes, which I found so stimulating, appearing as 2 large evil wasps crouching on the floor. The water piping above the wash basin changed into a dragon's head with eyes. The 2 water taps observed me malevolently. My first name, George, came into my mind, and all at once I felt like Knight George, who must fight for Eva. Eva's cries tore me from these thoughts. Bathed in perspiration and trembling, she fastened herself to me. I am thirsty, she moaned. With great effort, without relaxing Eva's hand, I succeeded in getting a glass of water for her and me. But the water seemed slimy and vicious, was poisonous, and we could not quench our thirst with it. The 2 night tables glowed with a strange brightness. As an infernal light, the clock struck 12. This is hell, I thought. This it is indeed. No devil and no demons. And yet they were perceptible in us, filled up the room and tormented us with unimaginable terror, imagination, or our hallucinations, perhaps.
I'm back.
Insignificant questions were confronted with reality of fear that was fixed in our bodies and shook us as far above. It exceeded some passages from Huxley's book. The doors of perception came to me and brought me a kind of comfort. I looked at Eva, at the whimpering, horrified being in her torment, and felt great remorse and pity. She had become strange to me. I scarcely recognized her any longer. She wore a fine golden chain around her neck with a medallion of the Virgin Mary. It was a gift from her younger brother. I noticed how a benevolent, comforting radiation, which was connected with pure love, emanated from the necklace. But then the terror broke loose again, as if to our final destruction. I needed my whole strength to constrain Eva. Loudly, I heard the electrical meter ticking weirdly outside the door, as if it wanted to make a most important, devastating announcement to me. To the next moment, disdain, derision, and malignity again whispered out of all nooks and crevices. There in the midst of this agony, I perceived the ringing of cowbells from afar as a wonderful, promising music. Yet soon it became silent again, and renewed fear and dread once again set in. As drowning men hopes for a rescuing plank, so I wished that the cows would yet again want to draw near the house. But everything remained quiet, only the threatening tick and hum of the current meter buzzed round like an invisible, benevolent insect. Morning finally dawned. With great relief, I noticed how the chinks in the window shutters lit up. Now I could leave Eva to herself. She had quieted down, exhausted. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. Shocked and deeply sad, I sat on the edge of the bed. Gone was my pride and self-assurance. All that remained of me was a small heap of misery. I examined myself in the mirror and started. I had become 10 years older in the course of a night. Downcast, I stared at the light of the night table lamp. With its hideous shade of intertwined plastic cords. All at once, the light seemed to become brighter, and the plastic cords began to sparkle and to twinkle. It glowed like diamonds and gems of all colors, and an overwhelming feeling of happiness welled up in me. All at once, lamp, room, and Eva disappeared, and I found myself in a wonderful, fantastic landscape. It was comparable to the interior of an immense Gothic church nave with infinitely many columns and Gothic arches. These consisted, however, not of stone, but rather of crystal, bluish, yellowish, milky, and clearly transparent crystal columns surrounded me like trees in an open forest. Their points and arches became lost in dizzying heights. A bright light appeared before my inner eye, and a wonderful, gentle voice spoke to me out of the light. I did not hear it with my external ear, but rather perceived it as if it was clear thoughts that arise in one. I realized that the horror of the passing night I experienced my own individual condition, selfishness. My egotism kept me separated from mankind, and it led me to inner isolation. I had loved only myself, not my neighbor. Loved only my gratification that the other afforded me. The world had existed only in the satisfaction of my greed. I had become tough, cold, and cynical. Hell, therefore, had signified the egotism and the loveliness. Therefore, everything had seemed strange and unaccounted to me, so scornful and threatening, and flowing tears. I was enlightened with the knowledge that true love means surrender of selfishness, and that it is not desires, but rather selfless love that forms the bridge to the heart of our fellow man. Waves of ineffable happiness flowed through my body. I'd experienced the grace of God. But how could it be possible that it was radiating toward me, particularly out of my cheap lampshade? Then the inner voice answered, God is everything. The experience of the mountain lake has given me the certainty that beyond the ephemeral material world, there also exists an imperishable spiritual reality that is our true home. I am now on my way home. For Eva, everything remained just a bad dream. We broke up a short time after. The following notes, kept by a 25-year-old advertising man, are contained in the LSD story by John Casham. Fawcett, publication, Greenwich, Connecticut, 1966. They were included in this section of LSD reports, along with a preceding example and use progression that they describe. From a terrifying to extreme euphoria, a kind of death rebirth cycle is characteristic of many LSD experiences. A joyous song of being. My first experience of LSD came at the home of a close friend who served as a guide. The surroundings were comfortably familiar and relaxing. I took 2 ampoules, 200 micrograms of LSD, mixed in half a glass of distilled water. The experience lasted close to 11 hours, from 8 o'clock on a Saturday evening until very nearly 7 o'clock the next morning. I have no firm point of comparison, but I am positive that no saint saw more glorious or joyously beautiful visions or experienced a more blissful state of transcendence. My powers to convey the miracles are shabby and are far too inadequate a task at hand. A sketch, and the artless one at that must suffice, were only the hand of a great master working from a complete palette could do justice to the subject. I must apologize for my own limitations in this feeble attempt to reduce the most remarkable experience of my life into mere words. The superior smile at the fumbling, halting attempts of others in their attempts to explain the heavenly visions to me had been transformed into a knowing smile of a conspirator. The common experience requires no words. My first thought after drinking the LSD was having absolutely no effect. They had told me 30 minutes would produce the first sensation of a tingling of the skin. There was no tingling. I commented on this and was told to relax and wait. For lack of anything else to do, I stared at the dial light on the table radio, noting my head to a jazz piece I did not recognize. I think it was several minutes before I realized the light was changing color kaleidoscopically with the different pitch of musical sounds, bright reds and yellows in the high register, deep purple in the low. I laughed, had no idea when it had started. I simply knew it had. I closed my eyes, but the colors were still there. I was overcome by the remarkable brilliance of the colors. I tried to talk, to explain what I was seeing, the vibrance and luminous colors. Somehow it didn't seem important. With my eyes open, the radiant colors flooded the room, folding over the top of another in rhythm to the music. Suddenly I was aware that the colors were the music. The discovery did not seem startling. Volumes so cherished and guarded were becoming unimportant. I wanted to talk about the colored music, but I couldn't. I was reduced to uttering one-syllable words, while polysymic impressions tumbled through my mind with the speed of light. The dimensions of the room were changing now, sliding into a fluttering diamond shape that strained into the oval shape as something were pumping air into the room, expanding it to the bursting point. I was having trouble focusing on objects. They would melt into fuzzy masses of nothing or sail off into space, self-propelled slow motion trips that were of acute interest to me. I tried to check the time on my watch, but I was unable to focus on the hands. I thought of asking for the time, but the thought passed. I was too busy seeing and listening. The sounds were exhilarating, the sights remarkable. I was completely entranced. I have no idea how long it lasted. I do not know that the egg came next. The egg, large, pulsing, and luminous green, was there before I actually saw it. I sensed it was there. It hung suspended about halfway between where I sat and the far wall. I was intrigued by the beauty of the egg. At the same time, I was afraid it would drop to the floor and break. I didn't want the egg to break. It seemed most important that the egg should not break. But even as I thought of this, the egg slowly dissolved and revealed a giant multi-hued flower that was like no flower I had ever seen. Its incredibly exquisite petals opened on the room, spraying indescribable colors in every direction. I felt the colors and heard them. As they played across my body. Cool and warm, reed-like, and tinkling. The first tinge of apprehension came later, when I saw the center of the flower slowly eating away at the petals, a black shiny center that appeared to be formed by the backs of 1,000 ants. It ate away the petals at an agonizingly slow pace. I wanted to scream for it to stop or hurry up. I was pained by the gradual disappearance of the beautiful petals, as if being swallowed by an insidious disease. Then, in a flash of insight, I realized to my horror that the black thing was actually devouring me. I was the flower, and this foreign creeping thing was eating me. I shouted or screamed, I really don't remember. I was too full of fear and loathing. I heard my guide say, easy, easy now, just go with it. Don't fight it, go with it. I tried, but the hideous blackness caused such repulsion that I screamed, I can't, for God's sake, help me, help me. The voice was soothing, reassuring, let it come. Everything is all right. Don't worry. Go with it. Don't fight. I felt myself dissolving into terrifying apprehension, my body melting in waves into the core of blackness. My mind stripped of ego and life, and yes, even death. In one great crystal instant, I realized that I was immortal. I asked the question, am I dead? But the question had no meaning. Meaning was meaningless. Suddenly there was white light and shimmering beauty of unity. There was light everywhere, white light with a clarity beyond description. I was dead and I was born again, and the exaltation was pure and holy. My lungs were bursting with joyful song of being. There was unity and life, and the exquisite love that filled my being was unbounded. My awareness was acute and complete. I saw God and the devil and all the saints, and I knew the truth. I felt myself flowing into the cosmos, levitated beyond all restraint, liberated to swim in blissful radiance of heavenly vision. I wanted to shout and sing of miraculous new life and sense and form of the joyous beauty and the whole mad ecstasy of loveliness. I knew and understood all there is to know and understand. I was immortal, was beyond wisdom, and capable of love, of all loves. Every atom of my body and soul had seen and felt God. The world was warmth and goodness. There was no time, no place, no me. There was only cosmic harmony. It was all there in the white light. With every fiber of my being, I knew it was so. I embraced the enlightenment with complete abandonment. As the experience receded, I longed to hold on to it and tenuously fought against the encroachment of the realities of time and space. For me, the realities of our limited existence were no longer valid. I had seen the ultimate reality, and there would be no others, as I was slowly transported back into the tyranny of clocks and schedules and petty hatreds. I tried to talk of my trip, my enlightenment, my horrors, the beauty of it. I must have been babbling like an idiot. My thoughts swirled at a fantastic rate, but the words couldn't keep pace. My guide smiled and told me he understood. The preceding collection of reports and travels in the universe of the soul, even though they encompass such dissimilar experience, is still not able to establish a complete picture of the broad spectrum of all possible reactions to LSD, which extends from the most sublime spiritual, religious, and mystical experiences down to gross psychosomatic disturbances. Cases of LSD sessions have been described in which stimulation of fantasy and visionary experiences, as expressed in the LSD reports assembled here, is completely absent, and the experimenter was for the whole time in a state of ghastly physical and mental discomfort, or even felt severely ill. Reports about the modification of sexual experience under the influence of LSD are contradictory. Some stimulations of all sensory perception is an essential feature of LSD effects. The sensual orgy of sexual intercourse can undergo unimaginable enchantments. Cases have also been described, however, in which LSD has not to the anticipated erotic paradise, but rather a purgatory or even the hell of frightful extinction of every perception and to lifeless vacuum. Such a variety and contradiction of reactions to a drug is found only in LSD and the related hallucinogens. The explanation for this lies in the complexity and variability of the conscious and subconscious minds of people which LSD is able to penetrate and to bring to life as experienced reality.
Chapter 6, The Mexican Relatives of LSD. The sacred mushroom Tinanacatl, late in 1956, a notice in the daily paper caught my interest. Among those Indians in southern Mexico, American researchers had discovered mushrooms that were eaten in religious ceremonies and that produced an inebriated condition accompanied by hallucinations. Since, outside of the mescaline cactus found also in Mexico, no other drug was known at the time that, like LSD, produced hallucinations, I would have liked to establish contact with these researchers in order to learn detail about these hallucinogenic mushrooms. But there were no names and addresses in the short newspaper article, so that it was impossible to get further information. Nevertheless, the mysterious mushrooms, whose chemical investigation would be a tempting problem, stayed in my thoughts from then on. As it turned out, LSD was the reason that these mushrooms found their way into my laboratory without my assistance at the beginning of the following year. Through the mediations of Dr. Yves Dunant, at the time director of the Paris branch of Sandoz, an inquiry came to the pharmaceutical research management in Basel from Professor Roger Heim, director of the Laboratoire de Cryptogamie of the Muséum National d'Histoire Naturelle in Paris, asking whether we were interested in carrying out the chemical investigation of the Mexican hallucinogenic mushrooms. With great joy, I declared myself ready to begin this work in my department in the laboratories for natural product research. That was to be my link to the exciting investigations of the Mexican sacred mushrooms, which were already broadly advanced in the ethnomycological and botanical aspect. For a long time, the existence of these magic mushrooms had remained an enigma. The history of their rediscovery is presented at first hand in the magnificent 2-volume standard work of Ethnomycology, Mushrooms, Russia, and History, Pantheon Books, New York, 1957. For the authors, the American researchers Valentina Pavlovna Wasson and her husband, R. Gordon Wasson, played a decisive role in this rediscovery. The following descriptions of the fascinating history of these mushrooms are taken from the Wasson's book. The first written evidence of the use of inebriating mushrooms on festival occasions or in the course of religious ceremonies and magically oriented healing practices is found among the Spanish chroniclers and naturalists of the 16th century, who entered the country soon after the conquest of Mexico by Hernán Cortés. The most important of these witnesses is the Franciscan friar Bernardino de Sahagún, who mentions the magic mushrooms and describes their effect and their use in several passages of his famous historical work, Historia General de las Cosas de Nueva España, written between the years 1529 and 1590. Thus he describes, for example, how merchants celebrated the return home from a successful business trip with a mushroom party. Coming at the very first, at the time of feasting, they ate mushrooms when, as they said, it was the hour of the blowing of the flutes. Not yet did they partake the food. They drank only chocolate during the night, and they ate mushrooms with honey. When already the mushrooms were taking effect, they were dancing. There was weeping. Some saw in a vision that they would die in war. Some saw in a vision that they would be devoured by wild beasts. Some saw in a vision that they would become rich, wealthy. Some saw in a vision that they would buy slaves, would become slave owners. Some saw in a vision that they would commit adultery, and so would have their heads bashed in, would be stoned to death. Some saw in a vision that they would perish in the water. Some saw in a vision that they would pass to tranquility in death. Some saw in a vision that they would fall from the housetop, tumble to their death. All such things they saw, and when the effects of the mushroom ceased, they conversed with one another, spoke of what they had seen in the vision. In a publication from the same period, Diego Duran, a Dominican friar, reported that inebriating mushrooms were eaten at a great festivity on the occasion of the ascension of the throne of Moctezuma II, the famed emperors of the Aztecs, in the year 1502. A passage in the 17th century chronicle of Don Jacinto de la Serna refers to the use of these mushrooms in a religious framework. And what happened was that they had come to the village, an Indian, and his name was Juan Chichiton, and he had brought the red-colored mushrooms that are gathered in the uplands, and with them he had committed a great idolatry in the house where everyone had gathered on the occasion of a saint's feast. The teponatzli, an Aztec percussion instrument, was playing, and singing was going on the whole night through. After most of the night had passed, Juan Chichiton who was the priest for that solemn rite, to all of those present at the fiesta, gave the mushrooms to eat, after the manner of communion, and gave them pulque to drink, so that they all went out of their heads. A shame it was to see. In Nahuatl, the language of the Aztecs, these mushrooms were described as tionanacatl, which can be translated as sacred mushrooms. There are indications that ceremonial use of such mushrooms reaches far back into pre-Columbian times. So-called mushroom stones have been found in El Salvador, Guatemala, and the contiguous mountainous district of Mexico. These are stone sculptures in the form of pilete mushroom, on whose stem the face or the form of a god or an animal like demon is carved. Most are about 30 centimeters high. The oldest example, according to archaeologists, date back to before 500 BC. R.G. Wasson argues, quite convincingly, that there is a connection between these mushroom stones and tionanacatl. If true, this means that the mushroom cult, the magical, medicinal, and religious ceremonial use of the magic mushrooms, is more than 2,000 years old. To the Christian missionaries, the inebriating vision and hallucination-producing effects of these mushrooms seem to be devil's work. They therefore tried with all the means in their power to extirpate the use, but they succeeded only partially, for the Indian have continued secretly down to our time to utilize the mushroom tionanacatl, which was sacred to them. Strange to say, the report in the old chronicles about the use of magic mushrooms remained unnoticed during the following centuries, probably because they were considered product of the imagination of a superstitious age. All traces of the existence of sacred mushrooms were in danger of becoming obliterated once and for all when, in 1915, an American botanist of repute, Dr. W.E. Safford, in an address before the Botanical Society in Washington and in a scientific publication, advanced the thesis that no such thing as magic mushrooms had ever existed at all. The Spanish chronicles had taken the mescaline cactus for a mushroom. Even if false, this proposition of Safford's served nevertheless to direct the attention of the scientific world to the riddle of the mysterious mushrooms. It was the Mexican physician, Dr. Blas Pablo Recco, who first openly disagreed with Safford's interpretation and who found evidence that mushrooms were still employed in medicinal religious ceremonies even in our time in remote districts of the southern mountains of Mexico. But not until the years 1938 did the anthropologist Robert J. Beitländer and Dr. Richard Evans Schultes, a botanist from Harvard University, find actual mushrooms in that region, which were used there for this ceremonial purpose. And only in 1938 could a group of young American anthropologists under the direction of Jean Basset Johnson attend a secret nocturnal mushroom ceremony for the first time. This was Huautla de Jimenez, the capital of the Mazatec country in the state of Oaxaca. But these researchers were only spectators. They were not permitted to partake of the mushrooms. Johnson reported on the experience in the Swedish journal Ethnological Studies 9, 1939. Then exploration of the magic mushrooms was interrupted. World War II broke out. Schultes, at the behest of the American government, had to occupy himself with rubber production in the Amazon territory, and Johnson was killed after the Allied forces landed in North Africa. It was the American researchers, the married couple, Dr. Valentina Pavlovna Wasson and her husband, R. Gordon Wasson, who again took up the problem from the ethnographic aspect. Wasson was a banker, vice president of the J.P. Morgan Company in New York. His wife, who died in 1958, was a pediatrician. The Wassons began their work in 1953 in the Mazatec village, Huautla de Jimenez, where 15 years earlier, J.B. Johnson and others had established the continued existence of the ancient Indian mushroom cult. They received especially valuable information from an American missionary who had been active there for many years, Eunice V. Pike, member of the Wycliffe Bible translators. Thanks to her knowledge of the native language and a ministerial association with the inhabitants, Pike had information about the significance of the magic mushroom that nobody else possessed. During several lengthy sojourns in Huautla and the neighborhood, the Wassons were able to study the present use of the mushrooms in detail and compare it with the descriptions in the old chronicles. This showed that the belief in the sacred mushrooms was still prevalent in that region. However, the Indians kept their beliefs a secret from strangers. It took a great tact and skill, therefore, to gain the confidence of the indigenous population and to receive insight into this sacred domain. In the modern form of the mushroom cult, the old religious ideas and customs are mingled with Christian ideas and Christian terminology. Thus, the mushrooms are often spoken of as the blood of Christ, because they will grow only where a drop of Christ's blood has fallen on the earth. According to another notion, the mushrooms sprout where a drop of saliva from Christ's mouth has moistened the ground, and it is therefore Jesus Christ himself who speaks through the mushrooms. The mushroom ceremony follows the form of a consultation. The seeker of advice or a sick person or his or her family questions a wise man or a wise woman, a sabio or sabia, also named curandero or curandera, in return for modest payment. Curandero can best be translated into English as healing priest, for his function is that of a physician as well as that of a priest, both being found only rarely in these remote regions. In the Mazatec language, the healing priest is called a cotachine, which means one who knows. He eats the mushroom in the framework of a ceremony that always takes place at night. The other persons present at the ceremony may sometimes receive mushrooms as well, yet a much greater dose always goes to the curandero. The performance is executed with the accompaniment of prayers and entreaties, while the mushrooms are incensed briefly over a basin in which copal, an incense-like resin, is burned. In complete darkness, at times by candlelight, while the others present lie quietly on their straw mats, the curandero, kneeling or sitting, prays and sings before a type of an altar bearing crucifix, an image of a saint, or some other objects of worship. Under the influence of the sacred mushrooms, the curandero counsels in a visionary state in which even the inactive observers more or less participate. In the monotonous song of the curandero, the mushroom Tirnanakato gives its answers to the questions posed. It says whether the diseased person will live or die, which herbs will affect the cure. It reveals who has killed a specific person and who has stolen the horse. Or it makes known how a distant relative fares, and so forth. The mushroom ceremony not only has the function of a consultation of the type described. For the Indians, it is also has a meaning in many respects similar to the Holy Communion for the believing Christian. From many utterances of the native, it could be inferred that they believe that God has given the Indians the sacred mushroom because they are poor and possess no doctors and medicines, and also because they cannot read, in particular the Bible. God therefore speaks directly to them through the mushroom. The missionary Eunice V. Pike even alluded to the difficulties that result from explaining the Christian message, the written word, to a people who believe they possess a means, the sacred mushrooms of course, to make God's will known to them in a direct, clear manner. Yes, the mushrooms permit them to see into heaven and to establish communication with God himself. The Indians' reverence for the sacred mushrooms is also evident in their belief that they can be eaten only by a clean person. Clean here means ceremonially clean, and that term, among other things, includes sexual abstinence at least 4 days before and after ingestion of the mushrooms. Certain rules must also be observed in gathering the mushrooms. With non-observance of these commandments, the mushroom can make the person who eats them insane or can even kill. The Wassons had undertaken their first expedition to the Mazatec country in 1953, but not until 1955 did they succeed in overcoming the shyness and reserve of the Mazatec friends they had managed to make, to the point of being admitted as active participants in a mushroom ceremony. Dr. Gordon Wasson and his companion, the photographer Alan Richardson, were given sacred mushrooms to eat at the end of June 1955 on the occasion of a nocturnal mushroom ceremony. They thereby became, in all likelihood, the first outsiders, the first whites, ever permitted to take Teonanacatl. In the second volume of Mushrooms, Russia and History, in enraptured words, Wasson describes how the mushroom seized possession of him completely, although he had tried to struggle against its effect in order to be able to remain an objective observer. First, he saw geometric colored patterns, which then took on an architectural characteristics. Next follow visions of splendid colonnades, palaces of supernatural harmony and magnificence embellished with precious gems. Triumphal cars drawn by fabulous creatures as they are known only from mythology, and landscapes of fabulous luster. Detached from the body, the spirit soared timelessly in a realm of fantasy among images of a higher reality and deeper meaning than those of the ordinary, everyday world. The essence of life, the ineffable, seemed to be on the verge of being unlocked, but the ultimate door failed to open. This experience was the final proof for Wasson that the magical powers attributed to the mushrooms actually existed and were not merely superstition. In order to introduce the mushroom to scientific research, Wasson had earlier established an association with mycologist Professor Roger Heim of Paris. Accompanying the Wassons on further expeditions into the Mazatec country, Heim conducted the botanical identification of the sacred mushrooms. He showed that they were guild mushrooms from the family Strophaceae, about a dozen different species, not previously described scientifically, the greatest part belonging to the genus Psilocybe. Professor Heim also succeeded in cultivating some of the species in the laboratory. The mushroom Psilocybe mexicana turned out to be especially suitable for artificial cultivation. Chemical investigations ran parallel with these botanical studies on the magic mushrooms, with the goal of extracting the hallucinogenically active principle from the mushroom material and preparing it in chemical pure form. Such investigations were carried out at Professor Heim's instigation in the chemical laboratory of the Muséum National d'Histoire Naturelle in Paris, and work teams were occupied with this problem in the United States in the research laboratories of two large pharmaceutical companies, Merck and Smith, Klein and French. The American laboratories had obtained some of the mushrooms from Wasson and had gathered them themselves in the Sierra Mazateca. As the chemical investigations in Paris and in the United States turned out to be ineffectual, Professor Heim addressed this matter to our firm, as mentioned at the beginning of this chapter, because he felt that our experimental experience with LSD related to the magic mushrooms by similar activity could be of use in the isolation attempts. Thus, it was LSD that showed Tionanacatl the way into our laboratory. As director of the Department of Natural Products of the Sandoz Pharmaceutical Chemical Research Laboratories at that time, I wanted to assign the investigation of the magic mushrooms to one of my co-workers. However, nobody showed much eagerness to take on this problem because it was known that LSD and everything connected with it were scarcely popular subjects with the top management. Because the enthusiasm necessary for successful endeavors cannot be commended, and because the enthusiasm was already present in me as far as this problem was concerned, I decided to conduct the investigation myself. Some 100 grams of dried mushrooms in the species Psilocybe mexicana, cultivated by Professor Heim in the laboratory, were available for the beginning of the chemical analysis. My laboratory assistant, Hans Schechter, who during our decade-long collaboration had developed into a very capable helper, completely familiar with my manner of work, aided me in the extraction and isolations attempt. Since there were no clues at all concerning the chemical properties of the active principle we sought, the isolation attempts had to be conducted on the basis of the effect of the extract fractions. But none of the various extracts showed an unequivocal effect either in the mouse or the dog, which could have pointed to the presence of hallucinogenic principles. It therefore became doubtful whether the mushrooms cultivated and dried in Paris were still active at all. That could only be determined by experimenting with this mushroom material on a human being. As in the case of LSD, I made this fundamental experiment myself, since it is not appropriate for a researcher to ask anyone else to perform self-experiments that they require for their own investigations, especially if they entail, at this case, a certain risk. In this experiment, I had 32 dry specimens of Psilocybe mexicana, which together weighed about 2.4 grams. This amount corresponds to an average dose according to the report of Wasson and Heim, as it is used in the curanderos. The mushrooms displayed a strong psychic effect, as the following extract from the report on that experiment shows. 30 minutes after my taking the mushrooms, the exterior world began to undergo a strange transformation. Everything assumed a Mexican character. As I was perfectly well aware that my knowledge of the Mexican origin of the mushroom would lead me to imagine only Mexican scenery, I tried deliberately to look on my environment as I knew it normally. But all voluntary efforts to look at things in their customary forms and colors proved ineffective. Whether my eyes were closed or open, I saw only Mexican motifs and colors. When the doctor supervising the experiment bent over me to check my blood pressure, he was transformed into an Aztec priest, and I would not have been astonished if he had drawn an obsidian knife. In spite of the seriousness of the situation, it amused me to see how the Germanic face of my colleague had acquired a purely Indian expression. At the peak of the intoxication, about 1.5 hours after ingestion of the mushrooms, the rush of interior pictures, mostly abstract motifs rapidly changing in shape and colors, reached such an alarming degree that I feared I would be torn into this whirlpool of form and color and would dissolve. After about 6 hours, the dream came to an end. Subjectively, I had no idea how long this condition had lasted. I felt my return to everyday reality to be a happy return from a strange, fantastic, but quite real world to an old and familiar home. This self-experiment showed once again that human beings react much more sensitively than animals to psychoactive substances. We had already reached the same conclusion in experimenting with LSD on animals, as described in an earlier chapter of this book. It was not inactivity of the mushroom material, but rather the deficient reaction capability of the research animals vis-à-vis such a type of active principle that explained why our extracts had appeared inactive in the mouse and dog. Because the assay on human subject was the only test at our disposal for the detection of the active extract fractions, we had no other choice than to perform the testing on ourselves if we wanted to carry on the work and bring it to a successful conclusion. In the self-experiment just described, a strong reaction lasting several hours was produced by 2.4 gram dried mushrooms. Therefore, in the sequel, we used samples corresponding to only 1/3 of this amount, namely 0.8 gram of dried mushrooms. If these samples contained the active principle, they would only provoke a mild effect that impaired the ability to work for a short time. But this effect would still be so distinct that the inactive fractions and those containing the active principle could unequivocally be differentiated from one another. Several co-workers and colleagues volunteered as guinea pigs for this series of tests.
Psilocybin and psilocin. With the help of this reliable test on human subjects, the active principle could be isolated, concentrated, and transformed into a chemically pure state by means of the newest separation methods. Two new substances, which I named psilocybin and psilocin, were thereby obtained in the form of colorless crystals. These results were published in March 1958 in the journal Experiencia, in collaboration with Professor Heim and with my colleagues Dr. A. Brack and Dr. H. Coble, who had provided greater quantities of mushroom material for these investigations after they had essentially improved the laboratory cultivation of the mushrooms. Some of my co-workers at the time, Dr. Frey, Ott, Petzilka, and Troxler, then participated in the next step of these investigations, the determination of the chemical structure of psilocybin and psilocin and the subsequent synthesis of these compounds, the results of which were published in the November 1958 issue of Experiencia. The chemical structure of these mushroom factors deserves special attention in several respects. Psilocybin and psilocin belong, like LSD, to the indole compounds, the biologically important class of substances found in the plant and animal kingdoms. Particular chemical features common to both the mushroom substances and LSD show that psilocybin and psilocin are closely related to LSD, not only with regard to psychic effects, but also to their chemical structures. Psilocybin is the phosphoric acid ester of psilocin, and as such, is the first and hitherto only phosphoric acid containing indole compound discovered in nature. The phosphoric acid residue does not contribute to the activity, for the phosphoric acid-free psilocin is just as active as psilocybin, but it makes the molecule more stable. While psilocin is readily decomposed by oxygen in air, psilocybin is a stable substance. Psilocybin and psilocin possess a chemical structure very similar to the brain factor serotonin. As was already mentioned in the chapter on animal experiments and biological research, serotonin plays an important role in the chemistry of brain functions. The two mushroom factors, like LSD, block the effects of serotonin in pharmacological experiments on different organs. Other pharmacological properties of psilocybin and psilocin are also similar to those of LSD. The main difference consists in the quantitative activity in animal as well as human experimentation. The average active dose of psilocybin or psilocin in humans amounts to 10 milligrams or 0.01 gram. Accordingly, these two substances are more than 100 times less active than LSD, of which 0.1 milligram constitutes a strong dose. Moreover, the effects of the mushroom factors last only 4 to 6 hours, much shorter than the effects of LSD, 8 to 12 hours. The total synthesis of psilocybin and psilocin without the aid of the mushrooms could be developed into a technical process which would allow these substances to be produced on a large scale. Synthetic production is more rational and cheaper than extraction from the mushrooms. Thus, with the isolation and synthesis of the active principles, the demystification of the magic mushroom was accomplished. The compounds whose wondrous effects led the Indians to believe for millennia that a god was residing in the mushrooms had their chemical structures elucidated and could be produced synthetically in flasks. Just what progress in scientific knowledge was accomplished by natural product research in this case? Essentially, when all is said and done, we can only say that the mystery of the wondrous effects of the Te Ananapado was reduced to the mystery of the effects of two crystalline substances, since these effects cannot be explained by science either, but can only be described. A voyage into the universe of the soul with psilocybin. The relationship between the psychic effects of psilocybin and those of LSD, their visionary hallucinatory character, is evident in the following report from Anteos of a psilocybin experiment by Dr. Rudolf Beckley. He has characterized his experiences with LSD and psilocybin, as already mentioned in a previous chapter, as, quote, travels in the universe of the soul, where time stands still. 10 milligrams of psilocybin, 6th of April, 1961, 10:20 a.m. 20 minutes, beginning effects, serenity, speechlessness, mild but pleasant dizzy sensation, and pleasureful deep breathing. 10:50, strong, dizziness can no longer concentrate. 10:55, excited, intensity of colors, everything pink to red. 11:05, the world concentrates itself there on the center of the table. Colors vary, intense. 11:10, a divided being, unprecedented. How can I describe the sensation of life? Waves, different selves, must control me. Immediately after this, I note I went outdoors, leaving the breakfast table where I had eaten with Dr. H and our wives, and lay down on the lawn. The inebriation pushed rapidly to its climax. Although I had firmly resolved to make constant notes, it now seemed to me a complete waste of time. The motion of writing was as infinitely slow, the possibilities of verbal expression as unspeakably paltry, measured by the flood of inner experience that inundated me and threatened to burst me. It seemed to me that 100 years would not be sufficient to describe the fullness of experience of a single minute. At the very beginning, optical impressions predominated. I saw with delight the boundless succession of rows of trees in the nearby forest, then the tattered clouds in the sunny sky rapidly piled up with silent and breathtaking majesty to a superimposition of thousands of layers, heaven on heaven. And I waited then, expecting that up there in the next moment, something completely powerful, unheard of, not yet existing, would appear or happen. Would I behold a god? But only the expectation remained, the presentiment, this hovering, quote, on the threshold of the ultimate feeling. Then I moved farther away. The proximity of others disturbed me, and lay down in a nook of the garden on a sun-warm pile. My fingers stroke this wood with overflowing animal-like sensual affection. At the same time, I was submerged within myself. It was an absolute climax. A sensation of bliss pervaded me, a contented happiness. I found myself behind my closed eyes in a cavity full of brick red ornaments, and at the same time, in the center of the universe of consummate calm. I knew everything was good. The cause and the origins of everything was good. But at the same moment, I also understood the suffering and the loathing, the depression, and the misunderstanding of ordinary life. One is never total, but instead divided, cut in pieces, and split up into the tiny fragments of seconds, minutes, hours, days, weeks, and years. There, one is a slave of Moloch, time, which devoured one piecemeal. One is condemned to stammering, bungling, and patchwork. One must drag about oneself with the perfection and absolute, the togetherness of all things, the eternal moment of the golden age, this original ground of being that indeed, nevertheless, has always endured and will endure forever, there in the weekday of human existence, as a tormenting thorn buried deeply in the soul, as a memorial of a claim never fulfilled, as a fata morgana of a lost and promised paradise. Through this feverish dream, present to a condemned past and a clouded future, I understood. This inebriation was a space flight, not of the outer, but rather of the inner man. And for a moment, I experienced reality from a location that lies somewhere beyond the force of gravity of time. As I began again to feel this force of gravity, I was childish enough to want to postpone the return by taking a new dose of 6 milligrams of psilocybin at 11:45, and once again 4 milligrams at 14:30. The effect was trifling and in any case not worth mentioning. Mrs. Lee Geltke, an artist, also participated in this series of investigations, taking 3 self-experiments of LSD and psilocybin. The artist wrote of the drawing she made during the experiment. Nothing on this page is consciously fashioned. While I work on it, the memory of the experience under psilocybin was again reality and led me at every stroke. For that reason, the picture is as many-layered as this memory, and the figure at the lower right is really the captive of its dream. And when books about Mexican art came into my hands 3 weeks later, I again found the motifs of my visions there with a sudden start. I have also mentioned the occurrence of Mexican motifs in psilocybin inebriation during my first self-experiment with dried psilocybe mexicana mushrooms, as was described in the section on the chemical investigation of those mushrooms. The same phenomena has also struck R. Gordon Wasson. Proceeding from such observations, he has advanced the conjecture that ancient Mexican art could have been influenced by visionary images as they appear in mushroom inebriation. The magic morning glory or soliloquy. After we had managed to solve the riddle of the sacred mushroom, Teonanacatl, in a relatively short time, I also became interested in the problem of another Mexican magic drug, not yet chemically elucidated, Hololiloque. Hololiloque is the Aztec name for the seeds of certain climbing plants that, like the mescaline cactus peyote and the mushrooms that were used in pre-Columbian times by the Aztecs and neighboring peoples in religious ceremonies and magical healing practices. Hololiloque is still used even today by certain Indian tribes like the Zapotes, Chinantec, Mazatec, and Mixtec, who until a short time ago led genuinely isolated existences, little influenced by Christianity in the remote mountains of southern Mexico. An excellent study of the historical, ethnological, and botanical aspects of the Olilique were published in 1941 by Richard Evan Schultes, director of the Harvard Botanical Museum in Cambridge, Massachusetts. It is entitled A Contribution to Our Knowledge of Rivera Corumbosa, the narcotic Olilique of the Aztecs. The following statements about the history of the Olilique derive chiefly from Schultes' monograph. The early records about this drug were written by Spanish chroniclers of the 16th century who also mentioned peyote and teonanacaro. Thus, the Franciscan friar Bernardino de Sahagún, in his already cited famous chronicle, Historia General de las Cosas de la Nueva España, writes about the wondrous effects of Olilique. This is an herb. It's called green snake, which produces seeds that are called olilique. These seeds stupefy and deprive one of reason. They are taken as a potion. We obtained further information about these seeds from the physician Francisco Hernandez, whom Philip II sent to Mexico from Spain from 1570 to 1575 in order to study the medicaments of the natives. In the chapter on Olilique of his monumental work, published in Rome in 1651, he gives a detailed description and the first illustration of Olilique. An extract from the Latin text accompanying the illustration reads in translation, Olilique, which others call coaxiwotl or snake plant, is a climber with thin green heart-shaped leaves. The flowers are white, fairly large. The seeds are roundish. When the priest of the Indians wanted to visit with the gods and obtain information from them, they ate of this plant in order to become inebriated. Thousands of fantastic images and demons then appeared to them. Despite this comparatively good description, the botanical identification of Olilique seeds of Rivera corumbosa occasioned many discussions in specialist circles. Recently, preferences has been given to the synonym Turbina corumbosa. When I decided in 1959 to attempt the isolation of the active principles of Olilique, only a single report on chemical work with the seeds of Turbina corumbosa were available. It was the work of a pharmacologist, C.J. Santesson of Stockholm, from the year 1937. Santesson, however, was not successful in isolating an active substance in pure form. Contradictory findings have been published about the activity of Olilique seeds. The psychiatrist Humphrey Osmond conducted a self-experiment with the seeds of Turbina corumbosa in 1955, and after the ingestion of 60 to 100 seeds, he entered into a state of apathy, emptiness, accompanied by enhanced visual sensitivity. And after 4 hours, there followed a period of relaxation and well-being lasting for a longer time. The results of V.J. Kinross Wright, published in England in 1958, in which 8 voluntary research subjects who had taken up to 125 seeds perceived no effect at all, contradicted this report. Through the mediation of R. Gordon Wasson, I obtained 2 samples of Olilique seeds. In his accompanying letter of the 6th of August, 1959 from Mexico City, he wrote of them, "The parcels that I'm sending you are the following. A small parcel of seeds that I take to be Rivera corumbosa, otherwise known as Olilique, well-known narcotic of the Aztecs, called in Huautla de la Semilla de la Virgin. This parcel you will find consists of 2 little bottles, which represent 2 deliveries of seeds made to us in Huautla, and a larger batch of seeds delivered to us by Francisco Ortego, Chico, the Zapotec guide, who himself gathered the seeds from the plants at the Zapotec town of San Bartolo Yautepec. The first named round, light brown seeds from Huautla proved in the botanical determination to have been correctly identified as Rivera or Turbina corumbosa, while the black angular seeds from San Bartolo Yautepec were identified as Ipomea violacea. While Turbino corbosa thrives only in tropical or subtropical climates, one also finds the Icomea violacea as an ornamental plant dispersed over the whole earth and in temperate zones. It is the morning glory that delights the eye in our gardens in diverse varieties with blue-red striped calyxes. The Zapotec, besides the original Ololiloquae, that is, the seeds of the Turbina corymbosa, which they call bado, also utilized bado negro, the seeds of the violacea. T. McDougall, who furnished us with the second larger consignment of the last made seeds, made this observation. My capable laboratory assistant, Hans Scherter, with whom I had already carried out the isolation of the active principles of the mushrooms, participated in the chemical investigations of the Ololiloquae drug. We advanced the working hypothesis that the active principles of the Ololiloquae seeds could be representatives of the same class of chemical substances, the indole compounds, to which LSD, psilocybin, and psilocin belong. Considering the very great number of other groups of substances that, like the indoles, were under consideration as active principles of Ololiloquae, it was indeed extremely improbable that this assumption would prove true. It could, however, very easily be tested. The presence of indole compounds, of course, may simply and rapidly be determined by colorimetric reactions. Thus, even traces of indole substances with a certain reagent give an intense blue-colored solution. We had luck with our hypothesis. Extracts of Ololiloquae seeds with the appropriate reagent gave the blue coloration characteristic of indole compounds. With the help of this colorimetric test, we succeeded in a short time in isolating the indole substances from the seeds and in obtaining them in chemically pure form. Their identification led to an astonishing result. What we found appeared at first scarcely believable. Only after the repetition and the most careful scrutiny of the operation was our suspicion concerning the peculiar findings eliminated. The active principles from the ancient Mexican magic drug Ololiloquae proved to be identical with the substances that were already present in my laboratory. They were identical with the alkaloids that had been obtained in the course of the decades-long investigation of ergot, partly isolated as such from ergot, partly obtained through chemical modification of ergot substances. Lysergic acid amide, lysergic acid hydroxyethylamide, and alkaloids closely related to them chemically were established as the main principles of Ololiloquae. Also present was the alkaloid ergobacin, whose synthesis had constituted the starting point of my investigations on ergot alkaloids. Lysergic acid amide and lysergic acid hydroxyethylamide, active principles of Ololiloquae, are chemically very closely related to LSD, which even for the non-chemists follows from the names. Lysergic acid amide was described for the first time by the English chemists S. Smith and G. M. Timmis as a cleavage product of ergot alkaloids, and I had also produced this substance synthetically in the course of the investigations in which LSD originated. Certainly, nobody at the time could have suspected that this compound synthesized in the flask would be discovered 20 years later as a naturally occurring active principle of an ancient Mexican magic drug. After the discovery of the psychic effects of LSD, I had also tested lysergic acid amide in a self-experiment and established that it likewise evoked a dreamlike condition, but only with about a 10-fold to 20-fold greater dose than LSD. This effect was characterized by a sensation of mental emptiness and the unreality and meaninglessness of the outer world, by enhanced sensitivity of hearing, and by a not unpleasant physical lassitude, which ultimately led to sleep. This picture of the effects of LA-111, as lysergic acid amide was called as a research preparation, was confirmed in a systematic investigation by the psychiatrist Dr. H. Solms. When I presented these findings of our investigation on ololiloquy at the Natural Products Congress of the International Union for Pure and Applied Chemistry, the IUPAC, in Sydney, Australia, in the fall of 1960, my colleagues received my talk with skepticism. In the discussions following my lecture, some persons voiced the suspicion that the ololiloquy extracts could well have been contaminated with traces of lysergic acid derivatives, which so much work had been done in my laboratory. There was another reason for the doubt in specialist circles concerning our findings: the occurrence in higher plants, i.e. the morning glory family of ergot alkaloids that hitherto had been known only as constituents of lower fungi, contradicted the experience that certain substances are typical of and restricted to respective plant families. It is indeed a very rare exception to find a characteristic group of substances, in this case the ergot alkaloids, occurring in two divisions of the plant kingdom, broadly separated in evolutionary history. Our results were confirmed, however, when different laboratories in the United States, Germany, and Holland subsequently verified our investigations on the ololiloquy seeds. Nevertheless, the skepticism went so far that some persons even considered the possibility that the seeds could have been infected with alkaloid-producing fungi. That suspicion, however, was ruled out experimentally. These studies on the active principles of ololiloquy seeds, although they were published only in professional journals, had an unexpected sequel. We were appraised by two Dutch wholesale seeds companies that their sale of seeds of the Impomea violacea, the ornamental blue morning glory, had reached unusual proportions in recent times. They had heard that the great demand was connected with the investigation of these seeds in our laboratory, about which they were eager to learn the details. It turned out that the new demand derived from hippie circles and other groups interested in hallucinogenic drugs. They believed they had found in ololiloquy seeds a substitute for LSD, which was becoming less and less accessible. The morning glory seed boom, however, lasted only a comparatively short time, evidently because of the undesirable experiences that those in the drug world had with this new ancient inebriant. The ololiloquy seeds, which are taken crushed with water or another mild beverage, taste very bad and are difficult for the stomach to digest. Moreover, the psychic effects of the ololiloquy in fact differ from those of LSD in that the euphoric and the hallucinogenic components are less pronounced, while a sensation of mental emptiness, often anxiety and depression, predominates. Furthermore, weariness and lassitude are hardly desirable effects as traits in an inebriant. These could all be reasons why the drug culture's interest in the morning glory seeds has diminished. Only a few investigations have considered the question whether the active principles of ololiloquy could find a useful application in medicine. In my opinion, it would be worthwhile to clarify above all whether the strong narcotic sedative effect of certain ololiloquy constituents or of chemical modifications of these is medicinally useful. My studies in the field of hallucinogenic drugs reached a kind of logical conclusion with the investigation of ololiloquy. They now formed a circle. One could almost say a magic circle. The starting point had been the synthesis of lysergic acid amides, among them the naturally occurring ergot alkaloid ergobasine. This led to the synthesis of LSD. The hallucinogenic properties of LSD were the reason why the hallucinogenic magic mushroom found its way into my laboratory. The work with the Botanical, from which psilocybin and psilocin were isolated, proceeded to the investigation of another Mexican magic drug, ololiloquy, in which hallucinogenic principles in the form of lysergic acid amides were again encountered, including ergobasine, with which the magic circle closed. In search of the magic plant Ska Maria Pastora in the Mazatec country. R. Gordon Wasson with whom I had maintained friendly relations since the investigations of the Mexican magic mushrooms, invited my wife and me to take part in an expedition to Mexico in the fall of 1962. The purpose of the journey was to search for another Mexican magic plant. Watson had learned on his travels in the mountains of southern Mexico that the expressed juice of the leaves of a plant, which were called hojas de la pastora or hojas de Maria Pastora in Mazatec, ska pastora or ska Maria Pastora, leaves of the shepherdess or leaves of Mary the shepherdess, were used among the Mazatec in medico-religious practices, like the mushrooms and the ololiloque seeds. The question now was to ascertain from what sort of plant the leaves of Mary the shepherdess derived, and then to identify this plant botanically. We also hoped, if at all possible, to gather sufficient plant material to conduct a chemical investigation on the hallucinogenic principles it contained. The ride through the Sierra Mazateca. On September 26, 1962, my wife and I accordingly flew to Mexico City, where we met Gordon Wasson. He had made all the necessary preparations for the expedition, so that in 2 days we had already set out on the next leg of the journey to the south. Mrs. Emgard Weitlener Johnson, widow of Jean B. Johnson, a pioneer of the ethnographic study of the Mexican magic mushrooms, had been killed in the Allied landing in North Africa. She had joined us. Her father, Robert J. Weitlener, had immigrated to Mexico from Austria and had likewise contributed toward the rediscovery of the mushroom cult. Mrs. Johnson worked at the National Museum of Anthropology in Mexico City as an expert on Indian textiles. After a 2-day journey in a spacious Land Rover, which took us over the plateau along the snow-capped mountains, passing Pueblo down into the valley of Orizaba with its magnificent tropical vegetation, and then by ferry across the Popolaupan, or the Butterfly River, on through the former Aztec garrison Tuxtepec, we arrived at the starting point of our expedition, the Mazatec village of Jalapa de Deyaz, lying on a hillside. There we were in the midst of the environment and among the people that we would come to know in the succeeding 2.5 weeks. There was an uproar upon our arrival in the marketplace center of this village. It widely dispersed into the jungle. Old and young men had been squatting and standing around in half-open bars and shops, pressed suspiciously and curiously about our Land Rover. They were mostly barefoot, but all wore a sombrero. Women and girls were nowhere to be seen, and one of the men gave us to understand that we should follow him. He led us to the local president, a fat mestizo who had his office in a 1-story house with a corrugated iron roof. Gordon showed him our credentials from the civil authorities and from the military governor of Oaxaca, which explained that we had come here to carry out scientific investigations. The president, who probably could not read at all, was visibly impressed by the large-sized documents equipped with official seals. He had lodgings assigned to us in a spacious shed in which we could place our air mattresses and sleeping bags. I looked around the region somewhat. The ruins of a large church from colonial times, which must have once been very beautiful, rose almost ghost-like in the direction of an ascending slope at the side of the village square. Now I could also see women looking out of their huts, venturing to examine the strangers. In their long white dresses adorned with red borders and with their long braids of blue-black hair, they offered a picturesque sight. We were fed by an old Mazatec woman who directed a young cook and 2 helpers. She lived in one of the typical Mazatec houses. These are simply rectangular structures with thatch gabled roofs and walls and wooden poles joined together, windowless, the chinks between the wooden poles offering sufficient opportunity to look out. In the middle of the hut on the stamped clay floor was an elevated open fireplace built up out of dried clay or made of stones. The smoke escaped through the large openings in the walls under the 2 ends of the roof. Bass mats that lay in a corner along the walls served as beds. The huts were shared with domestic animals as well as black swine, turkeys, and chickens. There was roasted chicken to eat, black beans, and also, in place of bread, tortillas, a type of cornmeal pancake that is baked on the hot stone slab of the hearth. Beer and tequila and agave liquor was served. Next morning, our troop formed for the ride through the Sierra Mazateca. Mules and guides were engaged from the horsekeeper of the village. Guadalupe, the Mazatec familiar with the route, took charge of the guiding of the lead animal. Gordon, Imgard, my wife, and I were stationed on our mules in the middle. Teodosio and Pedro, called Chico, two young fellows who trotted along barefoot beside the two mules laden with our baggage, brought up the rear. It took some time to get accustomed to the hard wooden saddles. Then, however, this mode of locomotion proved to be the most ideal type of travel that I know of. The mules followed the leaders single file at a steady pace. They required no direction at all by the rider. With surprising dexterity, they sought out the best spots along with the almost impassable, partly rocky, partly marshy paths which led through thickets and streams and onto precipitous slopes. Relieved of all travel cares, we could devote all of our attention to the beauty of the landscape and the tropical vegetation. There were tropical forests with gigantic trees overgrown with twining plants, then again clearings with banana groves or coffee plantations, between light stands of trees, flowers at the edge of the path, over which wondrous butterflies bustled about. We made our way upstream along the broad riverbed of the Rio Santo Domingo, with brooding heat and steamy air, now steeply ascending, then again falling. During a short, violent tropical downpour, the long, broad ponchos of oilcloth with which Gordon had equipped us provided quite useful. Our Indian guides had protected themselves from the cloudburst with gigantic heart-shaped leaves that they nimbly chopped off the edge of the path. Teodosio and Chico gave the impression of great green haycricks as they ran covered with these leaves beside their mules. Shortly before nightfall, we arrived at the first settlement, the La Providencia Ranch. The patron, Don Joaquin Garcia, the head of a large family, welcomed us hospitably and full of dignity. It was impossible to determine how many children, in addition to the grown-ups and the domestic animals, were present in the large living room, feebly illuminated by the hearth fire alone. Gordon and I placed our sleeping bags outdoors under the projecting roof. I awoke in the morning to find a pig grunting over my face. After another day's journey on the backs of our worthy mules, we arrived at Ayala, a Mazatec settlement spread across the hillside. En route among the shrubbery, I had delighted in the blue calyxes of the magic morning glory, Apomea violacea, the mother plant of the Olaluoqui seeds. It grew wild there, whereas among us, it's only found in the garden as an ornamental plant. We remained in Ayala for several days. We had lodged in the house of Doña Donata Sosa de Garcia. Doña Donato was in charge of a large family, which included her ailing husband. In addition, she presided over the coffee cultivation of the region. The collection center for the freshly picked coffee beans was in an adjacent building. It was a lovely picture. The young Indian women and girls returning home from the harvest toward evening in their bright garments, adorned with colored borders, the coffee sacks carried on their backs by headbands. Doña Donata also managed a type of grocery store in which her husband, Don Eduardo, stood behind the counter. In the evening, by candlelight, Doña Donata, who, besides Mazatec, also spoke Spanish, told us about life in the village. One tragedy or another had already struck nearly every one of the seemingly peaceful huts that lay surrounded by this paradisical scenery. A man who had murdered his wife and who now sits in prison for life had lived in the house next door, which now stood empty. The husband of a daughter of Doña Donata, after an affair with another woman, was murdered out of jealousy. The president of Ayala, a young bull of a mestizo to whom we had made our formal visit in the afternoon, never made the short walk from his hut to his office in the village hall with the corrugated iron roof, unless accompanied by 2 heavily armed men. Because he exacted illegal taxes, he was afraid of being shot to death. Since no higher authority sees to justice in this remote region, people have recourse to self-defense of this type. Thanks to Doña Donata's good connections, we received the first sample of the sought-after plant, some leaves of Cojos de la Pastora, from an old woman. Since the flowers and roots were missing, however, this plant material was not suitable for botanical identification. Our efforts to obtain more precise information about the habitat of the plant and its use were also fruitless. The continuation of our journey from Ayawatla was delayed as we had to wait until our boys could again bring back the mules that they had taken to pasture on the other side of the Rio Santo Domingo, over the river swollen by intense downpours. After a 2-day ride on which we had passed the night in high mountain village of San Miguel Huatla, we arrived at Rio Santiago. Here we were joined by Doña Herlindo Martinez Cid, a teacher from Huatla de Jimenez. She had ridden over on the invitation of Gordon Wasson, who had known her since his mushroom expedition and was to serve as our Mazatec and Spanish-speaking interpreter. Moreover, she could help us, through her numerous relatives scattered in the region, to pave the way to contacts with curanderos and curanderas who use the Hojas de la Pastora in their practice. Because of our delayed arrival in Rio Santiago, Doña Herlindo, who was acquainted with the dangers of the region, had been apprehensive about us, fearing we might have plunged down a rocky path or been attacked by robbers. Our next stop was in San Jose Tenango, a settlement lying deep in a valley in the midst of tropical vegetation with orange and lemon trees and banana plantations. And here again was the typical village picture in the center, a marketplace with a half-ruined church from the colonial period, with 2 or 3 stands, a general store, and shelters for horses and mules. We found lodging in a corrugated iron barracks, and with the special luxury of a cement floor on which we could spread out our sleeping bags. In the thick jungle on the mountainside, we discovered a spring whose magnificent fresh water in a natural rocky basin invited us to bathe. That was an unforgettable pleasure after days without opportunities to wash properly. In this grotto, I saw a hummingbird for the first time in nature, a blue-green, metallic, iridescent gem which whirred over great liana blossoms. The desired contact with persons skilled in medicine came about thanks to the kindred connections of Doña Herlinda, beginning with the curandero Don Sabino. But he refused for some reason to receive us in consultation and to question the leaves. From an old curandera, a venerable woman in a strikingly magnificent Mazatec garment, with the lovely name Natividad Rosa, we received a whole bundle of flowering specimens of the sought-after plant. But even she could not be prevailed upon to perform a ceremony with the leaves for us. Her excuse was that she was too old for the hardship of the magical trip. She could never cover the long distance to certain places, a spring where the wise women gather their powers, a lake on which the sparrows sing, and where objects get their names. Nor would Natividad Rosa tell us where she had gathered the leaves. They grew in a very, very distant forest valley. Wherever she dug up a plant, she put a coffee bean in the earth as thanks to the gods. We now possessed ample plants with flowers and roots which were suitable for botanical identification. It was apparently a representative of the genus Salvia, a relative of the well-known meadow sage. The plants had blue flowers crowned with a white dome, which are arranged on a panicle 20 to 30 centimeters long, whose stem leaked blue. Several days later, Natividad Rosa brought us a whole basket of leaves for which she was paid 50 pesos. The business seems to have been discussed, for 2 other women brought us further quantities of leaves. As it was known that the express juice of the leaves is drunk in the ceremony, and this must therefore contain the active principle, the fresh leaves were crushed on a stone plate, squeezed out on a cloth, the juice diluted with alcohol as a preservative, and decanted into flasks in order to be studied later in the laboratory in Basel. I was assisted in this work by an Indian girl who was accustomed to dealing with the stone plate, the metate, on which the Indians since ancient times have ground their corn by hand. On the day before the journey that was to continue, having given up all hope of being able to attend a ceremony, we suddenly made another contact with a curandero, one who was ready to, quote, to serve us. A confidant of Herlinda's, who had produced this contact, led us in, after nightfall, along a secret path to the hut of the curandero, lying solitary on the mountainside above the settlement. No one from the village was to see us or discover that we were received there. It was obviously considered a betrayal of sacred customs. Worthy of punishment to allow strangers, whites, to take part in this. That indeed had also been a real reason why the other healers whom we asked had refused to admit us to a leaf ceremony. Strange bird calls from the darkness accompanied us on the ascent, and the barking of dogs was heard on all sides. The dogs had detected the strangers. The curandera Consuela Garcia, a woman of some 40 years, barefoot like all Indian women in the region, timidly admitted us to her hut and immediately closed up the doorway with a heavy bar. She bid us lie down on the bass mats on the stamped mud floor. As Consuelo spoke only Mazatec, Erlinda translated her instructions into Spanish for us. The curandera lit a candle on the table, covered with some images of saints, along with a variety of rubbish. Then she began to bustle about busily, but in silence. All at once we heard peculiar noises and a rummaging in the room. Did the hut harbor some hidden person whose shape and proportions could not be made out in the candlelight? Visibly disturbed, Consuela searched the room with the burning candle. It appeared to be merely rats, however, who were working their mischief. And in a bowl, the curandera now kindled copal, an incense-like resin, which soon filled the whole hut with its aroma. Then the magic potion was ceremoniously prepared. Consuelo inquired which of us wished to drink of it with her. Gordon announced himself. Since I was suffering from a severe stomach upset at the time, I could not join in. My wife substituted for me. The curandera laid out 6 pairs of leaves for herself. She proportioned the same number to Gordon. Anita received 3 pairs. Like the mushrooms, the leaves are always dosed in pairs, a practice that, of course, has a magical significance. The leaves were crushed with the metate, then squeezed out through the fine sieve into a cup, and the metate and the contents of the sieve were rinsed with water. Finally, the filled cups were incensed over the copal vessel with much ceremony. Consuelo asked Anita and Gordon before she handed them their cups whether they believed in the truth and the holiness of the ceremony. After they answered in the affirmative and the very bitter-tasting potion was solemnly imbibed, the candles were extinguished, and lying in darkness on the bass mats, we awaited the effects. After some 20 minutes, Anita whispered to me that she saw striking, brightly bordered images. Gordon also perceived the effect of the drug. The voice of the curandera sounded from the darkness, half speaking, half singing. Herlinda translated, "Did we believe in Christ's blood and the holiness of the rites? After our creemos, we believe." The ceremonial performance continued. The curandera lit the candles, moved them from the altar table onto the floor, sang and spoke prayers of magic formulas, placed the candles again under the images of the saints, and then again silence and darkness. Thereupon the true consultation began. Consuelo asked of our request. Gordon inquired after the health of his daughter, who immediately before his departure from New York had to be admitted prematurely to the hospital in expectation of a baby. He received comforting information that mother and child were well. Then again came singing and prayer and manipulations with the candles on the altar table and on the floor and over the smoking basin. When the ceremony was at an end, the curandero asked us to rest a while longer in prayer on our best mats. Suddenly, a thunderstorm burst out. Through the cracks of the beamed walls, lightning flashed into the darkness of the hut, accompanied by violent thunderbolts, while tropical downpour raged, beating on the roof. Consuela voiced apprehension that we would not be able to leave her house unseen in the darkness. But the thunderstorm let up before daybreak, and we went down the mountainside to our corrugated iron barracks as noiselessly as possible by the light of flashlights, unnoticed by the villagers, but the dogs again barked from all sides. Participation in the ceremony was the climax of our expedition. It brought confirmation that the Hojas de la Pastora were used by the Indians for the same purpose and in the same ceremonial milieu as Teonanacatl, the sacred mushrooms. Now we also had authentic plant material, not only sufficient for botanical identification, but also for plant chemical analysis. The inebriated state that Gordon Wasson and my wife had experienced with the Hojas had been shallow and only of short duration, yet it had exhibited a distinctly hallucinogenic character. On the morning after this eventful night, we took leave of San Jose Tenango. The guide Guadalupe and the two fellows, Teodosio and Pedro, appeared before our barracks with the mules at the appointed time. Soon packed up and mounted, our little troop then moved uphill again through the fertile landscape, glittering in the sunlight from the night's thunderstorm. Returning by way of Santiago toward evening, we reached at our last stop in Mazatec country, the capital, Huautla de Jimenez. From here on, the return trip to Mexico City was made by automobile, with a final supper in the Posada Rosado, at the time the only inn in Huautla. We took leave of our Indian guides and of the worthy mules that had carried us so sure-footedly and in such a pleasant way through the Sierra Mazatec. The Indians were paid off, and Teodosio, who had also accepted payment for his chief in Yalapa de Diaz, where the animals were to be returned afterward, gave a receipt with his thumbprint colored by a ballpoint pen. We took up quarters in Doña Herlinda's house. A day later, we made our formal visit to the curandera Maria Sabina, a woman made famous by Wasson's publication. It had been in her hut that Gordon Wasson became the first white man to taste of the sacred mushroom. In the course of a nocturnal ceremony in the summer of 1955, Gordon and Maria Sabina greeted each other cordially as old friends. The curandera lived out of the way on the mountainside above Huautla. The house in which the historic session with Gordon Wasson had taken place had been burned, presumably by angered residents or an envious colleague, because she had divulged the secret of Teonanacatl to strangers. In the new hut in which we found ourselves, an incredible disorder prevailed, as had probably also prevailed in the old hut, in which half-naked children, hens, and pigs bustled about. The old curandera had an intelligent face, exceptionally changeable in expression. She was obviously impressed when it was explained that we had managed to confine the spirit of the mushrooms in pills, and she at once declared herself ready to, quote, serve us with these, that is, to grant us a consultation. It was agreed that this should take place the coming night in the house of Doña Herlinda. In the course of the day, I took a stroll through Huautla de Jimenez, which led along a main street on the mountainside. Then I accompanied Gordon on his visit to the Instituto Nacional Indigenista. This governmental organization had the duty of studying and helping to solve problems of the indigenous population, that is, the Indians. Its leader told us of the difficulties that the coffee policy had caused in the area at that time. The president of WATLA, in collaboration with the Instituto Nacional Indigenista, had tried to eliminate the middleman in order to shape the coffee prices favorably for the producing Indians. His body was found mutilated the previous June. Our stroll also took us past the cathedral from which Gregorian chants resounded. Old Father Aragon, whom Gordon knew well from his earlier stays, invited us into the vestry for a glass of tequila.
Hi, this is Michael Williams, and I'm going to be reading Albert Hofmann's section on a mushroom ceremony. As we returned home to Herlinda's house towards the evening, Marie Sabina had already arrived there with a large company. Her two daughters, Apollonia and Aurora, two prospective cuyanderas, and a niece, all of whom brought children along with them. Whenever her child began to cry, Apollonia would offer her breast to it. The old cuyandera, Don Aurelio, also appeared, a mighty man, one-eyed, in black and white patterned serape cloak. Cacao and sweet pastry were served on the veranda. I was reminded of the report from an ancient chronicle which described how chocolate was drunk before the ingestion of Tionana cactul. After the fall of darkness, we all proceeded into the room in which the ceremony would take place. It was then locked up. That is, the door was obstructed with the only bed available. Only an emergency exit into the back garden remained unlatched for absolute necessity. It was nearly midnight when the ceremony began. Until that time, the whole party lay in darkness, sleeping or awaiting the night's events on mats spread on the floor. Maria Sabina threw a piece of copal on the ember of the brazier from time to time, whereby the stuffy air in the crowded room became somewhat bearable. I had explained to the cuyandera through Herlinda, who was again with the party as interpreter, that one pill contained the spirit of 2 pairs of mushrooms. The pills contain 5.0 milligrams of synthetic psilocybin apiece. When all was ready, Maria Sabina apportioned the pills in pairs among the grown-ups present. After solemn smoking, she herself took 2 pairs, corresponding to 20 milligrams psilocybin. She gave the same dose to Don Aurelio and her daughter Apollonia, who would also serve as cuyandera. Aurora received 1 pair, as did Gordon, while my wife, Nimgar, got only 1 pill each. One of the children, a girl of about 10, under the guidance of Maria Sabina, had prepared for me the juice of 5 pairs of fresh leaves of hojas de las pastora. I wanted to experience this drug that I had never been able to try in San Jose, Tenango. The potion was said to be especially active when prepared by an innocent child. The cup with the expressed juice was likewise incensed and blessed by Maria Sabina and Don Aurelio before it was delivered to me. All of these preparations and the following ceremony progressed much of the same way as the consultation with the cuyandera Consuela Garcia in San Jose, Tenango. After the drug was apportioned and the candle on the altar extinguished, we awaited the effects in the darkness. Before a half hour had elapsed, the cuyandera mumbled something. Her daughter and Don Aurelio also became restless. Herlinda translated and explained to us what was wrong. Maria Sabina had said that the pills lacked the spirit of the mushrooms. I discussed the situation with Gordon, who lay beside me. For us, it was clear that the absorption of the active principle from the pills, which must first dissolve in the stomach, occurs more slowly than from the mushrooms, in which some of the active principles already becomes absorbed through the mucous membranes during chewing. But how could we give a scientific explanation under such conditions? Rather than try to explain, we decided to act. We distributed more pills. Both cuyenderas and cuyendero each received another pair. They had now taken a total of 30 milligrams synthetic psilocybin. After about another quarter of an hour, the spirit of the pills did begin to yield its effects, which lasted until the crack of dawn. The daughters and Don Harilio, with his deep bass voice, fervently answered the prayers and singings of the cuyenderas. Blissful yearning moans of Apollonia and Aurora between singing and prayer gave the impression that the religious evidence of a young woman in the drug inebriation was combined with sensual sexual feelings. In the middle of the ceremony, Maria Sabina asked for our request. Gordon inquired again after the health of his daughter and grandchild. He received the same good information as from the Cuyendera Consuela. Mother and child were in fact well when he returned home to New York. Obviously, however, this still represents no proof of the prophetic abilities of both Cuyenderas. Evidently, as an effect of the hojas, I found myself for some time in a state of mental sensitivity and intense experience, which, however, was not accompanied by hallucinations. Anita, Ingard, and Gordon experienced a euphoric condition of inebriation that was influenced by the strange mystical atmosphere. My wife was impressed by the vision of very distinct, strange line patterns. She was astonished and perplexed later on discovering precisely the same images and the rich ornamentation over the altar in an old church near Puebla. That was on the return trip to Mexico City. When we visited churches from colonial times. These admirable churches offer great cultural and historic interest because the Indian artists and workmen who assisted in their construction smuggled in elements of Indian style. Klaus Thomas, in his book, The Artificially Steered Mind, Ferdinand Inke Verlag Stuhlgart, 1970, writes about the possible influence of visions from psilocybin inebriation on Mesoamerican Indian art. Surely a cultural historical comparison of the old and new creations of Indian art must convince unbiased spectator of the harmony with the visions, forms, and colors of a psilocybin inebriation. The Mexican character of the vision seen in my first experience with dried psilocybe Mexicana mushrooms and the drawings of Lee Gepke after a psilocybin inebriation could also point to such an association. As we took our leave of Maria Sabina and her clan on the crack of dawn, the cuyendero said the pills had the same power as the mushrooms, that there was no difference. This was a confirmation from the most competent authority that the synthetic psilocybin is identical with the natural product. As a parting gift, I let Maria Sabina have a vial of psilocybin pills. She radiantly explained to our interpreter that she could now give consultations even in the season when no mushrooms grow. How could we judge the conduct of Maria Sabina? The fact that she allowed strangers, white people, access to secret ceremony and let them try the sacred mushroom. To her credit, it can be said that she had thereby opened the door to the exploration of the Mexican mushroom cult in its present form, and to the scientific, botanical, and chemical investigation of the sacred mushrooms. Valuable active substances, psilocybin and psilocin, resulted. Without this assistance, the ancient knowledge and experience that was concealed in these secret practices would possibly, even probably, have disappeared without a trace, without having borne fruit in the advancement of Western civilization. From another standpoint, the conduct of this culiandera can be regarded as profanation of a sacred custom, even a betrayal. Some of her countrymen were of this opinion, which was expressed in acts of revenge, including the burning of her house. The profanation of the cult did not stop at the scientific investigations. The publication about the magic mushrooms unleashed an invasion of hippies and drug seekers into the Mazatec country, many of whom behaved badly, some even criminally. Another undesirable consequence was the beginning of true tourism in Huautla de Jimenez, whereby the originality of the place was eradicated. Such statements and considerations are, for the most part, the concern of ethnographic research. Whenever researchers and scientists trace and elucidate the remains of ancient customs that are becoming rarer, their primitiveness is lost. This loss is only more or less counterbalanced when the outcome of the research represents a lasting cultural gain. From Huautla de Jimenez, we proceeded first to Teotitlan in a breakneck truck ride along a half-paved road, and from there went on a comfortable car trip back to Mexico City, the starting point of our expedition. I had lost several kilograms in body weight, but was overwhelmingly compensated in enchanting experiences. The herbarium sample of Hojas de las Pastoras, which we have brought with us, were subjected to botanical identification by Carl Epling and Carlos Ativa at the Botanical Institute of Harvard University in Cambridge, Massachusetts. They found that this plant was hitherto undescribed species of salvia, which was named Salvia delvinorum by these authors. The chemical investigation of the juice of the magic sage in the laboratory in Basel was unsuccessful. The psychoactive principle in this drug seems to be rather unstable substance, since the juice prepared in Mexico and preserved with alcohol proved in self-experimentations to be no longer active. Where the chemical nature of the active principle is concerned, the problem of the magic plant, Maria Pastora, still awaits a solution. Publisher's notes. In 2002, Roth found that salvinorin A, the active principle in the Maria Pastora, is a kappa opioid receptor agonist, making it pharmacologically distinct from LSD and other psychedelics, which primarily affects serotonin receptors. So far in this book, I have mainly described my scientific work and matters relating to my professional activity. But this work, by its very nature, had repercussions in my own life and personality, not least because it brought me into contact with interesting and important contemporaries. I have already mentioned some of them: Timothy Leary, Rudolf Gelpty, Gordon Watson. Now, in the pages that follow, I would like to emerge from the natural scientist's reserve in order to portray encounters which were personally meaningful to me and which helped me solve questions posed by the substances I had discovered. So there we have it. I find it interesting that Albert took both the salvia divinorum and the psilocybin at the same time. We were paying attention. Anyway, thank you.
Chapter 7, Radiance, from Ernst Junger. Radiance is the perfect term to express the influence that Ernst Junger's literary work and personality have had on me. In the light of his perspective, which stereoscopically comprises the surfaces and depths of things, the world I knew took on a new translucent splendor. That happened a long time before the discovery of LSD, and before I came into personal contact with this author in connection with hallucinogenic drugs. My enchantment with Ernst Junger's work began with his book, The Adventurous Heart. Again and again in the last 40 years, I've taken up this book. Here more than ever, in themes that weigh more lightly and lie closer to me than war and a new type of human being, subjects of Junger's earlier books. The beauty and magic of Junger's prose was open to me. Descriptions of flowers, of dreams, of solitary walks, thoughts about chance, the future, colors, and about other themes that have direct relation to our personal lives. Everywhere in his prose, the miracle of creation became evident in the precise description of the surfaces and in translucence of the depths, and the uniqueness and the imperishable in every human being was touched upon. No other writer has thus opened my eyes. Drugs were also mentioned in The Adventurous Heart. Many years passed, however, before I myself began to be especially interested in this subject after the discovery of the psychic effects of LSD. My first correspondence with Ernst Junger had nothing to do with the context of drugs. Rather, I once wrote to him on his birthday as a thankful reader. On the 29th of March, 1947, Dear Mr. Junger, as one richly endowed by you for years, I wish to send a jar of honey to you for your birthday. But I did not have this pleasure because my export license has been refused in Bern. The gift was intended less as a greeting from a country in which milk and honey still flow, than as a reminiscence of the enchanting sentences in your book On the Marble Cliffs, where you speak of the golden bees. The book mentioned here had appeared in 1939, just shortly before the outbreak of World War II. On the Marble Cliffs is not only a masterpiece of German prose, but also a work of great significance because in this book the characteristics of tyrants and the horror of war and nocturnal bombardment are described prophetically in poetic vision. In the course of our correspondence, Ernst Junger also inquired about my LSD studies, of which he had learned through a friend. Thereupon, I sent him the pertinent publications, which he acknowledged with the following comments. Kirchhorst, 3/3/1948. ... Together with both enclosures concerning your new Fantasticum, it seems indeed that you have entered a field that contains so many tempting mysteries. Your consignment came together with the confessions of an English opium eater that has just been published in a new translation. The translator writes me that his reading of The Adventurous Heart stimulated him to do his work. As far as I am concerned, my practical studies in this field are far behind me. These are experiments in which one sooner or later embarks on truly dangerous paths and may be considered lucky to escape with only a black eye. What interested me above all was the relationship of these substances to productivity. It's been my experience, however, that creative achievement requires an alert consciousness and that it diminishes under the spell of drugs. On the other hand, conceptualization is important, and one gains insights under the influences of drugs that indeed are not possible otherwise. I consider the beautiful essay that Maupassant has written about ether to be such an insight. Moreover, I had the impression that in fever one also discovers new landscapes, new archipelagos, and a new music that becomes completely distinct when the customs station, title heading of a section of The Adventurous Heart, that concerns the transition from life to death. For geographic description, on the other hand, one must be fully conscious. What productivity means to an artist, healing means to a physician. Accordingly, it also may suffice for him that he sometimes enters the regions through the tapestries that our senses have woven. Moreover, I seem to perceive in our time less of a taste for the fantastica than for the energetica, amphetamine, which has been furnished to flyers and other soldiers by the armies. It belongs to this group. Tea is, in my opinion, a fantasticum. Coffee, an energeticum. Tea, therefore, possesses a disproportionately higher artistic rank. I notice that coffee disrupts the delicate lattice of light and shadows, the fruitful doubts that emerge during the writing of a sentence. One exceeds his inhibitions. With tea, on the other hand, the thoughts climb genuinely upward. So far as my studies are concerned, I had a manuscript on that topic, but have since burned it. My excursions terminated with hashish that led to very pleasant but also to manic states, to oriental tyranny. Soon afterward, in a letter from Ernst Junger, I learned that he had inserted a discourse about drugs in the novel Heliopolis, on which he was then working. He wrote to me about the drug researcher who figures in the novel. Among the trips in the geographical and metaphysical world, which I am attempting to describe there, are those of a purely sedentary man who explores the archipelagos beyond the navigable seas, for which he uses drugs as a vehicle. I give extracts from his logbook. Certainly I cannot allow this Columbus of the inner globe to end well. He dies of a poisoning. The book that appeared the following year bore the subtitle Retrospective on a City. A retrospective on a city of the future, in which technical apparatus and the weapons of the present time were developed still further in magic, and in which power struggles between a demonic technocracy and a conservative force took place. In the figure of Antonio Perry, Junger depicted the mentioned drug researcher who resided in the ancient city of Heliopolis. He captured dreams, just like others appear to chase after butterflies with nets. He did not travel to the islands on Sundays and holidays, and did not frequent the taverns on Pagos Beach. He locked himself up in his studio for trips into the dreamy regions. He said that all countries and unknown islands were woven into the tapestry. The drugs served him as keys to entry into the chambers and caves of this world. In the course of the years, he had gained great knowledge, and he kept a logbook of his excursions. A small library adjoined this studio, consisting partly of herbals and medicinal reports, partly of works by poets and magicians. Antonio intended to read there while the effect of the drug itself developed. He went on voyages of discovery in the universe of his brain. In the center of this library, which was pillaged by mercenaries of the provincial governor during the arrest of Antonio Perry, stood the great inspirers of the 19th century: De Quincey, E.T.A. Hofmann, Poe, Baudelaire. Yet there were also books from the ancient past, herbals, necromancy texts, and demonology of the middle-aged world. They included the names Albertus Magnus, Raymundus Lullus, and Agrippa of Nettensheim. Moreover, there was a great folio, the De Prestigiis Daemonum of Verus, and the very unique compilations of Medicus Vecurus, published in Basel in 1582. In another part of his collection, Antonio Perry seems to have cast his attention principally on ancient pharmacology books, formularies, and pharmacopoeias, and to have hunted for reprints of journals and annals. Among others was found a heavy old volume by the Heidelberg psychologists on the extract of mescal buttons, and a paper on the Fantastica of Ergot by Hofmann. In the same year in which Heliopolis came out, I made the personal acquaintance of the author. I went to meet Ernst Junger in Ravensburg for a Swiss sojourn. On a wonderful fall journey in southern Switzerland, together with mutual friends, I experienced the radiant power of his personality. 2 years later, at the beginning of February 1951, came the great adventure, an LSD trip with Ernst Junger. Since up until that moment there were only reports of LSD experiments in connection with psychiatric inquiries, this experiment especially interested me, because this was an opportunity to observe the effects of LSD on the artistic person in a non-medical milieu, and was still somewhat before Aldous Huxley, from the same perspective, began to experiment with mescaline, about which he then reported in his 2 books, The Doors of Perception and Heaven and Hell. In order to have medical aid on hand if necessary, I invited my friend, the physician and pharmacologist, Professor Heribert Konzett, to participate. The trip took place at 10 o'clock in the morning in the living room of our house in Buchmingen. Since the reaction of such a highly sensitive man as Ernst Junger was not foreseeable, a low dose was chosen for this first experiment as a precaution. Only 50 micrograms. The experiment then did not lead into great depths. The beginning phase was characterized by the intensification of aesthetic experiment. Red-violet roses were of unknown luminosity and radiated in portentous brightness. The concerto for flute and harp by Mozart was perceived in its celestial beauty as heavenly music. In mutual astonishment, we contemplated the haze of smoke that ascended with the ease of thought from a Japanese incense stick. As the inebriation became deeper and the conversation ended, we came to fantastic reveries while we lay in our easy chairs with closed eyes. Ernst Junger enjoyed the color display of Oriental images. I was on a trip among Berber tribes in North Africa, saw colored caravans and lush oases. Heribert Konzett, whose features seemed to me to be transfigured and Buddha-like, experienced a breath of timelessness, liberation from the past and the future, blessedness through being completely here and now. The return from the altered state of consciousness was associated with strong sensitivity to cold. Like freezing travelers, we enveloped ourselves in covers for the landing. The return to everyday reality was celebrated with a good dinner, in which Burgundy flowed copiously. This trip was characterized by the mutuality and parallelism of our experiences, which were perceived as profoundly joyful. All three of us had drawn near the gate to an experience of mystical being. However, it did not open. The dose we had chosen was too low. In misunderstanding this reason, Ernst Jünger, who had earlier been thrust into deeper realms by a high dose of mescaline, remarked, "Compared with the tiger mescaline, your LSD is, after all, only a house cat." After later experiments with higher doses of LSD, he revised this estimation. Jünger has assimilated the mentioned spectacle of the incense stick into literature in his book Visit to Godenholm, in which deeper experiences of drug inebriation also play a part. And here he quotes, "Schwarzenberg burned an incense stick, as he sometimes did, to clear the air. A blue plume ascended from the tip of the stick. Moltner looked at it first with astonishment, then with delight, as if a new power of the eyes had come to him. It revealed itself in the play of this fragrant smoke, which ascended from the slender stick and then branched out into a delicate crown. It was as if his imagination had created it, a pallid web of sea lilies in the depths that scarcely trembled from the beat of the surf. Time was active in this creation. It had circled it, whirled about it, wreathed it, as if imaginary coins rapidly piled up one on top of another. The abundance of space revealed itself in the fiber work, the nerves, which stretched and unfolded in the height in a vast number of filaments. Now a breath of air affected the vision and softly twisted it about the shaft like a dancer. Moltner uttered a shout of surprise. The beams and lattices of the wondrous flower wheeled around in new planes, in new fields. Myriads of molecules observed the harmony. Here the laws no longer acted under the veil of appearance. Matter was so delicate and weightless that it clearly reflected them. How simple and cogent everything was. The numbers, masses, and weights stood out from matter. They cast off the raiment. No goddess could inform the initiates more boldly and freely. The pyramids, with their weight, did not reach up to this revelation. That was Pythagorean luster. No spectacle had ever affected him with such a magic spell. This deepened experience in the aesthetic sphere, as it was described here in the example of contemplation of a haze of blue smoke, is typical in the beginning phase of LSD inebriation, before deeper alterations of consciousness begin. I visited Ernst Jünger occasionally in the following years in Wilfingen, Germany, where he had moved from Ravensburg, or we went in Switzerland at my place in Bottmingen, or in Bodnerland in southeastern Switzerland. Through the shared LSD experience, our relations had deepened. Drugs and problems connected with them constituted a major subject of our conversation and correspondence, without our having made further practical experiments in the meantime. We exchanged literature about drugs. Ernst Jünger thus let me have for my drug library the rare, remarkable monograph of Dr. Ernst Freiherrn von Bibra, The Narcotic Pleasure Drugs and Man, printed in Nuremberg in 1855. This book is a pioneering standard work of drug literature, a source of the first order, above all as relates to the history of drugs. What von Bibra embraces under the designation narcotics are not only substances like opium and thornapple, but also coffee, tobacco, khat, which do not fall under the present conception of narcotics any more than do drugs such as coca, fly agaric, and hashish, which he also described. Noteworthy, and today still as topical as at the time, are the general opinions about drugs that von Bibra contrived more than a century ago. And he quotes, "The individual who has taken too much hashish and then runs frantically about in the streets and attacks everyone who confronts him sinks into insignificance beside the number of those who after mealtime pass calm and happy hours with a moderate dose, and the number of those who are able to overcome the heaviest exertions through coca, yes, who were possibly rescued from death by starvation through coca, by far exceed the few coqueros who have undermined their health by immoderate use. In the same manner, only a misplaced hypocrisy can condemn the vinous cup of old Father Noah, because individual drunkards do not know how to observe limit and moderation." From time to time, I advise Ernst Junger about actual and entertaining events in the field of inebriating drugs, as in my letter of September 1955. Last week, the first 200 grams of a new drug arrived, whose investigation I wish to take up. It involved the seeds of a mimosa that's used as a stimulating intoxicant by the Indians of the Orinoco. The seeds are ground, fermented, and then mixed with a powder of burned snail shells. This powder is sniffed by the Indians with the help of a hollow forked bird bone. As already reported by Alexander von Humboldt in Race, Voyage to the Equinoctial Regions of the New Continent, the warlike tribe, the Otomaco, especially used this drug, called nopo or cahoba, to an extensive degree, even today. It is reported in the monograph of 1741, the Otomacos sniffed the powder before they went to battle with the Caribs, for in earlier times there existed savage wars between these tribes. This drug robs them completely of reason, and they frantically seize their weapons as if the women were not so adept at holding them, and if the women were not so adept at holding them back and binding them fast, they would daily cause horrible devastation. It's a terrible vice. Other benign and docile tribes that also sniff the yopo do not get into such a fury as the Otomacos, who through self-injury with this agent made themselves completely cruel before combat and marched into battle with savage fury. I'm curious how yopo would act on people like us. Should a session one day come to pass, then we should on no account send our wives away, as on that early spring reverie, the LSD trip of February 1951 is meant here, that they might bind us fast if necessary. Chemical analysis of this drug led to isolation of active principles that, like the ergot alkaloids and psilocybin, belong to the group of indole alkaloids, but which were already described in the technical literature and were therefore not investigated further by the Sandoz laboratories. The translator's note says the active principle of the snuff are DMT and its congeners. DMT was first prepared in 1931 by Mansk. The fantastic effects described above appeared to occur only with the particular manner of use as snuff powder, and also seem to be related, in all probability, to the psychic structure of the Indian tribes concerned.
Ambivalence of drug use. Fundamental questions of drug problems were dealt with in the following correspondence. Bad Mingen, 16, December 1961. Dear Mr. Younger, on the one hand, I would have the great desire, besides the natural scientific chemical pharmacological investigation of hallucinogenic substances, also to research their use as magic drugs in other regions. On the other hand, I must admit that the fundamental question very much occupies me whether the use of these types of drugs, namely of substances that so deeply affect our minds, could not indeed represent a forbidden transgression of limits. As long as any means or methods are used which provide only an additional, newer aspect of reality, surely there is nothing to object to in such means. On the contrary, the experience and the knowledge of further facets of the reality only makes this reality even more real to us. The question exists, however, whether the deeply affecting drugs under discussion here will in fact only open an additional window for our senses and perceptions, or whether the spectator himself, the core of his being, undergoes alterations. The latter would signify that something is altered that, in my opinion, should always remain intact. My concern is addressed to the question whether the innermost core of our being is actually unimpeachable and cannot become damaged by whatever happens in its material, physical, chemical, biological, and psychic shells, or whatever matter in the form of these drugs displays a potency that has the ability to attack the spiritual center of the personality, the self. The latter would have to be explained by the fact that the effect of magic drugs happens at the borderline where mind and matter merge, that these magic substances are themselves cracks in the infinite realm of matter, in which the depth of matter, its relationship with the mind, becomes particularly obvious. This could be expressed by a modification of the familiar words of Goethe. Quote, "Were the eye not sunny, it could never behold the sun. If the power of the mind were not in matter, how could matter disturb the mind?" Unquote. This would correspond to cracks which the radioactive substances constitute in the periodic system of the elements, where the transition of matter into energy becomes manifest. Indeed, one must ask whether the production of atomic energy likewise represents a transgression of forbidden limits. A further disquieting thought, which follows from the possibility of influencing the highest intellectual functions by traces of a substance, concerns free will. The highly active psychotropic substances like LSD and psilocybin possess in their chemical structure a very close relationship with substances inherent in the body, which are found in the central nervous system, and play an important role in the regulation of its functions. It is therefore conceivable that through some disturbance in the metabolism of the normal neurotransmitters, a compound like LSD or psilocybin is formed that can determine and alter the character of the individual, his worldview, and his behavior. A trace of a substance whose production or non-production we cannot control with our wills has the power to shape our destiny. Such biochemical considerations could have led to the sentence that Gottfried Benn quoted in his essay, "Provoziertes Leben," provoked life. God is a substance, a drug. unquote. On the other hand, it is well known that substances like adrenaline, for example, are formed or set free in our organism by thoughts and emotions, which for their part determine the functions of the nervous system. One may therefore suppose that our material organism is susceptible to and shaped by our mind, in the same way that our intellectual essence is shaped by our biochemistry. Which came first can indeed no better be determined than the question whether the chicken came before the egg. In spite of my uncertainty with regard to the fundamental dangers that could lie in the use of hallucinogenic substances, I've continued investigations on the active principles of the Mexican magic morning glories, of which I wrote you briefly once before. In the seeds of this morning glory that were called ololiyuki by the ancient Aztecs, we found as active principles lysergic acid derivatives, chemically very closely related to LSD. That was an almost unbelievable finding. I have all along had a particular love for the morning glories. They were the first flowers that I grew myself in my little child's garden. Their blue and red cups belong to the first memories of my childhood. I recently read in a book by D.T. Suzuki, Zen and Japanese Culture, that the morning glory plays a great role in Japan among the flower lovers, in literature, and in graphic arts. Its fleeting splendor has given the Japanese imagination rich stimulus. Among others, Suzuki quotes a 3-line poem of the poetess Chiyo, 1702 to 1775, who one morning went to fetch water from a neighbor's house because, quote, "My trough is captivated by a morning glory blossom, so I ask after water." The morning glory thus shows both possible ways of influencing the mind-body essence of man. In Mexico, it exerts its effects in a chemical way as a magic drug, while in Japan it acts from the spiritual side through the beauty of its flower cups. Wilflingen, 17 December 1961. Dear Mr. Hofmann, I give you my thanks for your detailed letter of 16 December. I've reflected on your central question and may probably become occupied with it on the occasion of the revision of Anders Ziemauer at the Wall of Time. There I intimated that in the field of physics, as well as in the field of biology, we are beginning to develop procedures that are no longer to be understood as advances in the established sense, but that rather intervene in evolution and lead forth in the development of the species. Certainly, I turn the glove inside out, for I suppose that it is a new world age which begins to act evolutionarily on the prototypes. Our science with its theories and discoveries is therefore not the cause, rather one of the consequences of evolution, among others. Animals, plants, the atmosphere, and the surfaces of planets will be concerned simultaneously. We do not progress from point to point, rather we cross over a line. The risk that you indicated is well to be considered. However, it exists in every aspect of our existence. The common denominator appears now here, now there. In mentioning radioactivity, you use the word crack. Cracks are not merely points of discovery, but also points of destruction. Compared to the effects of radiation, those of the magical drugs are more genuine and much less rough. In classical manner, they lead us beyond the humane. Gurdjieff has already seen that to some extent. Wine has already changed much, has brought new gods and a new humanity with it. But wine is to the new substances as classical physics is to modern physics. These things should only be tried in small circles. I cannot agree with the thoughts of Huxley that possibilities for transcendence could here be given to the masses. Indeed, this does not involve comforting fictions, but rather realities, if we take the matter earnestly. And few contexts will suffice here for the setting of courses and guidance. It also transcends theology and belongs in the chapter of theogony, as it necessarily entails entry into a new house in the astrological sense. At first, one can be satisfied with this insight and should above all be cautious without designations. Heartfelt thanks also for the beautiful picture of the blue morning glory. It appears to be the same that I cultivate year after year in my garden. I did not know that it possesses specific powers. However, that is probably the case with every plant. We do not know the key to most. Besides this, there must be a central viewpoint from which not only the chemistry, the structure, the color, but rather all attributes become significant. An experiment with psilocybin. Such theoretical discussions about the magic drugs were supplemented by practical experiments. One such experiment, which served as a comparison between LSD and psilocybin, took place in the spring of 1962. The proper occasion for it presented itself at the home of the Jungers, in the former head forester's house of Stauffenberg's castle in Wilflingen. My friends, the pharmacologist, Professor Heribert Kanset, and the Islamic scholar, Dr. Rudolf Gelbke, also took part in this mushroom symposium. The old chronicles described how the Aztecs drank chocolatl before they ate tiananacatl. Thus, Mrs. Liselott Junger likewise served us hot chocolate to set the mood. Then she abandoned the four men to their fate. We gathered in a fashionable living room with a dark wooden ceiling, white tile stove, period furniture, old French engravings on the wall, a gorgeous bouquet of tulips on the table. Ernst Junger wore a long, broad, dark blue striped caftan-like garment that he had brought from Egypt. Heribert Kanset was resplendent in a brightly embroidered mandarin gown. Rudolf Gelbke and I had put on housecoats. The everyday reality should be laid aside, along with everyday clothing. Shortly before sundown, we took the drug. Not the mushrooms, but rather their active principle, 20 milligrams psilocybin each. That corresponded to some 2/3 of the very strong dose that was taken by the curandera, Maria Sabina, in the form of psilocybe mushrooms. After an hour, I still noticed no effect, while my companions were already very deep into the trip. I had come with the hope that in the mushroom inebriation, I could manage to allow certain images from euphoric moments of my childhood, which remained in my memory as blissful experiences, to come alive. A meadow covered with chrysanthemums, lightly stirred by the early summer wind, the rose bush in the evening light after a rainstorm, the blue irises hanging over the vineyard wall. Instead of these bright images from my childhood home, strange scenery emerged when the mushroom factor finally began to act. Half stupefied, I sank deeper, passed through totally deserted cities with a Mexican type of exotic yet dead splendor. Terrified, I tried to detain myself on the surface, to concentrate alertly on the outer world, on the surroundings. For a time I succeeded. I then observed Ernst Junger, colossal in the room, pacing back and forth, a powerful, mighty magician. Heribert Kanset, in the silky, lustrous housecoat, seemed to be dangerous. A Chinese clown. Even Rudolf Gelbke appeared sinister to me, long, thin, and mysterious. With the increasing depth of inebriation, everything became yet stranger. I even felt strange to myself. Weird, cold, foolish, deserted, in a dull light, were the places I traversed when I closed my eyes. With the increasing depth of inebriation, everything became yet stranger. I even felt strange to myself. Weird, cold, foolish, deserted, in a dull light, were the places I traversed when I closed my eyes. Emptied of all meaning, the environment also seemed ghost-like to me. Whenever I opened my eyes, I tried to cling to the outer world. The total emptiness threatened to drag me down into absolute nothingness. I remember how I seized Rudolf Gelbke's arm as he passed my chair and held myself to him in order not to sink into dark nothingness. Fear of death seized me, and illimitable longing to return to the living creation, to the reality of the world of men. After timeless fear, I slowly returned to the room. I saw and heard the great magician lecturing uninterruptedly with a clear, loud voice about Schopenhauer, Kant, Hegel, and speaking about the old Gaia, the beloved little mother. Heribert Konzett and Rudolf Gelbke were already completely on the earth again, while I could only regain my footing with great effort. For me, this entry into the mushroom world had been a test, a confrontation with the dead world and with the void. The experiment had developed differently from what I had expected. Nevertheless, the encounter with the void can also be appraised as a gain. Then, the existence of the creation appears so much more wondrous. Midnight had passed as we sat together at the table that the mistress of the house had set in the upper story. We celebrated the return with an exquisite repast and with Mozart's music. The conversation, during which we exchanged our experiences, lasted almost until morning. Ernst Jünger has described how he experienced this trip in his book Anhängen und Rausch, Approaches, Drugs and Inebriation, published by Ernst Klett Verlag, Stuttgart, 1970, in the section Ein Pilz-Symposium, a mushroom symposium. The following is an extract from the work. Quote, "As usual, a half hour or a little more passed in silence. Then came the first signs. The flowers on the table began to flare up and sent out flashes. It was time for leaving work. Outside the streets were being cleaned, like on every weekend. The brushstrokes invaded the silence painfully. This shuffling and brushing, now and again, also a scraping, pounding, rumbling, and hammering, has random causes and is also symptomatic, like one of the signs that announces an illness. Again and again, it also plays a role in the history of magic practices. By this time, the mushroom began to act. The spring bouquet glowed darker. That was no natural light. The shadows stirred in the corners as if they sought form. I became uneasy, even chilled, despite the heat that emanated from the tiles. I stretched myself on the sofa, drew the covers over my head. Everything became skin and was touched, even the retina. There was the contact with light. This light was multicolored. It arranged itself in strings, which gently swung back and forth, in strings of glass beads of oriental doorways. They formed doors, like those one passes through in a dream, curtains of lust and danger. The wind stirred them like a garment. They also fell down from the belts of dancers, opened and closed themselves with the swing of the hips, and from the beads a rippling of the most delicate sounds fluttered to the heightened senses. The chime of the silver rings on the ankles and wrists is already too loud. It smells of sweat, blood, tobacco, chopped horsehair, cheap rose essence. Who knows what is going on in the stables? It must be an immense palace. Mauritanian, not a good place. At this ballroom, flights of adjoining rooms lead into the lower stratum, and everywhere the curtains with their glitter, their sparkling, radioactive glow. Moreover, the rippling of glassy instruments with their beckoning, their wooing solicitation. Quote, "Will you go with me, beautiful boy?" Unquote. Now it ceased. Now it repeated. More importunate, more intrusive, more already assured of agreement. Now came forms, historical collages, the vox humana, the call of the cuckoo. Was it the whore of Santa Lucia who stuck her breasts out of the window? Then the play was ruined. Salome danced. The amber necklace emitted sparks and made the nipples erect. What would one not do for one's Johannes? Translator note. Johannes here is slang for penis, as in English Dick or Peter. Dan, that was a disgusting obscenity, which did not come from me, but was whispered through the curtains. The snakes were dirty, scarcely alive. They wallowed sluggishly over the floor mats. They were garnished with brilliant shards. Others looked up from the floor with red and green eyes. It glistened and whispered, hissed and sparkled like diminutive sickles at the sacred harvest. Then it quieted and came anew, more faintly, more forward. They had me in their hand. Quote, there we immediately understood ourselves, unquote. Madame came through the curtains. She was busy, passed by me without noticing me. I saw the boots with the red heels. Garters constricted the thick thighs in the middle. The flesh bulged out there. The enormous breasts. The dark delta of the Amazon. Parrots, piranhas, semi-precious stones everywhere. Now she went into the kitchen. Or are there still cellars here? The sparkling and whispering, the hissing and twinkling could no longer be differentiated. It seemed to become concentrated, now proudly rejoicing, full of hope. It became hot and intolerable. I threw the covers off. The room was faintly illuminated. The pharmacologist stood at the window in the white mandarin frock which had served me shortly before in Rottweil at the carnival. The Orientalist sat by the tile stove. He moaned as if he had a nightmare. I understood. It had been a first round, and it would soon start again. The time was not yet up. I had already seen the beloved little mother under other circumstances. But even excrement is earth, belongs like gold to transformed matter. One must come to terms with it without getting too close. There were the earthy mushrooms. More light was hidden in the dark grain than burst forth from the ear. More yet in the green juice of the succulents on the glowing slopes of Mexico. Translator's note. Junger is referring to LSD, a derivative of ergot and mescaline derived from the Mexican peyote cactus. The trip had run awry. Possibly I should address the mushrooms once more. Yet indeed the whispering returned, and flashing and sparkling, the bait pulled the fish close behind itself. Once the motif is given, then it engraves itself like a roller. Each new beginning, each new revolution repeats the melody. The game did not get beyond this kind of dreariness. I don't know how often this was repeated and prefer not to dwell upon it. Also, there are things which one would rather keep to oneself. In any case, midnight was past. We went upstairs. The table was set. The senses were still heightened, and the doors of perception were opened. The light undulated from the red wine in the carafe. A froth surged at the brim. We listened to a flute concerto. It had not turned out better for the others. How beautiful to be back among men. Thus, Albert Hofmann. The Orientalist, on the other hand, had been in Samarkand, where Timur rests in a coffin of nephrite. He had followed the victorious march through cities, whose dowry on entry was a cauldron filled with eyes. There he had long stood before one of the skull pyramids that terrible Timur had erected, and in the multitude of severed heads had perceived even his own. It was encrusted with stone. A light dawned on the pharmacologist when he heard this. Now I know why you were sitting in the armchair without your head. I was astonished. I knew I wasn't dreaming. I wonder whether I should not strike out this detail, since it borders on the area of ghost stories. The mushroom substance had carried all four of us off, not into luminous heights, rather into deeper regions. It seems that the psilocybin inebriation is more darkly colored, in the majority of cases, than the inebriation produced by LSD. The influence of these two active substances is sure to differ from one individual to another. Personally, for me, there was more light in the LSD experiments than the experiments with the earthly mushrooms, just as Ernst Junger remarks in the preceding report. Another LSD session. The next and last thrust into the inner universe together with Ernst Junger, this time again using LSD, led us very far from everyday consciousness. We came close to the ultimate door. Of course, this door, according to Ernst Junger, will in fact only open for us in the great transition from life into the hereafter. This last joint experiment occurred in February 1970, again at the head forester's house in Wilflingen. In this case, there were only two of us. Ernst Junger took 0.15 milligrams LSD. I took 0.10 milligrams. Ernst Junger had published without commentary the logbook, the notes he made during this experiment, in Approaches, in the section Nochmals LSD, or LSD once again. They are scanty and tell the reader little, just like my own records. The experiment lasted from morning, just after breakfast, until darkness fell. At the beginning of the trip, we again listened to the concerto for flute and harp by Mozart, which always made me especially happy. But this time, strange to say, seems to me like the turning of porcelain figures. Then the intoxication led quickly into wordless depths. When I wanted to describe the perplexing alterations of consciousness to Ernst Junger, no more than 2 or 3 words came out, for they sounded so false, so unable to express the experience, they seemed to originate from an infinitely distant world that had become strange. I abandoned the attempt, laughing hopelessly. Obviously, Ernst Junger had the same experience, yet we did not need speech. A glance sufficed for the deepest understanding. I could, however, put some scraps of sentences on paper, such as, at the beginning, quote, "Our boat tosses violently," unquote. Later, upon regarding expensively bound books in the library, quote, "Like red gold pushed from within to without, exuding golden luster," unquote. Outside it began to snow. Masked children marched past, and carts with carnival revelers passed by in the streets. With a glance through the window into the garden, in which snow patches lay, many colored masks appeared over the high walls bordering it, embedded in an infinitely joyful shade of blue. Quote, "A Bruegel garden I live with and in the objects," unquote. Later, quote, "At present, no connection with the everyday world," unquote. Toward the end, deep, comforting insight expressed, quote, "Hitherto confirmed on my path," unquote. This time, LSD had led to a blessed approach.
Chapter 8, Meeting with Aldous Huxley. In the mid-1950s, 2 books by Aldous Huxley appeared, The Doors of Perception and Heaven and Hell, dealing with inebriated states produced by hallucinogenic drugs. The alterations of sensory perceptions and consciousness, which the author experienced in a self-experiment with mescaline, are skillfully described in these books. The mescaline experiment was a visionary experience for Huxley. He saw objects in a new light. They disclosed their inherent, deep, timeless existence, which remains hidden from everyday sight. These 2 books contain fundamental observations on the essence of visionary experience and about the significance of this manner of comprehending the world in cultural history, in the creation of myths, in the origin of religions, and in the creative process out of which works of art arise. Huxley saw the value of hallucinogenic drugs in that they gave people who lacked the gift of spontaneous visionary perception belonging to mystics, saints, and great artists, the potential to experience this extraordinary state of consciousness and thereby to attain insights into the spiritual world of these great creators. Hallucinogens could lead to a deepened understanding of religious and mystical content and a new and fresh experience of the great works of art. For Huxley, these drugs were keys capable of opening new doors of perception, chemical keys, in addition to other proven but laborious door openers to the visionary world, like meditation, isolation, and fasting, or like certain yoga practices. At the time, I already knew of the earlier work of this great writer and thinker, books that really meant much to me, like Point Counterpoint, Brave New World, After Many Summer Dies the Swan, Eyeless and Gaza, and a few others. In The Doors of Perception and Heaven and Hell, Huxley's newly published works, I found a meaningful exposition of the experiences induced by hallucinogenic drugs, and I thereby gained a deepened insight into my own LSD experiences. I was therefore delighted when I received a telephone call from Aldous Huxley in the laboratory one morning in August 1961. He was passing through Zurich with his wife. He invited me and my wife to lunch in the Hotel Sonnenberg. A gentleman with a yellow freesia in his buttonhole, a tall and noble appearance, who exuded kindness. This was the image I retained from this first meeting with Aldous Huxley. The table conversation revolved mainly around the problem of magic drugs. Both Huxley and his wife, Laura Achura Huxley, had also experimented with LSD and psilocybin. Huxley would have preferred not to designate these two substances and mescaline as drugs, because in the English usage, and also, by the way, with Droge in German, that word has a pejorative connotation. And because it was important to differentiate the hallucinogens from other drugs, even linguistically, he believed in the great importance of agents producing visionary experience in the modern phase of human evolution. He considered experiments under laboratory conditions to be insignificant, since in the extraordinary intensified susceptibility and sensitivity to external impressions, the surroundings are of decisive importance. He recommended to my wife, when we spoke of her native place in the mountains, that she take LSD in an alpine meadow and then look into the blue cup of a gentian flower to behold the wonder of creation. As we parted, Aldous gave me, as a remembrance of this meeting, a tape recording of his lecture, Visionary Experience, which he had delivered the week before in an international congress on applied psychology in Copenhagen. In this lecture, Aldous spoke about the meaning and essence of visionary experience and compared this type of worldview to the verbal and intellectual comprehension of reality as its essential complement. In the following year, the newest and last book by Aldous Huxley appeared, the novel Island. This story, set on the utopian island of Pala, is an attempt to blend the achievements of natural science and technical civilization with the wisdom of Eastern thought to achieve a new culture in which rationalism and mysticism are fruitfully united. The moksha medicine, a magical drug prepared from a mushroom, plays a significant role in the life of the population of Pala. Moksha is Sanskrit for release or liberation. The drug could only be used in critical moments of life. The young people on Pala received it in initiation rites It is dispensed to the protagonist of the novel during a life crisis in the scope of a psychotherapeutic dialogue with a spiritual friend. And it helps the dying to relinquish the mortal body in the transition to another existence. In our conversation in Zurich, I had already learned from Aldous that he would again treat the problem of psychedelic drugs in his forthcoming novel. Now he sent me a copy of Island inscribed to Dr. Albert Hofmann, the original discoverer of the moksha medicine from Aldous Huxley. The hopes that Aldous placed in psychedelic drugs as a means of evoking visionary experience and the uses of these substances in everyday life are subjects of a letter of the 29th of February, 1962, in which he wrote me. I have good hopes that this and similar work will result in the development of a real natural history of visionary experience in all of its variations, determined by differences of physique, temperament, and profession, and at the same time of a technique of applied mysticism, the technique for helping individuals to get the most out of their transcendental experience and to make use of the insights of the other world in the affairs of this world. Meister Eckhart wrote, quote, "What is taken in by contemplation must be given out in love," unquote. Essentially, this is what must be developed, the art of giving out in love and intelligence what is taken in from vision and experience of self-transcendence and solidarity with the universe. Aldous and I were together at the annual convention of the World Academy of Arts and Sciences, called WAAS, in Stockholm during the late summer of 1963. His suggestions and contributions to discussions at the session of the Academy, through their form and importance, had a great influence on the proceedings. WAAS had been established in order to allow the most competent specialists to consider world problems in a forum free of ideological and religious restrictions and from an international viewpoint encompassing the whole world. The results, proposals and thoughts in the form of appropriate publications were to be placed at the disposal of the responsible governments and executive organizations. In 1963, there was a meeting of WAAS that dealt with the population explosion and the raw material reserves and food resources of the earth. The corresponding studies and proposals were collected in Volume 2 of WAAS under the title, "The Population Crisis and the Use of World Resources." A decade before birth control, environmental protection, and the energy crisis became catchwords, these world problems were examined there from the most serious viewpoint, and proposals for their solution were made to governments and responsible organizations. The catastrophic events since that time in the aforementioned fields makes evident the tragic discrepancy between recognition, desire, and feasibility. Aldous Huxley made the proposal as a continuation and complement of the theme World Resources at the Stockholm Convention to address the problem human resources, the exploration and application of capabilities hidden in humans yet unused. A human race with more highly developed spiritual capacities, with expanded consciousness of the depth and incomprehensible wonder of being, would also have greater understanding of and better consideration for the biological and material foundations of life on this earth. Above all, for Western people with their hypertrophied rationality, the development and expansion of a direct emotional experience of reality, unobstructed by words and concepts, would be of evolutionary significance. Huxley considered psychedelic drugs to be one of the means to achieve education in this direction. The psychiatrist, Dr. Humphrey Osmond, likewise participated in the Congress, and he had created the term psychedelic, meaning mind expanding, and assisted him with a report about a significant possibility of the use of hallucinogens. The convention in Stockholm in 1963 was my last meeting with Aldous Huxley. His physical appearance was already marked by a severe illness. His intellectual personage, however, still bore the undiminished signs of a comprehensive knowledge of the heights and depths of the inner and outer world of man, which he had displayed with so much genius, love, goodness, and humor in his literary work. Aldous Huxley died on the 22nd of November on the same year, on the same day as President Kennedy. From Laura Huxley, I obtained a copy of her letter to Julian and Juliet Huxley, in which she reported to her brother and sister-in-law about her husband's last day. The doctors had prepared her for a dramatic end because the terminal phase of cancer of the throat from which Huxley had suffered is unusually uncomfortable, accompanied by convulsions and choking fits. He died serenely and peacefully, however. In the morning, when he was already so weak that he could no longer speak, he had written on a sheet of paper, LSD, try it intramuscular, 100 micrograms. Mrs. Huxley understood what was meant by this, and ignoring the misgivings of the attending physician, gave him, with her own hand, the desired injection. She let him have the moksha medicine.
Chapter 9. Correspondence with the poet, physician, Walter Vogt. My friendship with the physician, psychiatrist, and writer, Walter Vogt, MD, is also among the personal contacts that I owe to LSD. As the following extract from our correspondence shows, it was less the medicinal aspects of LSD important to the physician than the consciousness-altering effects on the depth of the psyche of interest to the writer that constituted the theme of our correspondence. Maury, Bern, 22 November 1970. Dear Mr. Hofmann, last night I dreamt that I was invited to tea in a cafe by a friendly family in Rome. This family also knew the Pope, and so the Pope sat at the same table to tea with us. He was all in white and also wore a white mitre. He sat there so handsome and was silent. And today I suddenly had the idea of sending you my Vogel auf dem Tisch, bird on the table, as a visiting card if you so wish, a book that remained a little apocryphal, which upon reflection I do not regret. Although the Italian translator is firmly convinced that is my best. Ah yes, the Pope is also an Italian, so it goes. Possibly this little work will interest you. It was written in 1966 by an author who at that time still had not had any shred of experience with psychedelic substances, and who read the reports about medicinal experiments with these drugs devoid of understanding. However, little has changed since, except that now the misgiving comes from the other side. I suppose that your discovery has caused a hiatus, not directly a Saul to Paul conversion, as Ronald Fisher says in my work, also a large word, and indeed that which I have written since has become rather realistic, or at least less expressive.
In any case, I could not have brought off the cool realism of my TV piece, Spiele der Macht, Games of Power, without it. The different drafts attest it, in case they are still lying around somewhere. Should you have interest and time for a meeting, it would delight me very much to visit you sometime for a conversation. Berg, IL, 28 November, 1970. Dear Mr. Vert, if the bird that alighted on my table was able to find its way to me, this is one more debt I owe to the magical effects of LSD. I could soon write a book about all of the results that derive from the experiment in 1943. A.H. Maury, Bern, 13 March 1971. Mr. Hofmann. Enclosed is a critique of Jürger's and Nahingen approaches from the daily paper that will presumably interest you. It seems to me that to hallucinate, to dream, to write stands at all times in contrast to everyday consciousness, and their functions are complementary. Here I can naturally speak only for myself. This could be different with others. It is also truly difficult to speak with others about such things, because people often speak altogether different languages. However, since you are now gathering autographs and do me the honor of incorporating some of my letters in your collection, I enclose for you the manuscript of my testament, in which your discovery plays a role as the only joyous invention of the 20th century. W.V. Dr. Walter Vogt's most recent testament, 1969. I wish to have no special funeral, only expensive and obscene orchids, innumerable little birds with gay names, no naked dancers, but psychedelic garments, loudspeaker in every corner, and nothing but the latest Beatles record. Abbey Road, 100,000 million times, and do what you like, blind faith. On an endless tape, nothing more than a popular Christ with a halo of genuine gold and a beloved morning congregation that pump themselves full with acid. Acid equals LSD, till they go to heaven. From Abbey Road, side 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Possibly we will encounter one another. Their most cordially dedicated to Dr. Albert Hofmann. Beginning of spring, 1971. Berg, IL, 29 March 1971. Dear Mr. Vogt, you have again presented me with a lovely letter and a very valuable autograph, the Testament 1969. Very remarkable dreams in recent times induce me to test a connection between the composition chemical of the evening meal and the quality of dreams. Yes, LSD is also something that one eats. A.H. Maury, Bern, 5 September 1971. Mr. Hofmann. Over the weekend at Martinisi, on that Sunday, I.A.H. hovered over the Montanisi in the balloon of my friend E.I., who had taken me along as passenger. I often thought of you, a most radiant autumn day. Yesterday, Saturday, thanks to one tablet of aspirin, on account of a headache or mild flu, I experienced a very comical flashback, like a mescaline, of which I have had only little, exactly once. I have read a delightful essay by Wassoun about mushrooms. He divides mankind into mycophobes and mycophiles. Lovely fly agarics must now be growing in the forest near you. Sometime shouldn't we sample some? W.V. Maury, Bern, 7 September 1971. Mr. Hofmann. Now I feel I must write briefly to tell you what I have done outside in the sun, on the dock under your balloon. I finally wrote some notes about our visit in Villars-sur-Olens with Dr. Leary. Then a hippie bark went by on the lake, self-made, like from a Fellini film, which I sketched. And over and above it, I drew your balloon, WV. Berg, IL, 15 April 1972. Dear Mr. Vogt, your television play, Spiele der Macht, Games of Power, has impressed me extraordinarily. I congratulate you on this magnificent piece, which allows mental cruelty to become conscious and therefore also act in its way as consciousness expanding, and can thereby prove itself therapeutic in a higher sense, like ancient tragedy, A.H. Berg, I.L., 19 May 1973. Dear Mr. Vogt, now I have already read your lay sermon 3 times. The description and interpretation of your Sinai trip. Walter Vogt, mein Sinai Trip, ein Leinsprecht, my Sinai Trip, a lay sermon, Verlag der Arche Zurich, 1972. This publication contains the text of a lay sermon that Walter Vogt gave on 14 November 1971 on the invitation of Parson Christoph Moll in the Protestant Church of Aduz, Liechtenstein, in the course of a series of sermons by writers, and in addition contains an afterwards by the author and by the inviting Parson. It involves the description and interpretation of an ecstatic religious experience evoked by LSD, that the author is able to place in a distant, if you will, superficial analogy to the great Sinai trip of Moses. It is not only the patriarchal atmosphere that is to be traced out of these descriptions that constitutes this analogy. There are deeper references which are more to be read between the lines of the text. Was it really an LSD trip? It was a courageous deed to choose such a notorious event as a drug experience as the theme of a sermon, even a lay sermon. But the questions raised by hallucinogenic drugs do actually belong in the church, in a prominent place in the church, for they are sacred drugs. Peyote, Tiyonanaktal, Ololioki, with which LSD is mostly closely related by chemical structures and activity. I can fully agree with what you say in your introduction about the modern ecclesiastical religiosity, the 3 sanctioned states of consciousness, the waking condition of uninterrupted work and performance of duty, alcohol intoxication and sleep, the distinction between 2 phases of psychedelic inebriation, the first phase, the peak of the trip, in which the cosmic relationship is experienced, or the submersion into one's own body, in which everything that is within, and the second phase characterized as the phase of enhanced comprehension of symbols. And the allusion to the candor the hallucinogens bring about in consciousness states. These are all observations that are fundamental importance in the judgment of hallucinogenic inebriations. The most worthwhile spiritual benefit from LSD experiments was the experience of the inextricable intertwining of the physical and spiritual, Christ in matter. Teilhard de Chardin. Did the insight first come to you also through your drug experience, that we must descend into the flesh, which we are, in order to get new prophecies? The criticism of your sermon, you allowed the deepest experience that there is, the kingdom of heaven is within you, to be uttered by Timothy Leary. This sentence, quoted without the indication of its true source, could be interpreted as ignorance of one, or rather the principal truth of Christian belief. One of your statements deserves universal recognition. There is no non-ecstatic religious experience. Next Monday evening, I shall be interviewed on Swiss television about LSD and the Mexican magic drugs on the program at first hand. I am curious about the sort of questions that will be asked. A.H. Maury Byrne, 24 May 1973. Dear Mr. Hofmann, of course it was LSD, only I did not want to write about it explicitly. I really do not know just why myself. The great emphasis I placed on the good Leary, who now seems to me to be somewhat flipped out as the prime witness, can indeed only be explained by the special context of the talk or sermon. I must admit that the perception that we must descend into the flesh which we are actually first came to me with LSD. I still ruminate on it. Possibly it even came too late for me, in fact. Although more and more I advocate your opinion that LSD should be taboo for youth. Taboo, not forbidden. That is different. The sentence that you like, there is no non-ecstatic religious experience, was apparently not liked so much by others, for example, by my almost only literary friend and minister lyric poet, Kurt Marty. But in any case, we are particularly never of the same opinion about anything. And notwithstanding, we constitute, when we occasionally communicate by phone and arrange little activities together, the smallest mini mafia of Switzerland. W.V. Berg, IL, 13 April 1974. Dear Mr. Vogt, full of suspense, we watched your TV play Pilate Before the Silent Christ yesterday evening, as a representation of the fundamental man-God relationship, man who came to God with his most difficult questions, which finally he must answer himself because God is silent. He does not answer them with words. The answers are contained in the book of his creation, to which the questioning man himself belongs. Truly natural science, deciphering of this text. A.H. Maury Byrne, 11 May 1974. Dear Mr. Hofmann, I have composed a poem in half twilight that I dare to send to you. At first I wanted to send it to Leary, but this would make no sense. Leary in jail, Gelbke is dead, treatment in the asylum. Is this your psychedelic revolution? Had we taken seriously something with which one only ought to play, or vice versa? W.V.
Chapter 10, Various Visitors. The diverse aspects, the multifaceted emanations of LSD are also expressed in the variety of cultural circles with which this substance has brought me into contact. On the scientific plane, this has involved colleagues, chemists, pharmacologists, physicians, and mycologists, whom I met at universities, congresses, lectures, or with whom I've come into association through publication. In the literary philosophical field, there were contacts with writers. In the preceding chapters, I have reported on the relationships of this type that were most significant for me. LSD also provided me with a variegated series of personal acquaintances from the drug scene and from hippie circles, which will briefly be described here. Most of these visitors came from the United States and were young, often in transit to the Far East in search of Eastern wisdom or a guru, or else helping to come by drugs more easily there.
Prague was also sometimes the goal because LSD of good quality could at the time be acquired there. Once arrived in Europe, they wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to see the father of LSD, the man who made the famous LSD bicycle trip. But more serious concerns sometimes motivated a visit. There was a desire to report on personal LSD experiences and to debate the purport of their meaning at the source, so to speak. Only rarely did a visit prove to be inspired by the desire to obtain LSD. When a visitor hinted that he or she wished to once experiment with most assuredly pure material, the original LSD. Visitors of various types with diverse desires also came from Switzerland and other European countries. Such encounters have become rarer in recent times, which may be related to the fact that LSD has become less important in the drug scene. Whenever possible, I have welcomed such visitors or agreed to meet somewhere. This I considered to be an obligation connected with my role to the history of LSD, and I've tried to help by instructing and advising. Sometimes no true conversation occurred, for example, with the inhibited young man who arrived on a motorbike. I was not clear about the objectives of his visit. He stared at me as if asking himself, can the man who has made something so weird as LSD really look so completely ordinary? With him, as with other similar visitors, I had the feeling that he hoped in my presence the LSD riddle would somehow solve itself. Other meetings were completely different, like the one with the young man from Toronto. He invited me to lunch at an exclusive restaurant. Impressive appearance, tall, slender, a businessman, proprietor of an important industrial firm in Canada, brilliant intellect. He thanked me for the creation of LSD, which had given his life another direction. He had been 100% a businessman with purely materialistic worldview. LSD had opened his eyes to the spiritual aspects of life. Now he possessed a sense for art, literature, the philosophy, and was deeply concerned with religious and metaphysical questions. He now desired to make LSD the experience accessible of it in a suitable milieu to his young wife, and hoped for a similarly fortunate transformation in her. Not as profound, yet still liberating and rewarding, were the results of LSD experiments with a young Dane described to me with much humor and fantasy. He came from California, where he had been a houseboy for Henry Miller and Big Sur. He moved on to France with the plan of acquiring a dilapidated farm there, which he, a skilled carpenter, then wanted to restore himself. I asked him to obtain an autograph of his former employer for my collection, and after some time, I actually received an original piece of writing from Henry Miller's hand. A young woman sought me out to report on LSD experiences that had been of great significance to her inner development. As a superficial teenager who pursued all sorts of entertainments and quite neglected by her parents, she had begun to take LSD out of curiosity and love of adventure. For 3 years, she took frequent LSD trips. They led to an astonishing intensification of her inner life. She began to seek after the deeper meaning of her existence, which eventually revealed itself to her. Then, recognizing that LSD had no power to help her further, without difficulty or without exertion of will, she was able to abandon the drug. Thereafter, she was in a position to develop herself further without artificial means. She was now happy, intrinsically secure person. Thus, she concluded her report. This young woman had decided to tell me her history because she supposed that I was often attacked by narrow-minded persons who saw only the damage that LSD sometimes caused among youths. This immediate motive of her testimony was a conversation that she had accidentally overheard on a railway journey. A man complained about me, finding it disgraceful that I had spoken on the LSD problem in an interview published in the newspaper. In his opinion, I ought to denounce LSD as primarily the devil's work and should publicly admit my guilt in the matter. Persons in LSD delirium, whose condition could have given rise to such indignant condemnation, have never personally come into my sight. Such cases attributable to LSD consumption under irregular circumstances, to overdosage or to psychotic predisposition, have always landed in the hospital or at the police station. Great publicity always came their way. A visit by a young American girl stands out in my memory as an example of the tragic effects of LSD. It was during the lunch hour, which I normally spent in my office under strict confinement. No visitors, secretary's office closed up. Knocking came at the door, discreetly, but firmly repeated, until eventually I went to open it. I scarcely believed my eyes. Before me stood a very beautiful young woman, blonde, large blue eyes, wearing a long hippie dress, headband, and sandals. I am Joan. I come from New York. You are Dr. Hofmann? Before I inquired what brought her to me, I asked her how she had gotten through the 2 checkpoints, at the main entrance to the factory area and at the door of the laboratory building. For visitors were admitted only after telephone query, and this flower child must have been especially noticeable. I am an angel. I can pass everywhere, she replied. Then she explained that she came on a great mission. She had to rescue her country, the United States. Above all, she had to direct the president, at the time L.B. Johnson, onto the correct path. This could be accomplished only by having him take LSD. Then he would receive the good ideas that would enable him to lead the country out of war and internal difficulties. Joan had come to me hoping that I would help her fulfill her mission, namely to give LSD to the president. Her name would indicate she was Joan of Arc of the USA. I don't know whether my arguments, advanced with all consideration of her holy zeal, were able to convince her that her plan had no prospects of success on psychological, technical, internal, and external grounds. Disappointed and sad, she went away. The next day, I received a telephone call from Joan. She again asked me to help her, since her financial resources were exhausted. I took her to a friend in Zurich who provided her with work and with whom she could live. Joan was a teacher by profession and also a nightclub pianist and singer. For a while, she played and sang in a fashionable Zurich restaurant. The good bourgeois clients, of course, had no idea what sort of angel sat at the grand piano in a black evening dress and entertained them with sensitive playing and a soft and sensuous voice. Few paid attention to the words of her songs. They were for the most part hippie songs. Many of them contained veiled praises of the drugs. The Zurich performance did not last long. Within a few weeks, I learned from a friend that Joan had suddenly disappeared. He received a greeting card from her 3 months later from Israel. She had been committed to a psychiatric hospital there. For the conclusion of my assortment of LSD visitors, I wish to report about a meeting in which LSD figured only indirectly. Miss H.S., head secretary in a hospital, wrote to ask me for a personal interview. She came to tea. She explained her visit thus. In a report about an LSD experience, she had read the description of a condition she herself had experienced as a young girl, which disturbed her today. Possibly, I could help her to understand this experience. She had gone on a business trip as a commercial apprentice. They had spent the night in a hotel in the mountains. HS awoke very early and left the house alone in order to watch sunrise. As the mountains began to light up in a sea of rays, she was perfused by an unprecedented feeling of happiness, which persisted even after she joined the other participants of the trip at the morning service in the chapel. During the Mass, everything appeared to her in a supernatural luster, and the feeling of happiness intensified to such an extent that she had to cry loudly. She was brought back to the hotel and treated as someone with a mental disorder. This experience largely determined her later personal life. HS feared she was not completely normal. On the one hand, she feared this experience, which had been explained to her as a nervous breakdown. And on the other hand, she longed for a repetition of the condition. Internally split, she had led an unstable life. In repeated vocational changes and in varying personal relationships, consciously or unconsciously, she again sought this ecstatic outlook, which once made her so deeply happy. I was able to reassure my visitor. It was no psychopathological event, no nervous breakdown that she had experienced at the time. What many people seek to attain with the help of LSD, the visionary experience of a deeper reality, had come to her as a spontaneous grace. I recommended a book by Aldous Huxley to her, The Perennial Philosophy, a collection of reports of spontaneous, blessed visions from all times and cultures. Huxley wrote that not only mystics and saints, but also many ordinary people than one generally supposes experience such blessed moments, but that most do not recognize their importance, and instead of regarding them as promising rays of hope, repress them because they do not fit into everyday rationality.
Chapter 11, LSD Experience and Reality. What more can a person gain in life than that God nature reveals himself to him? Goethe. I am often asked what has made the deepest impression upon me in my LSD experiments, and whether I have arrived at new understandings through these experiences. Various realities. Of greatest significance to me has been the insight that I attained as a fundamental understanding from all of my LSD experiments, what one commonly takes as, quote, the reality, end quote, including the reality of one's own individual person, by no means signifies something fixed, but rather something that is ambiguous, that there is not only one, but that there are many realities, each comprising also a different consciousness of the ego. One can also arrive at this insight through scientific reflections. The problem of reality is and has been from time immemorial a central concern of philosophy. It is, however, a fundamental distinction whether one approaches the problem of reality rationally, with the logical methods of philosophy, or if one obtrudes upon this problem emotionally through an existential experience. The first planned LSD experiment was therefore so deeply moving and alarming because everyday reality and the ego experiencing it, which I had until then considered to be the only reality, dissolved, and an unfamiliar ego experienced another unfamiliar reality. The problem concerning the innermost self also appeared, which, itself unmoved, was able to record these external and internal transformations. Reality is inconceivable without an experiencing subject, without an ego. It is the product of the exterior world, of the sender and of a receiver, an ego in whose deepest self the emanations of the exterior world, registered by the antennae of the sense organs, becomes conscious. If one of the two is lacking, no reality happens, no radio music plays, the picture screen remains blank. If one continues with the conception of reality as a product of sender and receiver, then the entry of another reality under the influence of LSD may be explained by the fact that the brain, the seat of the receiver, becomes biochemically altered. The receiver is thereby tuned into another wavelength than that corresponding to normal everyday reality. Since the endless variety and diversity of the universe correspond to infinitely many different wavelengths, depending on the adjustment of the receiver, many different realities, including the respective ego, can become conscious. These different realities, more correctly designated as different aspects of the reality, are not mutually exclusive, but are complementary, and form together a portion of the all-encompassing, timeless, transcendental reality in which even the unimpeachable core of self-consciousness, which has the power to record the different egos, is located. The true importance of LSD and related hallucinogens lies in their capacity to shift the wavelength setting of the receiving, quote, self, end quote, and thereby to evoke alterations in reality consciousness. This ability to allow different new pictures of reality to arise, this truly cosmogonic power, makes the cultish worship of hallucinogenic plants as sacred drugs understandable. What constitutes the essential characteristic difference between everyday reality and the world picture experienced in LSD inebriation? Ego and the outer world are separated in the normal condition of consciousness in everyday reality. One stands face to face with the outer world. It has become an object. In the LSD state, the boundaries between the experiencing self and the outer world more or less disappear, depending on the depth of the inebriation.
Feedback between receiver and sender takes place. A portion of the self overflows into the outer world, into objects, which begin to live, to have another, a deeper meaning. This can be perceived as a blessed or as a demonic transformation imbued with terror, proceeding to a loss of the trusted ego. In an auspicious case, the new ego feels blissfully united with the objects of the outer world and consequently also with its fellow beings. This experience of deep oneness with the exterior world can even intensify to a feeling of the self being one with the universe. This condition of cosmic consciousness, which under favorable conditions can be evoked by LSD or by another hallucinogen from the group of Mexican sacred drugs, is analogous to spontaneous religious enlightenment with the unio mystica. In both conditions, which often last only for a timeless moment, a reality is experienced that exposes a gleam of the transcendental reality, in which universe and self, sender and receiver, are one. Parentheses, the relationship of spontaneous to drug-induced enlightenment has been most extensively investigated by R.C. Zahner, Mysticism, Sacred and Profane, declared in Press, Oxford, 1957. End parentheses. Gottfried Benn, in his essay Provoziertes Leben, Provoked Life, and Ostnexweld Lebensverlag Wiesbaden, 1949, characterized the reality in which self and world are separated as the schizoid catastrophe, the Western intellecti neurosis. He further writes, in the southern part of our continent, this concept of reality began to be formed. The Hellenistic European agonistic principle of victory through effort, cunning, malice, talent, force, and later European Darwinism and Superman, in quotes, was instrumental in its formation. The ego emerged, dominated, fought. For this it needed instruments, material, power. It had a different relationship to matter, more removed sensually, but closer formally. It analyzed matter, tested, sorted, weapons, object of exchange, ransom money. It clarified matter through isolation, reduced it to formulas, took pieces out of it, divided it up. Matter became a concept which hung like a disaster over the West, with which the West fought without grasping it, to which it sacrificed enormous quantities of blood and happiness, a concept whose inner tension and fragmentations it was impossible to dissolve through a natural viewing or methodical insight into the inherent unity and peace of pre-logical forms of being. Instead, the cataclysmic character of this idea became clearer and clearer. A state, a social organization, a public morality, for which life is economically usable life, and which does not recognize the world of provoked life, cannot stop its destructive power. A society whose hygiene and race cultivation as a modern ritual is founded solely on hollow biological statistics can only represent the external viewpoint of the mass. For this point of view, it can wage war incessantly, for reality is simply raw material, but its metaphysical background remains forever obscured. Parentheses, this excerpt from Benn's essay was taken from Ralph Metzner's translation, Provoked Life, an essay on the anthropology of the ego, end quote, which was published in Psychedelic Review, Volume 1, Issue 1, page 47 to 54, 1963. Minor corrections in Metzner's text have been made by Albert Hofmann. End of parentheses. As Gottfried Benn formulates it in these sentences, a concept of reality that separates self and the world has decisively determined the evolutionary course of European intellectual history. Experience of the world as matter, as object, to which man stands opposed, has produced modern natural science and technology, creations of the Western mind that have changed the world. With their help, human beings have subdued the world. Its wealth has been exploited in a manner that may be characterized as plundering, and the sublime accomplishment of technological civilization, the comfort of Western industrial society, stands face to face with a catastrophic destruction of the environment, even to the heart of matter, to the nucleus of the atom and its splitting. This objective intellect has progressed and has unleashed energies that threaten all life on our planet. A misuse of knowledge and understanding, the products of searching intelligence, could not have emerged from a consciousness of reality in which human beings are not separated from the environment, but exist rather as part of living nature and the universe. All attempts today to make amends for the damage through environmentally protective measures must remain only hopeless, superficial patchwork, if no curing of the, quote, Western intellectual neurosis, end quote, ensues, as Ben has characterized the objective reality conception. Healing would mean existentially experiencing of a deeper self-encompassing reality. The experience of such a comprehensive reality is impeded in an environment rendered dead by human hands, such as is present in our great cities and industrial districts. Here, the contrast between self and the outer world becomes especially evident. Sensations of alienation, of loneliness, and of menace arise. It is these sensations that impress themselves on everyday consciousness in Western industrial society. They also take the upper hand everywhere that technological civilization extends itself, and they largely determine the product of modern art and literature. There is less danger of a cleft reality experience arising in a natural environment. In field and forest, and in the animal world sheltered therein, indeed in every garden, a reality is perceptible that is infinitely more real, older and deeper and more wondrous than everything made by people, and that will yet endure when the inanimate, mechanical, and concrete world again vanishes, becomes rusted and fallen into ruin. In the sprouting, growth, blooming, fruiting, death and regermination of plants, in their relationship with the sun, whose light they are able to convert into chemically bound energy in the form of organic compounds, out of which all that lives on our earth is built. In the being of plants, the same mysterious, inexhaustible, eternal life energy is evident that has also brought us forth and takes us back again into its womb, and in which we are sheltered and united with all living things. We are not leading up to a sentimental enthusiasm for nature, to quote, back to nature, end quote, in Rousseau's sense. That romantic movement, which sought the ideal in nature, can also be explained by a feeling of humankind's separation from nature. What is needed today is a fundamental re-experience of the oneness of all living things, a comprehensive reality consciousness that ever more infrequently develops spontaneously, the more the primordial flora and fauna of our Mother Earth must yield to a dead technological environment. Mystery and myth. The notion of reality as the self juxtaposed to the world in confrontation with the outer world began to form itself, as reported in the citation from Ben, in the southern portion of the European continent in Greek antiquity. No doubt, people at that time knew the suffering that was connected with such a cleft reality consciousness. The Greek genius tried the cure by supplementing the multiformed and richly colored, sensual as well as deeply sorrowful Apollonian worldview created by the subject-object cleavage with a Dionysian world of experience in which this cleavage is abolished in ecstatic inebriation. Nietzsche writes in The Birth of Tragedy, "It is either through the influence of narcotic potions, of which all primitive peoples and races speak in hymns through the powerful approach of spring, penetrating with joy all of nature, that those Dionysian stirrings arise, which in their intensification lead the individual to forget himself completely. Not only does the bond between man and man come to be forged once again by the magic of the Dionysian rite, but alienated, hostile, or subjugated nature again celebrates her reconciliation with her prodigal son, man. The mysteries of Eleusis, which were celebrated annually in the fall, over an interval of approximately 2,000 years, from about 1500 BC until the 4th century AD, were intimately connected with the ceremonies and festivals in honor of the god Dionysus. These mysteries were established by the goddess of agriculture, Demeter, as thanks for the recovery of her daughter Persephone, whom Hades, the god of the underworld, had abducted. A further thank offering was the ear of grain, which was presented by the two goddesses to Triptolemus, the first high priest of Eleusis. They taught him the cultivation of grain, which Triptolemus then disseminated over the whole globe. Persephone, however, was not always allowed to remain with her mother because she had undertaken nourishment from Hades, contrary to the order of the highest gods. As punishment, she had to return to the underworld for a part of the year. During this time, it was winter on the earth. The plants died and were withdrawn into the ground, to awaken to new life early in the year with Persephone's journey to earth. The myth of Demeter, Persephone, Hades, and the other gods, which was enacted as a drama, formed, however, only the external framework of events. The climax of the yearly ceremonies, which began with a procession from Athens to Eleusis, lasting several days, was the concluding ceremony with the initiation, which took place in the night. The initiates were forbidden by penalty of death to divulge what they had learned, beheld in the innermost, holiest chamber of the temple, the Tetesteron, parentheses, goal, end parentheses. Not one of the multitude that were initiated into the secret of Eleusis has ever done this. Pausanias, Plato, many Roman emperors like Hadrian and Marcus Aurelius, and many other known personages of antiquity were party to this initiation. It must have been an illumination, a visionary glimpse of a deeper reality, an insight into the true basis of the universe. That can be concluded from the statements of initiates about the value, about the importance of the vision. Thus it is reported in a Homeric hymn, quote, "Blissful is he among men on earth who has beheld that. He who has not been initiated into the holy mysteries, who has had no part therein, remains a corpse in gloomy darkness." End quote. Pindar speaks of the Eleusinian benediction with the following words, quote, "Blissful is he who, after having beheld this, enters on the way beneath the earth. He knows the end of life as well as its divinely granted beginning." End quote. Cicero, also a famous initiate, likewise put in first position the splendor that fell upon his life from Eleusis when he said, quote, "Not only have we received the reason there that we may live in joy, but also besides that we may die with better hope." End quote. How could the mythological representation of such an obvious occurrence, which runs its course annually before our eyes, the seed grain that is dropped into the earth, dies there in order to allow a new plant, a new life, to ascend into the light, prove to be such a deep, comforting experience as that attested by the cited reports? It is traditional knowledge that the initiates were furnished with a potion, the Kykion, for the final ceremony. It is also known that barley extract and mint were ingredients of the Kykion. Religious scholars and scholars of mythology, like Karl Karenyi, from whose book on the Eleusinian Mysteries, Brian Verlag Zurach, 1962, the preceding statements were taken, and with whom I was associated in relation to the research on this mysterious potion, parentheses, in the English publication of Karenyi's book, Eleusis, Schocken Books, New York, 1977, a reference is made to this collaboration, end parentheses, are of the opinion that the Kykion was mixed with a hallucinogenic drug, parentheses, in The Road to Eleusis by R. Gordon Wasson, Albert Hofmann, and Carl A.P. Ruck, Brace, Jovanovich, New York, 1978. The possibility is discussed that the Kykion could have acted through an LSD-like preparation of ergot, end quote. That would make understandable the ecstatic visionary experience of the Demeter-Persephone myth as a symbol of the cycle of life and death in both a comprehensive and timeless reality. When the Gothic king Alaric, coming from the north, invaded Greece in 396 AD and destroyed the sanctuary of Eleusis, it was not only the end of a religious center, but it also signified the decisive downfall of the ancient world. With the monks that accompanied Alaric, Christianity penetrated into the country that must be regarded as the cradle of European culture. The cultural historical meaning of the Eleusinian mysteries, their influence on European intellectual history, can scarcely be overestimated. Here, suffering humankind found a cure for its rational, objective, cleft intellect in a mystical totality experience that let it believe in immortality and an everlasting existence. This belief had survived in early Christianity, although with other symbols. It is found as a promise, even in particular passages of the Gospels, most clearly in the Gospel according to John, as in chapter 14, verse 120. Jesus speaks to his disciples as he takes leave of them. And I will pray the Father, and he shall give you another comforter, that he may abide with you forever, even the Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive, because it seeth him not, neither knoweth him, but ye know him, for he dwelleth with you, and shall be in you. I will not leave you comfortless. I will come to you. Yet a little while, and the world seeth me no more, but ye see me. Because I live, ye shall live also. At that day ye shall know that I am in my Father, and ye in me, and I in you. This promise constitutes the heart of my Christian beliefs and my call to natural scientific research. We will attain to knowledge of the universe through the Spirit of truth, and thereby to understanding of our being one with the deepest, most comprehensive reality, God. Ecclesiastical Christianity, determined by the duality of creator and creation, has, however, with its nature-alienated religiosity, largely obliterated the Eleusinian Dionysian legacy of antiquity. In the Christian sphere of belief, only special blessed men have attested to a timeless, comforting reality, experienced in a spontaneous vision, an experience to which in antiquity the elite of innumerable generations had access through the initiation at Eleusis. The Unio Mystica of Catholic saints and the visions that the representatives of Christian mysticism, Jacob Boehme, Meister Eckhart, Angelus Silesius, Thomas Traherne, William Blake, and others have described in their writings are obviously essentially related to the enlightenment that the initiates to the Eleusinian mysteries experienced. The fundamental importance of a mystical experience for the recovery of people in Western industrial societies who are sickened by a one-sided, rational, materialistic worldview is today given primary emphasis not only by adherents to Eastern religious movements like Zen Buddhism, but also by leading representatives of academic psychiatry. Of the appropriate literature, we will here refer only to the books of Balthasar Stahelin, the Basel psychiatrist working in Zurich, quote, Haben und Sein, Die Welt des Du, Vertrans Werklich and Der Finale Mensch, 1976, all published by Theologischer Verlag Zurich. They make reference to numerous other authors who deal with the same problem. Today, a type of meta-medicine, in quotes, quote, metapsychology, end quote, and, quote, metapsychiatry, end quote, is beginning to call upon the metaphysical element in people, which manifests itself as an experience of a deeper duality surmounting reality, and to make this element a basic healing principle in therapeutic practice. In addition, it is most significant that not only medicine, but also wider circles of our society consider the overcoming of the dualistic cleft worldview to be a prerequisite and basis for the recovery and spiritual renewal of Occidental civilization and culture. This renewal could lead to the renunciation of the materialistic philosophy of life and the development of a new reality consciousness. As a path to the perception of a deeper, comprehensive reality, in which the experiencing individual is also sheltered, meditation, in its different forms, occupies a prominent place today. The essential difference between meditation and prayer in the usual sense, which is based upon the duality of creator-creation, is that meditation aspires to be the abolishment of the I-you barrier by a fusing of object and subject, of sender and receiver, of objective reality and self. Objective reality, the worldview produced by the spirit of scientific inquiry, is the myth of our time. It has replaced the ecclesiastical, Christian, and mythical Apollonian worldview. But this ever-broadening factual knowledge, which constitutes objective reality, need not be a desecration. On the contrary, if it only advances deep enough, it inevitably leads to the inexplicable, primal ground of the universe, the wonder, the mystery of the divine, in the microcosm of the atom, in the macrocosm of the spiral nebulae, in the seeds of plants, in the body and soul of people. Meditation begins at the limits of objective reality, at the farthest point yet reached by rational knowledge and perception. Meditation thus does not mean rejection of objective reality. On the contrary, it consists of a penetration to deeper dimensions of reality. It is not escape into an imaginary dream world. Rather, it seeks after the comprehensive truth of objective reality by simultaneous stereoscopic contemplation of its surfaces and depths. It could become of fundamental importance and be not merely a transient fashion of the present if more and more people today would make a daily habit of devoting an hour, or at least a few minutes, to meditation. As a result of the meditative penetration and broadening of the natural scientific worldview, a new, deepened reality consciousness would have to evolve, which would increasingly become the property of all humankind. This could become the basis of a new religiosity, which would not be based on belief in the dogmas of various religions, but rather on perception through the, quote, spirit of truth, end quote. What is meant here is a perception, a reading and understanding of the text at first hand, quote, out of the book that God's fingers has written, end quote, Paracelsus, out of the creation. The transformation of the objective worldview into a deepened and thereby religious reality consciousness can be accomplished gradually by continuing practice of meditation. It can also come about, however, as a sudden enlightenment, a visionary experience. It is then particularly profound, blessed, and meaningful. Such a mystical experience may nevertheless, quote, not be induced even by decade-long meditation, end quote, as Balthasar Stahelen writes. Also, it does not happen to everyone, although the capacity for mystical experience belongs to the essence of human spirituality. Nevertheless, at Eleusis, the mystical vision, the healing, comforting experience could be arranged in the prescribed place at the appointed time for all of the multitudes who were initiated into the holy mysteries. This could be accounted for by the fact that a hallucinogenic drug came into use. This, as already mentioned, is something that religious scholars believe. The characteristic property of hallucinogens, to suspend the boundaries between the experiencing self and the outer world in an ecstatic emotional experience, makes it possible, with their help, and after suitable internal and external preparation, as it was accomplished in a perfect way at Eleusis, to evoke a mystical experience according to plan, so to speak. Meditation is a preparation for the same goal that was aspired to and was attained in the Eleusinian mysteries. Accordingly, it seems feasible that in the future, with the help of LSD, the mystical vision, crowning meditation, could be made accessible to an increasing number of practitioners of meditation. I see the true importance of LSD in the possibility of providing material aid to meditation aimed at the mystical experience of a deeper, comprehensive reality. Such a use accords entirely with the essence and working character of LSD as a sacred drug. That is the end of LSD, My Problem Child.